everyone in the driving range is like looking at this guy because they think he's like driving in like 450 yards because of like the sound that it makes.
I could see that. Okay, so that's how I think Tiger Woods was able to do it. Now, keep in mind, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so keep in mind as well that by Tiger Woods doing what he did, do you know how much money that made golf?
Um, by winning, how
Yeah,
much money it made
I mean,
golf
it
and
like changed the game. Like, it made youth golf really popular. Like, do you know how much money it made for like the golfing industry? It was like tens of billions of dollars. Like, and so
yeah.
and so they let Tiger Woods do all kinds of shit with his body that they normally wouldn't do. Like golf used to not do any drug testing. So Tiger Woods could take all kinds of steroids and they wouldn't test him for it. And he was going to the same doctor that Lance Armstrong was going to. This guy, his name's Dr. Ferrari. He was out of like Spain, and they would do this thing with your blood, which is done now, like pretty regularly amongst athletes, but it was not then, where you you train at like let's say a high elevation, and then they take your blood when you're training at a high elevation, and they store it, and then they pump it back into you when you need it, and it gives you like extra, like your body has more uh, red blood cells in it at that point because it's having to work harder when you're in the upper when you're at higher elevation, and they so they just let him run wild in golf, and
Did I retire Tiger Woods to like hike up to Denver and Aspen or something?
so he just spent time, as I understand it, just like in Switzerland, where um the natural Alps elevation.
Is that documented? Is that documented? That you actually spent time in Switzerland?
It is with Lance Armstrong. He would do it in the French Alps,
Okay.
and so that helped him. And then also with Lance
It
Armstrong,
doesn't say that Tiger Woods was ever in Switzerland.
no,
I
I
mean,
didn't.
except for like locations, but that was like not like anywhere near France.
No, but if you look, he could have been doing it in the United States as well.
It was a method that Ferrari was using with Lance, so it should have been applied to him.
What did you say?
Like the Ferrari doctor was using it with Lance, so it could have been. What do the red blood cells do? They just produce better,
So basically, if
like
you
better at
are
life.
in a high altitude area, your body has to work harder, and as I understand, like produce more red blood cells to be able to get the same amount of oxygen to your body, and so your body just naturally works harder. In fact, um, so I dated this girl. I don't know if you really want to say we dated, but like we used to hook up, and she was a Division 1 athlete, and she was from originally Colorado, and she was like a big time recruit of our university. And then when she got to um, so like there's this race every year that is like the biggest race in the United States for people in high school, and a lot of people get um, recruited from this race, and like I had a friend of mine who actually won the race. He was the fastest American man or boy out of high school. Well, this girl I know did really well in it, and like all her friends did really well in it, and they all got full ride scholarships to Division I schools. Well, when she got to university, she was extremely good at the beginning of her career because her body was still like hadn't yet acclimated to sea level. But then when she was around sea level for a long time, it she didn't do as well. She was still good, but she wasn't like as good. And same with her friends. So there was this theory that we developed that is basically when you have children, if you can, have them train in a high altitude environment, if you can, before the biggest races of the year. And then when they have to race, they will do very well because many of those races are at sea level. And so they'll do really, really well. And they'll get scholarships to go to, big time universities when maybe they wouldn't have gotten them normally. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, though, they might also get altitude sickness, but yeah.
Well, so
That makes sense.
that's a thing. Oh, I know that's what Tiger Woods was doing. He was using altitude chambers.
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna say, like, couldn't you just artificially reduce the amount of oxygen that you're taking in and it'll have to change that?
Yeah, that's right. But I do remember that was somehow involved. These altitude chambers and this Dr. Ferrari, and also okay. So do you know who Barry Bonds is?
Yeah, I
Oh,
do. Steroids.
yeah,
So,
but not the thing that made
yeah.
him really good was not the steroids. It was this arm brace that he had. Google Google Barry Bonds arm brace.
Wasn't he on steroids too? I
Yeah,
mean,
he
I see the
was.
brace, though. I do see the giant brace.
Okay,
Big
so
giant brace. But most hitters have a elbow pad.
not like that.
This
Wait,
one,
not like that. No, this was
no.
different. This was different. He actually had to be grandfathered in for that brace because the MLB changed their rules. And what that brace did, it was specially made for him in San Francisco. And what it would do is it would allow his arm to always lock in a perfect position. And it like, let me look up the terminology on it.
That's crazy that you go, haha, she's such a big guy. Like freaking, like, bionic little freaking arm.
Right, exactly. And there was an argument made, hey, how are you going to let this guy have this giant brace? There were a couple arguments about it. Number one, he could use that brace if he wanted to lean into pitches and get hit by them, and then he would get a walk, and it wouldn't hurt him. And then the other thing was, it acted like a perfect like a perfect pendulum. Hold on a second. Yo, how did Barry Bonds' arm brace allegedly work like a pendulum? Or like there have been theories that that
There's more like
brace wasn't
pneumatic,
normal.
like pistons in it.
Yeah.
They actually make it.
So here's the situation. It was a large hinged protection elbow guard, but the allegations were it was an extension aid pendulum theory. The brace was thought to lock in his front arm, keeping it straight like a lever or pendulum. This could help him create a more consistent swing plane, extending the bat head into the hitting zone longer. And it also allowed him to crowd the plate. With the brace protecting his elbow, Bonds could stand closer to the plate without fear of being hit. This shrank pitcher's options, fewer inside pitches, more pitches over the plate. It was custom built. And so the MLB eventually restricted the size and design of protective equipment because of him, basically. Isn't that interesting? And now he's the home run king.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't against the rules.
Yeah, that is against the rules.
No, at the time it was not allowed. It wasn't against the rules.
Yeah, but it couldn't lock into place. But nobody ever got a chance to look at it.
Oh, okay.
And he was also part of um, a an organization in San Francisco called Balco, which was Bay Area Laboratory Corporation, and they developed these two kinds of drugs that were exposed in a Sports Illustrated expose. One of them was called the cream, and the other was called the clear. And basically, what these things would do, they were like topical ointments that allowed you to get steroids into your body. Drug test. Like basically, the cream allowed you to get the steroids, and the clear make it so that you would not um, be found doing steroids on a drug test, something like that. Anyway, so that's the Barry Bonds one. Now, Babe Ruth, if you know, was the home run king for like ever. Like, you know, very well known to be the home run king. And he had the record before Barry Bonds of 700, or before, well, he had the record before Barry Bonds and Hank Aaron of the home run king, 714. However, back then, when he was playing in like the 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, these guys weren't making any money. The pitchers, that especially, they were making like what coal miners were making, basically. Like they weren't making millions of dollars. But Babe Ruth, because he did endorsements and such, he made more than anybody else. So what he would do is go to the pitcher of the opposing team, which isn't like it is now, where the teams are like not usually together or whatever. These were guys who would go to the bar afterward and just be able to talk to each other. And he would say, "I want you to throw me a pitch over the plate. Here's $100." And so he used to be able to basically bribe the other team to throw him good pitches when he wanted to impress people. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So
No
that's
one else had any money to do that.
not like that. He made like 5 times what anybody else was making. There's another one. So Joe DiMaggio had a 51 game hitting streak, which still stands to this day, and that's another one that they think that bribery may have been involved, where you like it becomes a thing for pitchers to want to be part of history, and so they want to be one of the pitchers who had the game-winning hit off of them, or um, the like Babe Ruth's 714th hit was off of my grandpa kind of deal. They become part of history then. So you may be like, well, wouldn't they want to strike him out? Yeah, they do, but there's also something to it that if they're going to get a bribe, plus they're going to be part of history, that's exciting to them as well. Um, let's talk about basketball. So the Michael Jordan thing. I don't know if you're aware. We may have talked about it before, but do you know Michael Jordan played baseball? Okay, so Michael Jordan was drafted in 1984, I believe 85. He was drafted in 1985. He was the third overall pick. He went to the Chicago Bulls, and the Bulls were really bad. And the Bulls went from like 1985. They started to get better, and then Michael Jordan did what was interesting. Have you seen the movie Air?
No.
Dude, it is one of the best movies I've seen of the last decade. It's like the story of how Michael.
Error at the baseball movie?
No, it's a basketball movie about how Michael Jordan developed the Jordan shoes. Anyway, it's
Error, like E-R-R-O.
no Air like AIR like Jordan Nike Airs,
Oh.
and it's got Matt Damon and Ben Affleck and um, it's got a bunch of people in it. Anyway, and the thing about that movie, yeah, it came out like 2 years ago. It has a great soundtrack, and nobody plays Michael Jordan. You just see him from behind, and it's really interesting that they do that. Anyway, um, so before companies, everybody would go with the same shoe company. It was the Converse All Stars, and everybody kind of had the same shoes, and they would get whatever Converse wanted to pay, including like the biggest star of that time before Michael Jordan was like Dr. J. Um, but like Larry Bird, Michael Magic Johnson, they all just took like the standard uh, agreement for being a spokesperson. But what Michael Jordan did that was different, and he didn't even want to do this. He didn't want to go out to Eugene, Oregon, but his parents made him. Is he took like he would get like 5% on every shoe that was sold, and that was like groundbreaking in the shoe industry. And the reason why Nike did it is they didn't have an athlete. They like couldn't afford an athlete. They were a small company, and so they basically put all of their marketing into this one guy, and his shoes just became really popular to the point where the NBA became like an international sensation because of this one guy. Well, Michael Jordan still hadn't won a championship yet, and they played the Detroit Pistons, and the Detroit Pistons were like a really stacked team. Additionally, the Pistons were really aggressive, and the Pistons beat them 2 years in a row, and the Pistons won back-to-back NBA championships. And Michael Jordan did not like this. And so what Michael Jordan did allegedly was start to take steroids, and you can see it in his body. That's when he went from having hair to his classic bald look. That's where you can just see it in his muscles. He's like a small framed person in the mid 80s, and he goes to being jacked by the early 90s. And the Bulls end up winning like the 89-90 championship, 91-92 championship, and 92-93 championship. And then all of a sudden, Michael Jordan retires to play baseball. And the whole world is like, what the fuck, Michael Jordan? You just won 3 games in a row, 3 NBA titles in a row. What are you going to do? Like, why are you going to play baseball? Now, if you ask Michael Jordan, he will say, my dad always wanted me to play baseball, and it was his dream, and I'd done everything that you could do in basketball, so why not go play baseball? But if you ask
I'm like just hearing about this for the first time right now.
look it up. Look up Michael.
He played for the White Sox?
Yeah, he played for the. So here's the thing: the White Sox owner was Jerry Reinsdorf, who also owned the Bulls. So Reinsdorf, the owner, was going to make money on Michael Jordan either way. meaning either if he plays baseball, we're going to make money from concessions and merchandise, or if he plays basketball, we're going to make it. But the theory is this, and this is pretty well known. Michael Jordan's dad was murdered in 1992. He was driving a Mercedes-Benz sports car, wearing a Rolex. And there are theories that this was a hit, meaning Michael Jordan pissed off the wrong people and they killed his dad. Now, his dad's body was found and the Rolex was still on him and the Mercedes Benz was untouched. Like basically they just killed this guy, but they didn't steal his shit. And no, it was in like uh, maybe North Carolina or something. I'm not sure where he died. We'll look it up. It was Lumberton, North Carolina. Oh, it was a Lexus, not a Mercedes Benz. Um, okay. So he was killed in North Carolina, but his body was found in South Carolina. Okay. But here's the thing. Michael Jordan is a very famous gambler. And the argument is this, that Michael Jordan wasn't paying his gambling debts. And they killed his dad. And then the next year, the NBA barred Michael Jordan from playing in the league. But they couldn't allow it to be a huge scandal because if you bar your biggest player and arguably the biggest player to ever play in the NBA for gambling on games, that's going to ruin the league. People aren't going to trust it anymore. So they said that he retired in a backroom deal, though. It was really he was banned for 18 months. And so Michael Jordan went from being the biggest basketball star in the world to playing baseball for a season.
Why the fuck would he gamble on basketball games if they're the highest paid person in the league?
If you've ever seen Michael Jordan with people, like if you've ever seen the documentary that they did on Netflix called Last Dance, Michael Jordan bets on everything. He gets bored and he has so much money, he likes to intimidate people. So he has owed people on the golf course tens of millions of dollars. And it's very well known that when he goes to casinos, he doesn't pay his bets. He says, I'm Michael Jordan. Like, you pay me to be there. And if I lose, I don't have to pay it. So these casinos all around the United States have banned him from playing there. And um,
he's worth $3 billion somehow.
yeah, but he doesn't pay his gambling debts. But look at his gambling debts in comparison. This is an interesting fact. And that's not liquid. That's just because he owns the Jordan brand along with Nike. But
I don't know if I can get an accurate answer from internet. It's saying like 1.25 million of golf bets.
No. There was one guy who said he owed him. One individual said he owed him $40 million. Like one professional golfer. And the thing is with Michael Jordan, there are many stories of this. They'll play poker. They played poker one time for 36 hours straight. Hold on. Let me. What the fuck? My browser isn't working. Just one moment. I'll look it up. And this is documented in like a Netflix documentary. It's like, what are some alleged Michael Jordan gambling stories? Like, didn't he play poker for 36 hours and didn't he owe somebody like $40 million from golf? And isn't he banned from a bunch of casinos? Yeah, over the years, a lot of gambling rumors have swirled around. Okay, marathon poker sessions. Jordan was known for playing high stakes poker games that could go on for 24 to 36 hours straight during the 1990s. Those stories came from teammates, writers, insiders who said he had incredible stamina for cards and betting. Often these games weren't just about money, but they were about competition and pride. The 1.25 million, $40 million golf gambling story. A 1992 San Diego in 1992. So this is right around that time when he went to from golf to from basketball to baseball. A San Diego businessman named Richard Esquinas wrote a book called "Michael and Me: Our Gambling Addiction, My Cry for Help." Like this guy wrote a book about gambling with Michael Jordan. That's how big a problem he had. In it, Esquinas claimed that Jordan lost 1.25 million to him in golf bets, but that after negotiation, Jordan only paid back 300,000. Esquinas also alleged at one point Jordan had gambled away over $40 million on golf alone. $40 million back then. That's a huge amount. So this isn't. That's true. Here's another one. Atlantic City during the 1993 playoffs. During the 1993 Eastern Conference playoffs versus the Knicks, Jordan admitted he went to Atlantic City to gamble the night before Game 2. Reports claimed he was there until 2 or 3 a.m., though Jordan said he returned earlier. This caused a media firestorm because the Bulls lost Game 2, and critics questioned his focus. The James Slim Bueller check. In 1993, investigators found a $57,000 personal check from Jordan to James Slim Bueller, a golf hustler facing money laundering charges. Jordan testified that it was to cover gambling losses on the golf course. The revelation fueled rumors about how deep Jordan's gambling went and whether it was tied to shady figures. Rumors of a secret suspension. Because Jordan abruptly retired in October 1993, right after his father's murder, theories spread that the NBA secretly suspended him for gambling, rather than him leaving voluntarily to play baseball. David Stern and Jordan denied this, but that, but there's the evidence I just said supports it. Casino bans. There have been long rumors that Jordan was banned from certain casinos, mostly in Las Vegas and Atlantic City, because of its heavy action. So, I mean, that's a lot of evidence, is it not?
Yeah, no, I did not know that.
Dude, it shocked the world when he played baseball.
How bad is he at baseball?
He was actually pretty good, but not good enough for the major leagues.
He's paying for home runs.
No, he wasn't doing that, but he
Probably was.
he played, I believe, Double A baseball, which is pretty good, but he never played in an MLB game. Meaning, I think he played. I think he
played for the White Sox.
well, he was in the White Sox farm league, farm team. I think he might have played um, one MLB game, but he did not do really well. And there's like all this speculation. Um, there's an ESPN 30 for 30 on it. It's called Jordan Rides the Bus, and it's really funny. So he spent a year in Birmingham, Alabama, and Michael Jordan was a phenomenon at that time. And so he gets to town, and it's like this small Alabama town, and he drives up in a Porsche or whatever from the airport, and he meets they do this interview with this like small town real estate agent, and she's like, "Yep, I sold Michael Jordan his house," and he's like, he just gets there and he's like, "Yeah, I'll take that one." Basically, she's like, "It was he knew what he wanted," and like She's really respectful about it, but basically, imagine like you're living in this small town and then like the biggest superstar in the world comes and you to sell him a house basically. And so he spent a year in like Birmingham, Alabama, and he and so he like when he would play on this baseball team, he could easily have like a private jet take him wherever he needed, but he would ride the bus with the rest of the team, and he did not do very well. Let me see if he played in the major leagues. Did Michael Jordan actually ever play in a real major league game? If he did, it was just one game. But no, he never did. Here's what he did do: the minor leagues. He played for the Birmingham Barons, a Double-A Southern League. He played a full season there. His stats are a 202 batting average, 3 home runs, 51 RBIs, 30 stolen bases. 202 batting average is bad. Not great numbers, but not embarrassing considering he hadn't played organized baseball since high school. He played for the Scottsdale Scorpions in the spring training. He appeared in the Cactus League exhibition games with the White Sox. These were against actual MLB teams, but they don't count as actual MLB games. Isn't that an interesting one, Riser?
I did not know that.
Yeah. So
Ride the bus. Riding the bus. Name for it.
yeah, it's called Jordan Rides the Bus. It's one of my favorite what do you call it? ESPN 30 for 30. Do you ever watch 30 for 30s?
No.
They're amazing. They're like these
Sports documentaries?
yeah, sports documentaries that ESPN puts out, and they're really interesting. Um, yeah, so if you ever have a chance, watch Jordan Rides the Bus. And then I would also watch, it's called The Bulls Last Dance. It's like an 8-part series, something like that, 7-part, and it's done by Netflix. And you see Michael Jordan and how obsessed he is with fucking winning. And okay, so he's not like a good guy. I mean, like there are a lot of he has this like squeaky clean image, but there are a lot of really bad stories about him. Charles Barkley will tell you a lot of them. Do you know who Charles Barkley is?
Yeah,
And so like Charles Barkley, I think, has said that Michael Jordan owes him a lot in gambling. And here's what happens: is it's like um, you let's say we're gambling against each other. I end up owing you $20 million. Well, I'm Michael Jordan. Could I pay that? Yeah. But why don't I just sign a bunch of stuff for you, and I'll give you a check for 300,000, and we call it even. It's like gambling debt. It didn't. It came out of nowhere. It's not like I had to buy something from you or whatever. So eventually, you just say, yeah, whatever. Because if not, you're gonna piss off somebody who's really powerful, and you don't want to do that either, especially in the basketball world. And so here's another thing people don't know: the NBA is basically run by Nike. And if you're like, well, what do you mean by that? So Nike eventually became this powerhouse in selling shoes and recruiting young basketball players and signing them out of like high school and college. And the NBA is basically fueled by advertising. and one of their biggest advertisers is Nike. And so whatever Nike wants to happen, the NBA will go with that. So what do I mean by this? Um, so there used to be this rule in the NBA that your shoes had to be at least 50% white. Why? Because that's just what old school basketball shoes look like. And that was the rule. Why was it the rule? Because white shoes don't look dirty, they look nice. But when Michael Jordan joined the league, he recognized that this was the rule, but he wanted to look different, and his shoe looked different. And so, allegedly, he just said, "Fine me. For every game that I play, Nike is going to pay the fine so that I can wear different colored shoes." And then eventually that rule went away the next year by the NBA. Now, before we go taking that as the law, let me look this up to make sure that's right. It was something like that. And if you notice with any of these stories that I say, I get them like 85% right. Like here or there, this is like esoteric sports knowledge that you're not going to learn, but many other places. Here we go. What was that rule that the NBA had that like your shoe color had to be white or 50%? And then Michael Jordan came into the league and Nike said that they would pay the fine. And eventually the next year that rule went away. It was something like this. And I know this is a lot of hearsay, but it makes a lot of sense. Okay, so come on, ChatGPT. ChatGPT 5 sucks so much dick. All right, come on.
Yeah, apparently they made it do some things so that it basically like doesn't use as much computational resource on the back end.
It sucks. Okay, here.
You got such good answers.
It does.
But you can use the legacy model.
I know. Okay, so here. You're remembering the origin. You're remembering the origin of the banned Air Jordan story, one of the most famous sneaker legends ever. The NBA shoe color rule. In the 1980s, the NBA had a dress code for shoes. Players' sneakers had to be mostly white, about 51% white, and in harmony with the rest of the team's uniform. This was meant to keep a uniform, conservative look of the court. Michael Jordan and the Air Jordan 1. In 1984, when Jordan entered the league, okay, so he was drafted in 84. Patrick Ewing was 85. Okay, so he was the third pick in the 84 draft. In 1984, when Jordan entered the league, Nike gave him a bold black and red shoe, the Air 1 Red. These didn't meet the 51% white requirement. The NBA told him not to wear them, but Nike saw an opportunity. The fines of Nike's marketing genius. Legend has it, every time Jordan wore the banned shoes, the NBA fined him $5,000 per game. Nike allegedly paid the fines for him, and then used the banned story in advertising, making the sneakers instantly rebellious and cool. Reality check evidence suggests Jordan mostly wore the Nike Air Ship, a different shoe, when the NBA issued warnings, but the Air Jordan 1 got the myth attached to it. What happened after? By 1985-1986, the rules softened, and by the 1980s, the NBA dropped the strict 51% white guideline entirely. You're welcome. How are you? Can you hear me? What's going on, Juice?
Yo, can you remember when you used to whose stream used to fuck up? Yo, can you get Citrus's stream again?
Can I get Citrus to stream again? What do you mean?
You know the streamer Citrus?
Yeah, I know him.
You talked to him?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked on Discord.
Yo, you want me to give you his address?
No, I mean, he can keep that information private. Why do I need his information?
Aren't you like a Jewish like warlord on Discord?
Yeah.
Like, when was the last time you showered?
Dude, what are with these questions?
No, because the way I think of you as like this guy that's like always on Discord or just like always on live, and like you don't have a job, right?
Dog, I don't need one.
Okay. You're a professional streamer?
100% big dog.
What are you, like a Z-list celebrity or something? Like where did you find the time to become this? Did you just like one day decide to become a streamer and then like
Dog. Are
you just living?
Dog.
What are you living off of, like donations or what type of money source are you living with?
Read the Ask Rabbi Anything section of this. It says about Rabbi Rothschild. Just read that. It answers all your questions.
And I am not reading no Jewish scriptures of yours.
Okay, that's fine.
That's
fine. I'm in the middle of a discussion with somebody, and you came in here and interrupted it.
What are you discussing?
We're discussing the Michael Jordan 1 shoe.
What type of discussion is that about? Y'all should be talking about how Jewish people, right? Their nose is that keeps all the power. Like their nose is the power to what they do in life.
Okay,
do you believe in that or not?
It's worse than Zeus comedy.
I know.
That's saying a lot.
Word, dog. He's been muted. Nobody needs that.
If he wasn't so like really like being against the Jewish religion or religion.
Yeah, I mean, who does that? Okay, just a moment. I want to continue reading that because it's really interesting. But do you see how even in the 1980s, like the NBA started making concessions to Nike to change its rules?
Yeah, I mean when you're the sensation of the league, you can do a lot.
Exactly. Okay, so then there's all kinds of like videos of this where Michael Jordan would get every foul call, like even fouls that were not even close to being fouls, he would get them so that everybody was afraid to play defense on him because he was like untouchable and you weren't allowed to play defense against him. I mean, guys did, but then they would get into foul trouble really quickly. And then they, if you get too many fouls, you get kicked out of the game. So there's this video I've seen that you'll never see on an NBA highlight film, but it's called the Michael Jordan whistle, and it's like, let me see if I can find this. I saw it on TikTok, and like TikTok is good for that kind of stuff, where it just needs to be uploaded for people to see, but like it's not going to be online forever. Okay, Mike, because like like yeah, I think actually that's where I saw it, but I think it went. Here it is. Yeah, Reddit is good for that. It's just basically the NBA is really, really sensitive about their about people finding this kind of stuff out. So is the NFL. So you're not allowed to post anything of the NBA without the express written consent. I'm sure you've heard that before, right? Like you're not allowed to.
Publishing their own like games.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that. All right, go to that video that I just sent, and I'll watch your video. Oh yeah, I've seen this. And the guys are like, "What the fuck was that?"
There's like a prank that people do, where they'll buy, they'll like basically like create like a fake toy where it's like a stuffed animal plushie or whatever that has like a push button for like a sound, and then they'll like inject like their weird like noise into like the sound of like stuffed animal, and then go into like the store. They're like, "Hey, I bought this here, and it's making this weird noise," and it's like really like creepy liminal like audio, and then like the employees are just like confused.
I've not seen that. Go to what I just sent you. 4 minutes of Michael Jordan whistles. And tell me when you hit start, and I'll hit start at the same time.
Alright, I'll pause it at 0. Loading. Still loading. Still loading. Somehow it's still loading. Alright, is that the beginning?
Okay, so
Ready?
so it's gonna be 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. 3, 2, go. Now when Michael Jordan already shoved that out, the day ahead. From one game to what the fuck?
Right. That's an excellent point.
But that one is actually cool. Are you allowed to touch someone?
Yeah, you're allowed to touch someone.
At what point is it a foul?
Dog, that's what makes the NBA such a bullshit league, because it's not really clear.
You're going to define it.
Right.
You can't do it.
Right. That's why I can't stand the NBA. And I think it's a shit league. Because it should be you're not allowed to touch the other guy, and if you at any point touch the other guy, that's a foul. But they don't make it that way.
I don't think that would be a great way to do it. I think it's like you have to like show like excessive force or whatever. Because it's like one guy's charging into you and you're standing your ground. But the guy's charging you.
Right. He shouldn't be able to charge you.
Don't think you're
He
both
shouldn't.
at
He
fault.
shouldn't be able to charge you. He should just have to shoot a jump shot. Like that's how basketball's supposed to be. Like when
Still like that?
when you make basketball into football, that's when people start to get upset.
I thought football was pretty like clear on what the concept.
No, the football is really vague as well.
Oh.
There's holding on every play. It's just what the referees want to call. Is,
Like I gotta refresh. I don't know why your video is.
what does it do? What does my video do?
It'll just turn like it'll either pause or freeze or like it'll just say loading.
But then when you restart it, it works.
Yeah, every time I refresh it, it's fine.
Okay, so the other
I
thing,
think it's only on my end for some reason because your recordings are obviously fine.
so the other things I've seen when it comes to Michael Jordan, there are like 3 more stories. Okay, so remember I said he did steroids? That's when he went bald, and the reason why he started shaving his head is because steroids cause like male pattern baldness, or they increase it, and he did not want people to be able to notice that. That's why LeBron James, for the first part of his career, would always wear like a sweatband until eventually he just got a hair transplant. Because these guys do.
So why didn't Michael Jordan go to Turkey and get a haircut?
Yeah, great question. I mean, it was just like the technology. Well, I shouldn't say that. In Turkey, wasn't available. Um, and he's like a big time athlete, and he just went bald, and he just started shaving his head. All right, so then there were these stories where he was sick of losing to the Detroit Pistons, and they just took this bag of steroids. They got him from somebody, and they put him in the middle of the locker room, and they were just like, "We're not losing to these guys anymore." And they just started fucking injecting themselves, and there's that story of where back then there was not. And there, yeah, that only started in like the early 2000s, and the players associations were like very against it. So, but
One kind of cheap thing that I did hear of was like the Shark Tank pitch, and some doctors say it's like bullshit, it's like product or whatever. And to my knowledge, the product is pretty much kind of bullshit, but apparently in sports has applications. At least I don't know. I don't think it's bullshit, but it kind of is bullshit. And it's basically like literally just oxygen in a can, and you inhale this like compressed oxygen, that oxygen. I think the bullshit part is saying that like 3 puffs of oxygen is gonna like do some like amazing transformation. I think to feel the effects of oxygen more, you're gonna have to be on it for like a longer period of time. But oxygen, like inhaling pure oxygen, is not illegal in sports currently, so there's potentially a competitive edge for players on the sidelines. Like after you come off a shift for hockey or whatever, you start just puffing oxygen, and then your body is going to recover a lot faster than if you're just breathing dots or jets.
I get that. Okay, so Jordan also was very competitive, as I said, but he didn't want anybody to be considered like even close to him. Like he wanted to be considered the greatest ever. And ESPN at the end of the 20th century did this thing, this sports montage of like the best athletes, and Jordan like demanded to be number one on that. Like they had Babe Ruth number three, Muhammad Ali number two, Michael Jordan number one, and he did this thing where so he played for the Bulls up until like 97, 98, and then he retired, and then he came back and played for the Washington Wizards for a few years. And the Washington Wizards, he also, well, he eventually bought a team, part of a team, but when he played for the Washington Wizards, they were going to get the number one pick overall. This guy named Kwame Brown, who was, for all intents and purposes, a really nice guy. And when he got to the team, Michael Jordan just abused him for the whole year and just got in his face like, who the fuck do you think you are? Number one pick. Go fuck yourself. You're never going to be anything. And like got into this guy's head, and he never did well in the NBA. And he had all of the skills to potentially be number one. He was eventually traded to the Lakers, but he just never turned out to be anything. Then there's this other story of Michael Jordan, and he would do this against young people. He never wanted to have any like real um, connection with LeBron James. In fact, the year that LeBron James came into the league, Michael Jordan retired the year before that, so that they weren't ever on the court at the same time. And Michael Jordan did this one commercial for Gatorade where he was going to play himself in basketball using a computer generated image. And they had to get a model to like be the computer image so that they could base something on. And so they took a really good basketball player, some guy who played like Division One somewhere, and had Michael Jordan play against him. And Michael Jordan just abused this guy verbally and physically for like an entire day, to the point where this kid was like, this guy was my fucking hero, and he turned out to be just the worst fucking human being I'd ever met. Where he was just like he would just be really mean to me, and at no point was he a nice person. And it was almost like Michael Jordan was fighting an internal battle. And um, so, I mean, when they say like, "Oh, Michael Jordan is the greatest," and all this other shit, that's cool, but it's not all that true. I would say. What are your thoughts?
I don't know. I mean, the last line about like kind of using the dude, just like seems like super competitive and unable to control that side of him, I guess.
I'm in agreement with you.
I mean, arguably he's a victim of his own mind, and who knows how that competitiveness was instilled with him, like early on in his life. Was Jordan doing the altitude shit and blood, Lance Armstrong, not testicle enhancements, or was he just really good?
Steroids.
No, he was good before the steroids. So.
He wasn't super good though.
Oh, he only aimed to be like the best of the best when he was doping.
Right. His head got bigger, literally. His arms got bigger. He was able to jump higher. I mean, he wasn't like, I mean, he won Rookie of the Year, but when he came in the league, he wasn't like LeBron James, like where he was instantly the best player in the league.
Was Kobe Bryant killed on purpose? Or any conspiracies around him?
Apparently, I mean, I don't know about those. I just know that there are theories that he was getting into starting a pharmaceutical company, and this was a sign that to like all of Hollywood and really just everybody that not to speak out against pharmaceutical companies, especially right. I mean, he died like a month before the pandemic, and that's why everybody just towed the line.
What do you mean by like how the line?
Nobody spoke out about um, bodily autonomy.
Oh, okay. Um, what was the pharmaceutical company I was trying to say?
I'm not exactly sure. Let me look it up.
Do you believe that John McAfee was assassinated because of his pharmaceutical stuff?
See it, McAfee? Yeah, I mean, he had that fucking tattoo that even just said whack.
Yeah, I'm astonished that his crypto coin didn't go to like $1 billion.
Him as well.
Literally the most bullish scenario for the coin where it's like, I didn't get killed, I would never kill myself. I literally have a coin that's designed for me, a well-known celebrity. If I die, not a death.
And then he died. It was very suspicious. Okay, Kobe Bryant had a legal dispute with High-Tech Pharmaceuticals, a dietary supplement company, over the trademark of the name Black Mamba. The company had filed the trademark Black Mamba Hyper Rush for a line of ephedra-based diet pills, which Bryant's team opposed, arguing it would cause consumer confusion as the nickname was strongly associated with him. Welcome, how are you? What up?
How are you?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. How are you, Ludi?
Yeah, I'm fine. Good.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
What?
How did you find out about me?
Because you're. I found you on Pornhub.
Dude, I'm not on Pornhub.
No, I think I saw you on Pornhub. It was in the biggest dick category.
Yeah.
There you go.
And you spelled downward.
No, Ludi, how'd you find out about me?
Do the rules.
Okay, cool. How are you?
Wait. What's up? Huh?
35 streaming on Pornhub 24/7. I bet you can't legally go viral.
Hello? Oh, stop. So, bibliotek. Ja, ibland.
Um, so I don't know exactly about the Toby thing, but um, I do think it was a message to people, perhaps, not to fuck with him. He lived like 5 minute drive away from me, and he would take his helicopter everywhere like a flying car.
Wow.
Weird dog.
Only 5 minutes away from me.
Yeah, he lived in an area called Newport Coast, which borders Irvine.
Can you see the Kobe copter?
Uh, so it's interesting because of like FAA regulations. There's like it's called John Wayne Airport. You can't fly a helicopter in that area, so they fly them along the ocean. So basically, he wouldn't have to take the route to go over my house. Um, but if he wanted to take the direct route, he could. But did I ever see it? No, because that's not the route that helicopters take. They take a different route. I could see airplanes. Well, I don't know. They're like trees in the way and stuff, but uh, like yeah, I can't see planes landing, or I can't hear them either. But I'm sure if I went to like a tall building, I could. But yeah, now he didn't die like 5 minutes away. He died on the other side of town. He died in um, like near Calabasas, basically, which is
It was like foggy or something, and then they're like, let's go through the mountains with our family.
yeah. It was a especially foggy day that day, but I don't know. I don't.
Doesn't like radar equipment like they'll detect? They don't have lidar or anything on these.
Yeah, I mean
Like,
they've got elevation detectors, so I don't know how much I believe all of this. And I've never seen a body, even though they use this like red herring thing that they said some police officers took pictures of the body. There's no pictures of the wreckage, no pictures of the body.
no pictures of the wreckage.
I mean, I've never seen it, and I watch all the LA news. Maybe there is, but pictures of Kobe helicopter.
Some and I'm not sure real.
Okay.
Like Darcy seems kind of real. You know?
Um,
Yeah, I think they're probably real.
A number of photographs containing documenting the site of the helicopter crash, his daughter, have been released. These images include aerial views of the wreckage, the final descent and impact site. It looks small. Like I would expect it to be bigger than that.
There's no helicopter metal there. There's literally zero helicopter metal there.
Like
there's some metal, but it does not look anywhere near enough
exactly.
to be a helicopter.
Like
I mean, would all that metal just melt in the fire? Nothing.
it's just a small amount. Like I would expect it to be bigger than that, frankly. And like there would be propellers and stuff, like a tail.
This one too. Yeah, I don't know. It does look like there's some tail.
Dude, it looks like now that I see the crash site, it looks like the stuff is spread out, which usually tells you that it gets shot down.
That would be. I mean, I'm not sure which photos you're looking at. I see it's like it's basically on a path and it's roughly all together. I don't see this photo.
I'm looking at them from the LA Times, and there's like a bunch of. It isn't all together. Like, okay, type in LA Times helicopter crash site in Calabasas.
How do you know it's Kobe's?
Because if you click it, it says federal investigators look for answers in Kobe Bryant helicopter crash.
I don't know. Potentially shot down out of the sky because people are probably trying to sue the pilot, right?
Well, I'm not saying that. It just, if you put a bomb on it, a bomb could cause that. I'm just saying, like, if it just crashed into the hillside, I expect all the shit to be right in the same pile. I don't expect it to be spread out at all. But again, I don't know. That one, I mean, there are no pictures of the bodies, which I don't understand. Now, here's the thing: if you listen, there was this cop or these sheriffs that said they had pictures of the bodies, and they had them on their cell phones. And a bartender in like Ventura County overheard this and reported them, and allegedly like they had to get them off their phones or whatever. But I don't know. I don't understand when somebody dies, they don't take a picture of them and publish it. I know that can be seen as like gory or whatever, but then you know what happened.
I think it should be up to the family's discretion whether they want to.
Dude, fuck that shit. Why? Why should it be up to? Why should it? Yeah, why should it be up to their discretion? It's a part of human events. We shouldn't get so wrapped up in it.
Might be traumatizing to the victim.
Okay, then they don't have to look at them. No one's.
Yeah, but I don't know. They might not wish that everyone is looking at their door photo.
Look, I'm saying that it's very easy to then do cover-ups on people, because then you can always say, oh, for the good of the victims we can't do an autopsy, or for the good of the victims we can't publish pictures when those pictures or those autopsies would be the thing that might be able to show foul play.
I agree. I mean, yeah, you just like you don't want people. Can you agree that you don't want people like terrorizing the family by like because there's the internet. Someone will take the photo and just start like photo printing like thousands of copies and just like placing it all around their neighborhood.
Okay, okay, that's fine, and there are other laws for that, but I still think that should somewhat be illegal. Should somewhat be legal. Um, what's stopping me from just taking?
It should be legal to
Yeah,
like post
in public
photos
areas,
around
in
neighborhoods.
public areas, in public areas, absolutely. Why shouldn't it be? That's a that's free speech.
Because the general consensus
No, quit with the
is
general
that
consensus bullshit. Because here's the thing: when you start to restrict freedom of speech, freedom of the press, then you start to constrict people's ability to express themselves, and I'm not a fan of that. But that's another discussion.
yeah, I mean, for instance, like if it was illegal to publish media of like a monk that like lit himself on fire, so that would be bad.
Exactly. Okay, so that's a perfect example. Why shouldn't I be able to take pictures of that guy, that monk, and put him in a public park if it's not littering or anything like that? That's like a really disturbing picture. But the man was a pacifist. He was making a statement against the Vietnam War. What's wrong with that? That person should be seen as a hero, and we shouldn't be hiding the fact that this man made an amazing sacrifice for for all of us.
Yeah, but I mean, public spaces are spaces that also that means like families should be allowed to like walk in them without feeling uncomfortable.
Wait, quit with that
And
bullshit,
so
man.
like
Quit with that bullshit.
no,
That's
it's not bullshit. Do you think that like okay, you'll probably say yes, but you think that like movie ratings are just bullshit too, and that you should just take your like 5-year-old to an R-rated movie and let them
you can take
be
your
bored.
you can take your 5-year-old to an R-rated movie. R just means that you need parental consent. You can do that. Yes, I do think you can. You can and should be able to do that. You can. That's legal.
Okay, but
The only one that it's
why
illegal for
why do
which
you
it
think it's good to post? Like I understand your argument that information should be suppressed, or sorry, should not be suppressed, but that doesn't mean that you need to shove gory images into the eyeballs of young minds.
I'm not saying that you need to either. I'm saying that you should be able to if you want to. That's all. I don't want to restrict people from being able to do that. If somebody feels that that bunk is so important as an anti-war statement that they want to show that to people in a park on a picket sign, they should be able to do that. And I don't care about your weak ass little snowflake children and what they should be seeing and what they shouldn't be seeing. If you don't want them seeing that, then don't take them to a public place where it could be seen.
I mean, I understand
Because when
the
people start,
argument.
you have to understand, when you start to restrict that, then you start to restrict people saying, just with the sign, no more war. Well, then what if a little kid sees the word war and they're going to ask about the word war? And then a mom or dad is going to say, well, I don't want my kid being exposed to the word war. And then you can't pick it anymore. That's exactly how it happens.
Do you think that young children should be limited to accessing certain information?
This is a question I ask myself all the time, and in an ideal world, no.
What do you mean in an ideal world?
Meaning, like a child we shouldn't make sex a taboo subject. It's love between two people or five people or whatever. We should be able to have real talks with children. We shouldn't, like, in a village in Africa or in the Amazon, people are naked, both men and women. And it's not like taboo. Nobody cares. It's like that's just how you live your life. In an ideal situation, that's how it should be. It shouldn't be like just like the nipples on a woman are not allowed, but the nipples on a man are allowed. But then a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man. It gets confusing, and frankly, they're just subjective opinions. And in reality, it's just skin. We shouldn't taboo skin. It's just skin.
I I agree. I agree with that. But it goes beyond just nudity. It goes into torture and gore and
I,
deeply like disturbing psychological
wait, and I understand that.
subject
I
matter.
understand that. And if a parent wants to prevent their child from seeing that, they should be allowed to do that. They should be able to raise the children the way that they want to raise them. But that, in my opinion, you, at least from a standpoint of, if there is going to be a division, then um, well, basically, like from a gore perspective and torture, I think that children should see that so that they know what to avoid in the future, so that they learn this is what water torture is. This is what self-immolation is. And it's a terrible thing. And this is what people did as punishments in the past. And let's not do them in the future. When we hide these things, then we don't talk about them. And then it becomes still done in the world, but people live in their own bliss. And I don't like that. If we talk about these things and bring them out in public, we'll do our best to try to stop them. Look, I can tell you, my history books as a kid, in my history books as a kid, they had pictures of that self-immolation monk. And was it shocking to see? Yeah. But then we learned about it, and it's been something that's been stuck in my mind ever since. Or that picture of that North Vietnamese guy shooting that South Vietnamese guy in the head, like, that sticks in my mind. Those are parts
Or
of.
here's a strange exception to the rule is that clothes, like you mentioned, are like mandatory in public, but statues, for whatever reason, if it's made out of marble and carved 1,000 years ago, that's totally cool to be naked.
Absolutely.
Butt naked, dick swanging in the air.
Why
That's
doesn't
totally fine.
why doesn't Donald Duck wear pants?
I mean, he doesn't have genitals showing explicitly, nuts aren't illustrated, but the statue's nuts are definitely in full 3D. And
That
even horse genitals of like on statues are probably displayed. They don't just make every horse a female, and even then there'll still be genitals. So I mean, animals are allowed to be naked and wear extensions. Or we're just auto animals.
exactly. No, most horses that I've seen don't have penises, but maybe they do. I just don't look at the underside. But
I've
100%.
seen definitely a lot of horse statues do have nuts. I know that.
Okay, maybe they do. I don't generally look at them. Um. Okay, so in terms of,
One sec, I gotta refresh. Let me refresh.
and I think the whole wearing clothes and stuff, I mean, it goes back to the Bible, but in my opinion, it's control. It's a lot. It has a lot to do with controlling people. When you can control what people wear, you control how they express themselves, and also it allows you to sexualize people, and it allows you to weaponize it as well. And I don't like that. I don't like when sexuality is weaponized against people. Can you hear?
Oh,
There you go. I don't like when sexuality is weaponized against people.
I think. Are you saying that like because you can't be naked and you're forced to wear clothes that makes you sexualized because you're now that's like a restriction and where there's like the resistance it's like making you feel like there's like a gap there.
It just doesn't make any sense to me. You can have a brand new baby on Facebook and show their genitals. You can show them in a bathtub, show their genitals, but then when they get to be like 2 or 3 or 4, then you can't do that anymore. But nobody really knows the age. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I mean,
It doesn't. It does not make any sense.
because the group of bad apples, oh, like a specific branch of pedophilia that's like that age category, but like
Dog,
they make it so that
dog. They've got their own problems, and that's that's like a mental disease that they have or whatever. I'm saying it doesn't make any sense. There's no firm line drawn, and I don't think we should sexualize it. Frankly, these people in who have been in National Geographic for 100 years, and every kid in the Western world has seen probably their first set of tits, aside from their mothers. In those, that's never been a problem because they're not sexualized.
Hello?
Yo, what up, pimp?
What up, dog?
How you living, baby?
How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in the hood?
What's good in the hot, my G?
I just asked you that
Bro,
question.
I got a question. Okay, I will fuck my grandpa. What can I do?
Dog, I don't want to answer those questions. No, that's not.
Bro, you wearing the same T-shirt like 1 week ago. Are you thinking?
Dog, I wear this because I am sponsored to wear it.
Okay. Why you not? Why you not sleep? Why
Hey,
are you not sleeping?
I'm gonna go to sleep soon. Hey, we were in the middle of a conversation, so feel free to listen. Um, yeah. So Riser, go. Let's go back to the sports thing. Um. Oh well, just go back to the picture. So
I keep the yeah.
okay. So
And
you.
that's a lot of interruptions as far as like, but it's like the most low quality internet people.
Oh yeah, Doug.
Like literally trying to
I'm a.
rude,
I'm.
and you're like,
I'm a lightning bolt for assholes, or I'm a lightning rod for assholes. I'm an asshole lightning rod.
why are they all such like? Why are they all so like brain dead?
Okay, well most people just ban them, but I don't. I entertain them, and a lot of times because I want more and more people in the server so long as they're 18, and sometimes like those guys, their friend is much nicer than they are, but I don't want to ban them because I like their friend. Um, a lot of times like people come in here drunk. People just come in here and yell the N word. I get a lot of people who have special needs and behavioral issues. I think Discord and the internet in general are just full of these people. I get people who are generally seen as like abnormal. And again, why? I think the internet breeds these people. Normal people have children and wives, and they don't have time to be on Discord. These are like the fringe people of the internet. And um, then again, I leave my camera on in a bunch of Discords and invite people to come in here from any background. Literally, the only thing that you have to be, or that I ask you to be, is 18 years old. So anybody else in here, I'll let in here. And so long as you don't outwardly cuss at me or use, uh, I'll even let people use racist remarks until I tell them that it's not appreciated and that I don't want them to use those. But I mean, if I don't just immediately ban them, usually. Um,
I mean, I don't think it's like unreasonable to just have a rule set of like basic common
Doug,
decency.
Doug, 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 Doug. I say you have to be 18 to come in here, and people still don't read that.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, literally, like, most Discord servers, before you join, have, like, a list of 10 rules of, like, don't be a dick to anyone in the community, don't bully, don't harass, don't do anything not safe for work, and, like, the list goes on.
Right, but
however you want to filter it or funnel it, you've funneled it into, like, let's see, 18.
no,
I mean,
no, I funneled it into one. It's do as thou wilt, just don't fuck up. That's the rule. It says it at the top. I do have a set of rules.
Okay. If someone's, like, being, like, just saying, like, use stuff and, like, all these profanities, you tell them to, like, stop doing that.
No, I use fuck and all these profanities. That's fine.
No, I'm saying, like, if they're, like, bashing the Jewish religion and
Yeah, I mean that's different.
trolling.
That's different. I don't like when people of any make fun of any people specifically, and I don't tolerate it.
If people come in here and basically, like, try and bully you and, like, use all this, like, talk shit about, like, your religion and try and get that to, like, are you up for whatever, right?
All the time. And they're allowed to do that. That's, I don't think their internet privileges should be taken away. It's just, I don't have to listen to that. And I get it dozens of times. It seems like a day sometimes. And there's only so much I can do. If I say in here, like, don't use racial, let's just say I say, don't use racial terms. Okay, well, Jew is a racial term. I use the term Jew 1,000 times a day. Now, it's one thing if I say Jew, like Jews of the world unite, versus some other person coming in here and saying, "Hey, Jew, how you doing?" Or like, "Hey, Jew, why do you have such a big nose?" There's a total different, take on that. It's how you use the word. Or I'll get people who come in here and be like, "Dog, you're so cool. You're my N word," and that's like a compliment. Or I'll get other people who come in here and be like, "You're acting like such an N word," in a negative way. The N word can have a positive connotation. It can have a negative connotation. And the Jew can have a positive connotation or a negative connotation. I get someone like Zoot who sometimes just comes in and, because of Tourette syndrome, says the N word. Should I have to ban him now?
Yeah, I guess it goes both ways.
There's no perfect list. If I sat here and played security guard on people, then I would be incorrectly um, or subjectively determining people's behavior When is it okay for someone to say the N word?
I mean,
What?
but earlier you said I hate the NBA because they don't define how you can guard someone or you can touch them,
That's
what
true.
you can do and you can't do.
That's true.
But in this context, it's like ambiguous, where you don't have to like exclude certain words, but you could literally just, I mean, like I'm just talking for no reason, but you'd be like, oh, anyone just like intentionally like over the top, just coming in here, clearly being a troll, saying like all these extremely rude things, not trying to have a productive discussion, is will be asked like given a warning and then asked for something.
I get that. But then we would have kicked Zoot out a long time ago.
No, Zoo doesn't like he isn't like the guys that just came in like they're just cussing like
Zoot comes in
all
here
that
and
shit.
sometimes says, I hate the N word. And I know he doesn't mean it, and I know he can't control it, but that's because I've gotten to know him better. If he would have said that in the beginning, he would have been kicked out.
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
And how do I know? How do I know if he's
I
doing
guess
it?
we have to no rules because there's the odd person with Tourette syndrome. So yeah, you're right.
I mean, that's kind of what I have to do. I get people who come in here and they want to. It's rare, but I'll get people who like stream really mean things, and they'll just stream like beheadings and things, and like they should understand that that's fucking up, and I get rid of them. I also get people who like will use the N word. There's a girl I know who uses the N word. She has black children, and I ask her nicely not to use it, and she doesn't always listen. But she knows my stance on it. That I don't like to hear that word over and over and over and over. Like I hear it so often that it just becomes like annoying to me. Even though I don't mind it in some contexts, but in other contexts it rubs me the wrong way. So I make sure that people know that there are some people to whom that word is very offensive, and I don't want to um, necessarily um, exile those people either. So I make people aware. I mean, generally the discussion in here doesn't get that um, that raucous. I mean, normally 99% of the time, I'm in here alone, and somebody comes in, and they're really nice, and they hear all about what I have to do, and they don't cuss, and they listen to me for a little while. They ask me all the questions that they want, and then they'll say they'll be back, and either they come back a few days later or they never come back again. It's happened with almost 2,000 people in here, and that's absolutely fine. That's 95% of the interactions that I have. And then there's another 5% where it's a guy who brings in his friends and they speak another language or something like that. It's not always that way, but a lot of times, and they'll say something in their language together to each other, and then one of them will say in broken English some word or whatever, and it's like, look, if you do this again, I'm gonna ban you. And they'll be like, oh, okay, and then they'll be really good, and then they'll come back the next day and they'll be drunk, and just those kind of things happen. I'm not here to play patrol officer on all of these people. If you want to talk with me in this server, in this VC, then I have like my own set of standards, and I have my own self-respect. If you want to go into any of the other VCs that I have in here, I have 500 of them basically, and you want to go in there and just yell the N word out all day long, go for it. I don't fucking care. Nobody's gonna give a shit. It's only when basically you're not fucking up at that part, at that point. When does it become fucking up? Well, I mean it's subjective, but when enough people say to me, "Hey, this is a problem," then then I basically have to either warn somebody or tell somebody something or send them a message or whatever. But again, 95% of all the interactions that I have with people in this Discord are very civil. They're very professional. They're very mature. I get people who ask me all kinds of wonderful questions, and that's why I do it. If I didn't enjoy the interactions that I have with people in Discord, I would not be on Discord and I would not have my own Discord. I generally enjoy it. Um, so you do get some bad apples, and usually they come in at 2:40 in the morning or whatever, and you just deal with it the best you can.
Yeah, I don't know how you sleep with the sound on.
Yeah, so that's one. That's one that I I don't always, and I mean sometimes I do if I either forget to mute it or sometimes I just say, you know what, let them fucking wake me up. Let's see what happens. Especially like I'll go a little while. Like usually I get in a given day like maybe 4 or 5 new people who stay. Like I might get 10 people who join, but maybe 4 or 5 who stay. A lot of people just come in. They don't know what it is. They don't want to talk, or they're not 18 and they leave. Um, but I do get people who stay, and if it's been like a day and I've only gotten let's say 1 or 2 people, sometimes I leave the fucking uh, microphone on and don't mute and just let people wake me up. I uh, though if I have a chance to think about it, usually I will try to mute myself. But I would say of the I don't know I've been doing this like 1,200 days in a row, and of those I've only muted myself when I go to bed like or muted other people like 30 times. It's not a lot, so I do listen to people a lot. Half the time it's Zoot who comes in here and he says, "Hey, Rabbi," and I go, "What's going on, big dog?" And he'll be like, "What are your thoughts on?" And it'll be some kind of mental health thing, and it's whatever. I'm glad that he was able to tell you his Kanye West joke, and he was able
I
to
didn't
tell.
really hear it. What was the joke?
Okay, what was it? Fuck. Yeah. Okay. So I told him this. So the guy who discovered autism was Jewish, the doctor, and Zoot says his joke is something like, "Do you think in the future, when Kanye West finds out that the doctor who discovered autism was Jewish, that he'll try to say that he wasn't autistic, that Kanye West himself wasn't autistic in the first place to avoid that?" And it's like, it's not really funny. And you need to know a lot about autism to know that. Like, it's just like, I don't, I don't,
Niche joke.
yeah, it's not, again, I'm telling you, Riser, you may not agree with me, but if Zoot wanted to be on that television show, he would memorize 50 dad jokes, and he could play the world on that. He could literally go city to city if he just memorized 50 dad jokes. That's it. He would be
Yeah, I mean,
he would be
I don't know if
considered he would get hold on, hold on. He would get business opportunities. He would be considered a clean comic. He would be considered non-controversial and funny most of all.
I think he can accomplish all those things and still create his own material. I don't think he needs to.
He could come up with his own material. He could come up with dad jokes.
I mean, that's one specific topic to hone in on. I don't think Dude wants to limit himself to dad jokes.
No, dad jokes are just
Dad jokes.
when I say dad jokes, I just mean simple clean jokes. I don't mean
Oh, are you saying dad or what? DAD?
yeah, dad jokes are simple, clean jokes. Not jokes about dads. No, not at all. No, it has nothing to do with dads. These are jokes that dads tell.
Okay.
Like
Well,
like
then, yeah,
like
I agree.
what did the buffalo say to their child when they dropped him off at school? What did the buffalo say to the child when they dropped him off at school? Bye, son. Do you get why that's like
Yeah, those are. I don't think knock jokes are a good way
that's
to.
not a knock knock joke. That's a simple joke.
I mean, yeah, but I don't know.
I mean no, they make you think. Here's one. I'm really great friends with 25 letters of the alphabet. I don't know why. Do you get it?
I prefer in
Hold on.
comedy
Answer my question. Do you get it?
I do, but
Okay,
I don't think
explain it
that
to me.
keeps
Explain
comedy
it.
or
Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
playing on words by using the letter Y.
Exactly. You can tell that to a child and they might get it, but nevertheless, you could tell it to them. You can tell that to a 50-year-old and they might get a chuckle out of it. Does it have to be a groundbreaking racial joke? No. Can you tell those? Sure. But you shouldn't be telling those, in my opinion, if you're trying to get off the ground as a comedian and win over audiences right away because you're just going to be divisive. Get some clean jokes in your repertoire so that you could go to a comedy manager or an agent. Hey, here's my 20 minutes. It's clean, it's business friendly. They can book you some places. Then, when you get good and people know you and you're getting paid for your craft, then if you want to go and change the world with racial jokes and mental health jokes, go for it by all means. That's when you can do that kind of stuff. But you're not going to be able to get those gigs if you start with the mental health and the racial jokes.
Yeah, no, I agree. I hear what you're saying. If you're performing in just like nightclubs though, where like literally everyone that comes up is just being like offensive third person, then it can fly. But you're trying to get off the ground, like it's much better to just not be like offensive. And it also arguably takes more skill and thought to construct clean material, and when you use like just tips or sex as your escape ladder, it's
Exactly.
like you out.
Ask any comedian. Some of the first jokes that they have are fart jokes. Everybody does fart jokes and sex jokes because that's what all early comedians do. It takes a long time to get into puns and alliteration and rhyme. That's when you get into moving from comedian to philosopher.
I'm not sure. I think it's just about how you describe things and your remarks and your observations and who you are as a person.
The way that the comedy scene
Like
works.
you, I think I think, I mean, I think dude has enough of a funny bone, or if he could actually just like precisely channel the funny shit that he is able to say and like crazy takes, I think he can be successful. I think he has what it takes, but he needs to actually be able to channel it. Which I think channeling part where he's gonna have some roadblocks.
The 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 way comedy works is you don't get paid right off the bat. You don't get paid for the first few years. You do open mics. And then eventually, if you're fortunate, a headliner will see you and say, hey, do you want to open for me? That's great. Those headliners, don't usually say, "Hey, do you want to open for me?" If the person isn't is controversial. If they're controversial, then they don't want to be associated with them. A lot of times, if you can just make people laugh consistently with a high laughs per minute, jokes per minute ratio, you're going to be successful. And then from there, if you want to get controversial material, by all means, do it. Great. But you need to have a foundation of jokes. If you come out with jokes that are just, you're swinging for the fences or home runs, you're not always going to connect. But if you bunt and you're really good at bunting and hitting singles and doubles, you're going to be a better, more well-rounded hitter, so that when you do want to take a swing at a home run, it's going to kill and you're going to dominate. Like basically, Zoot and other comedians, I've seen it too. They have these controversial jokes that bomb.
I mean, on Kill Tony, you see it. It's like they'll come out, and it's like it's more gambling. It's like these people are gonna really fuck with my like crazy take, or they're just gonna think I'm like literally a fucking done.
Right.
One or the other.
It's true, but that's a different show as well. That's one of the more controversial shows on the internet or in the United States. I'm saying, look, if you want to make money doing comedy, which that's what a professional comedian wants to do, you need to get corporate gigs. That's really important. You need to be able to do parties. That's really important. You need to be able to work in clean rooms. That's really important. You
I
need
would
to.
say that the internet, you can do podcasts and TikTok probably earn, like you don't have like necessarily have to be a stand-up comedian. You can just be like a regular like bit comedian on Instagram, but I guess that's not really what we're talking about.
No, that's true. That's true. There are people who were very funny and never told a joke. All they ever did was tweet funny shit. There are those people who were successful at doing that, and they'd get a following. Now, people would steal their material, but nevertheless, they would get a following. And that was 15 years ago. And you're absolutely right. You can get people who make, I mean, I watch them, and I'm sure you do too. They just do little Instagram reels that are really funny and really cute. And they get followers and they get endorsement deals. I've seen these happen. And they're not stand up comedians per se, but they're able to play different characters or be entertaining, and they make money that way. But for the look, I'm saying if Zoot's goal is to be on television on this comedy show, get some clean jokes that they can put on television. Anybody who says anything to me differently, I think is bonkers and doesn't know how the industry works.
No, I agree absolutely. Like if he's going on TV, just literally come up with clean material. I think he was just dipping his toe in the water, and he wanted to go out and just like rev it to the red line and just see like if his edgy stuff would get a response. And that has given him hopefully a little ego boost and confidence so that he's not afraid to go out and try again.
I get that.
TV show, like for like his little like walk in Tuesday night, like there was 10 people that he's performing for at some bar in Australia. That's cool, but for the TV show, like yeah, it'd be very dumb to not go.
And especially because
And the story that he told about confronting the solar panel, dude. There's nothing like that one's not like a unclean joke.
no, I agree. I absolutely agree. Except the thing that guy says, just fuck off, but he could just say he told me to F off. But that's a good story. That's like a great revenge story. And he could
like you had a really great punchline that we should have said it. You could have Will Smith him, but you held back, but you got your revenge. And it's a lesson to everyone out there to keep your word, especially in business, or else you may end up losing your girlfriend over it and you didn't do anything wrong to her, but it's just how you treated other people. It's absolutely, I mean, it's a great little story anecdote that he has. Now, the thing is, if he wants to be on TV, it would be one thing if he still had 3 tries at being on this show. He's already tried 2 times and failed. He only has one other chance. And it's like, if you only have one other
What did
chance.
he do the first 2 auditions? Did you ask him?
No, I think he similar stuff that he does, but I don't know. It's to me like you are trying to beat up a guy. Do you take the biggest swings that you absolutely can take, but you only take 1 or 2 of them and just hope that they land? Or do you take really small punches, but you know they're all going to land and they're really quick and they're really accurate and you know 100% that they're going to work every time? To me, you do the latter because it's less risk. And when you're in front of producers, they want to laugh, but they're also thinking to themselves, can I ever show this on television? And Down syndrome jokes are low hanging fruit. So anyway, um, all right. I still didn't get a chance to tell you about my robots, but basically, just really quick summarization. I increased the amount of robots that I have, um, and I made them better on Kick, and I focus on Kick. And I was noticing like when people talk to me, a lot of times people would just like yell at me on YouTube in my YouTube comments, and I was getting like 5 to 1. I did this thing where I did half of these robots on Kick, and half of them on Twitch, and I just wanted to see what works better, Twitch or Kick, and I did like A/B testing, and I would get like 5 times the amount of people yelling at me from Kick than I would from Twitch, even though I really tried hard on Twitch, and it's because Twitch has better like robots, better like AI to detect robots, and they'll ban your account easier, and some other things. So um, I increased these on Kick, and the other thing, actually, for like 2 weeks, I did it just on Twitch, and I like only gained like a couple people in the Discord from Twitch, maybe more than a couple, but like maybe over the course of like a week or two, like 10 people or something. But when I did it on Kick, like when I haven't done it on Kick in a while, I'll get like 30 people in a day. Well, in like 2 days or 3 days. Just like a lot more reaction out of people, and I'm starting to become more well known. I've got this girl in my fucking uh, DMs right now. Yeah. Um, she has like 40,000 people on YouTube, or on Discord. Her name is CCat Plays.
Maybe we can answer this question, but
8 inches.
earlier in the story. you gonna say something about some girl or something?
Yeah, she's. I was just saying that, like, I get these random ass people who, uh, I don't know. This girl sent me a message and was like, "Send me your, pardon me, send me your." There's something interesting about this,
Yeah, that's
dude. This is weird. Hold on. Oh, this isn't the person. Wow, this is a good one. Somebody just tried to scam me. Dude, this is a good one. Um, so this person's screen name is CCat Play, period, and the period is a different screen name than the real person CCat Play. So this person tried to scam me. That's a good one. That's a really good one.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So like this person's name is CCat Play, their username with a period at the end. But it's really hard to know that it's not the real person because like when it says like this is
Platform?
what'd you say?
Which platform is it?
Discord.
Uh,
So like even I was like, oh, this is a pretty big streamer. But I thought it was interesting that this person like they have some things linked in their um about me, but it's like if you go to I went to this person's Twitch and she's like, beware of scammers. I have a bunch of people who impersonate me. And I can see why. Because they just take her name and then add a period to it. And then it's really hard to notice that because it's like when it says this is the very beginning of your legendary conversation with CCAP Play, period, it looks like that's just the end of the sentence. But in reality, it's part of their username.
nice.
Yeah,
And it's not like on Twitter where you can just go and instantly see how many followers they have either.
that's
Like
exactly
people
right.
say that it's like a fraud, or like Instagram.
Or there's no little
Super easy.
check mark or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the best platform to impersonate people on, actually.
Well,
Other than possibly YouTube, but you can't message people on YouTube. Really.
right, you used to be able to. Right.
And there's
Well,
still like a huge subscriber wall there.
yeah. You used to be able to message people on YouTube, but they took that away. What you can do on Twitch is connect your account, or on Discord is connect your accounts. And this person does not have their accounts connected. She just has like the link to her Discord, which is something, but it's not like all her shit. Like if you click on my, at least like my account that I usually use, it's like more social media than you've ever seen. Do you know what I mean? And so you know, like, well, they're all mine. But man, they could have gotten me good with this one. Anyway.
What are they trying to do? Like ask for money?
Well, no. The thing that threw me, like, made me realize this person is fake, is they talk about engagement and like no real person gives a shit about another person's engagement. Like you've never I mean maybe, but like we talk about a lot of things, but you don't come to me in the first 5 messages and talk about like what are your strategies to increase engagement? It's like what? Like
It's funny because I was just gonna ask about on the phone tomorrow, but yeah. No, I mean, he just got a suspicion right off the get go. Most scammer messages, like, yeah, even if they have the profile right, message is just so, like, you can tell it's, like, not that good.
Right. The English is usually just slightly off. Uh,
Yeah.
um, you were going to ask about engagement?
I mean, not directly. I mean, I guess kind of. It, it definitely relates to social media, but I've been, well, I've seen, like, a bunch of videos on people that, like, are just selling crap online, basically, or if they have like a product, like this guy. There's a whole podcast for like 2 hours and 45 minutes on it. This guy who has a company called like Neurogum, and he got a shout out from Joe Rogan. That Joe Rogan like chews this Neurogum shit, and the Neurogum has whatever some crap in it that's like some alpha brain whatever, and but the guy is also like before that point where he's getting like free Joe Rogan endorsements was like mastering the TikTok algorithm in order to actually build his brand. I feel like the packaging is like really amazing, but I guess the concept of just introducing uh, brain freaking enhancers into gum was kind of new. So it kind of got traction, but I've just been interested. I feel like it's like a very valuable skill, whether you're converting people on Facebook or TikTok or I don't know some form of social media marketing. Like it can basically like move mountains. I feel like if you can actually master the social media marketing. Um, so to have this uh, clothing brand that I want to launch, that I want to master it or figure out how to actually get the snowball money printer rolling and whatnot, and customer acquisition costs have to be low enough, and all this stuff. But long story short, do you have any ideas on how to successfully market a product on social media?
Fuck yeah, I'm the greatest social media marketer in global history. Before I answer that, how many days do you think you've spent in this Discord talking? Like in this call, in not on what day did you join, but actually talking in this BC. How many days, if you added them all up? Do you think it'd be a day? Do you think it'd be 2 days?
I've never been here for like a year and a half. I've come in sometimes once a week. I feel like once a week would be like my average. Sometimes
Incorrect. No way that's your average, but that's okay.
Hey, do you think my average is more or less?
Dude, you haven't been in here in a month.
Yeah, but before that, I was in here like 4 times a week.
Sometimes. Okay. So do you think you would total like a day?
I think my average has been like once a week, kind of, and then the average length when I do join, it's like
Really long.
impossible to leave. Almost, you just keep talking,
Right.
which I enjoy. But um, like usually the length I would say is like at least 4 hours minimum. Today we're at like 6 hours. I've been in here for 8 hours, probably 10 hours even. We'll say like 7 hours once a week for a year and a half, whatever number that is.
All right.
Yeah.
No one has time to do that kind of math. So you've been in here 228 hours.
56 divided by 2.
No, it'd be 52. It,
56
it's
plus
not.
28.
It's not that.
84.
No.
So potentially 84 weeks and 7 hours would be 580 hours.
You've been in here 228 hours, which is equivalent to 9.5 days. That's really good. You rank,
You can tell that.
yeah,
See that?
yeah. If you want to see it, just
Where?
scroll down under the Rabbi Rothschild section where it says rank ups.
Oh, you can search. Why don't they have a fucking search panel?
So you can just type in rank ups
Alright, I'm there.
and then just look at the most
So
recent.
am I one of the top?
Yeah, you're number 9. But here's the thing. Some of the
I
people.
don't idle in here. I don't fucking idle in here.
Okay, that's fine. Some people, um, they have multiple accounts. Like, Zoot, you're above Zoot, but Zoot has spent more time in here, but he has 2 accounts.
I didn't know it.
Right. But you're
I
number.
mean, I'm still. What the fuck is that matter?
I have no idea who that is. I just look at their picture, and it's like, I don't think I've ever talked to this person. But maybe they were.
Let's say, like, the Miss Aquarius that is just idling in here like 9% of the time. I think Cassie and C, you probably talked to them like actual conversations with them more than me and you. So I think I might be number 3. Maybe not.
It would go. Uh, the top person with whom I've had the most discussion is actually probably Audie, but she has 2 accounts. So she's number 6 and number 11. So if you add hers up, she's at like 600 some hours. Um,
Yeah, but she sleeps in here too.
that's
So
that's true.
hours and
That's true. I think she's actually at 3 accounts. Um, but actually, probably Caspian C. I have talked to a lot. He still has the most amount of hours, though Miss Aquarius is gaining on him. Miss Aquarius is by far the most consistent person. She comes in every night, and we play bowling, and then she sleeps in here. Brandon has been doing the most amount recently. He has a ton of accounts. He has like he's the only person I know who has as many accounts as I do. And but he's been here more recently, and I don't really know that much about him. I know he said he has special needs, which is cool, and he um has he likes to stream, or he likes to stream stuff that I give him. So he'll watch all the football games, which is cool, and we'll talk about them. And he's just a really nice, good-hearted person, and um, keeps me company. Um, so I would say that you are. It would go Caspian C, Miss Aquarius, Audie, Zoot, and then you. That probably is accurate if you could find. So you're probably like in the top 5, which is.
no, I'm above Mr. Aquarius and like just pure discussion length.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Miss Aquarius and I haven't been. Um, we don't have really long conversations. We have consistent conversations, but we've only started to do longer conversations, really like with just in the last month, and um, that's cool. But she's very
In no way Brandon has had longer conversations with him.
no,
Literally, I haven't heard of this guy until today.
no. Today was the first day that I had like a long conversation with him, and we just talked about football. And there was like a really good football game on Sunday night, like a really good comeback happened, and we talked about that. But like I think he found me from Socialize, where a lot of people find me, and that's where Miss Aquarius found me. And they come in here, and then I give them my spiel usually, and then if they like it, some people are like, "Can I just stay in here?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's what I want people to do." and Brandon was kind of one of them. And but he isn't always in here. He like left for like 3 weeks or something and did whatever. I understand that. I did talk to Caspian Sea. He's moving to like the Pacific Northwest. He says, I think to go live with some chick. Um, I'm not exactly sure. He invited me to join the server that he started, which I got into, and you had to be like, it has like 30 people, or no, it has like 60 people in it, but you had to be like, um, I don't know, you just couldn't join it. Like mine's super easy to join. You get the link. If you're 18, you come in. That's it. It's really easy. But his, you had to be like vetted, and then he didn't let me in right away, so I was just kind of stuck there. Finally, he let me in, and he had this little section that he said I could stream in. And I tried to stream in it, I really did, but for some reason, it just said, like, it wouldn't allow me to connect in there or something. Um, Actually, it said messages failed to load. And I'm not exactly sure why it wouldn't let me stream in there. But then I noticed he's like, I let people say whatever they want, and like the moderators are really like they're good people, but they're kind of off the wall or whatever. And I looked, and one of his channels had the N word in it, and so it's like, what? Like this just kind of seems classless. Like it was like a hard R too, and I said to him in a message like, I don't think that that's the best look for your Discord. Like I'm not saying he's classless, but why? It was like basically like somebody else's clips, and it was like I don't know, let's just say John Doe's N-word clips, and it was just like John Doe is a streamer, and he uses the N-word a lot, and so these are clips that he made of himself or something, and so I messaged Caspian C saying like, look, I'm having trouble streaming in your server, but I just want to make you aware, like I'm sure you are, that like somebody named a channel with the N-word, and he is like, yeah, that's just a word that he says a lot, and it's kind of like an inside joke that like the moderators know about it or whatever. And I left his server, and he asked me why, and I explained to him that especially small servers, Discord has a policy that if you are in one and it gets banned, you lose your Discord account, and I just can't risk it with my account. Like, Discord is where I have all my connections, and I don't want to risk that some asshole moderator in his Discord gets his server banned and then I lose my account. And he's like, no, I understand. Um, and when I see that their moderators think that using the N word is funny, that's not a place I want to be. That's not my environment. I don't know why everybody's so fucking obsessed with this word, but they are. It's a very divisive word, and I'm not saying it's a bad word. I'm saying that Discord views it as a bad word, and thus I want to keep my distance from it. And then I went through my Discord, and I looked, and it's like I don't have any words that are controversial. I have like words like basketball and anime, and like at the very bottom I've got like Orthodox Jewish section. None of that is necessarily like there aren't bad words in it. And I look through it and I'm like, mine just doesn't have the same vibe. I don't use that word. It's not a word that I just people use it so much it just drives me bonkers. And anytime anybody who uses it who I feel shouldn't use it, I just think incredibly low of that person. Like you're trying to hurt other people and it makes you look very small. Like you don't use it, and I respect you more because of that. Even Zoop, who does use it, I know it's accidental. And I respect him because he doesn't use it openly. But then there are people who are just like, I'm going to call this group of people that to demean them. And I feel that that is inappropriate. I just don't like that. I almost want to say, like, who raised you? In what fucking barn were you raised? Because good parents would not raise a child to use words like this under these circumstances. Now, there are other people who can use it in a certain way and it's completely fine, and I get that. But that's not the way that many people are using it on the internet. And I don't like that. And I get so many people who, again, like I am ground zero for the internet. It's like I'm the central spoke of the entire thing. I know I'm not, but I'm pretty darn close, at least on Discord. And I've become like an asshole lightning rod, where people just are like, oh, I'm gonna fuck with this person. And if you think it's bad what you hear in here, you should see the direct messages I get. Believe it or not, they're worse. I get people who tell me to die, that they're gonna kill me, they're gonna call the police on me just because they don't like how I my face. I get people who all kinds of things. So there's nothing I can really do about it.
You respond to the death threat.
Yeah,
That's like a
I have this perfect thing that I say to them. I think that they should be able to give me.
letter that you want to kill me, but
I think they should be able to say that. I have a saying: sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. When you start getting into threats being illegal, then what constitutes a threat? What constitutes a real threat? If I say I'm so pissed off I could blow the world up, does that mean that I should be charged with 8 billion threats to life? Do you understand what I'm saying?
no, I mean, do you think that there should be any punishment? I mean,
You should be able in this
for
country,
uttering
in
threats?
in this country, Congress shall make no laws against freedom of speech, essentially. And that,
It's so funny that like the way your brain works just cracks me up. 'Cause in my mind, it's just like I just feel like any concept, and then like this one, like literally messaging people that you're gonna kill them is bad, and then you just take it and you just strip it down to its raw bones. And you're like, no, actually, it's completely fine. I
it
mean,
should
the crazy one is like they've actually started implementing this in like the UK, where if you
crazy,
spreading
crazy,
misinformation or
absolutely
like
crazy.
bullying online,
Wait, exactly.
literally just bullying online is like a criminal offense.
Wait, exactly. And that's the future of the world. And that's what I want to stay away from as much as possible. So, what's the difference between me saying I'm going to kill you and me saying I'm so what's the difference between me saying I'm so pissed off I'm going to kill you and the difference between me saying I'm so pissed off I could blow the world up right now and kill everyone? Should I not be charged with 8 billion attempted murders?
I mean, debatably you should, yeah.
And that's just absolutely ridiculous. You should be able to say whatever you want without any exception.
I mean, yeah. Why not just punish people only if they murder someone?
Wait,
Like,
wait. If you do
I
it,
mean, but then you're like you could be like psychologically tormenting someone if you just keep harassing them that you're gonna kill them every day, and that you're like watching them and whatever
wait.
planting IEDs.
Hold on. You can
That
you
is
can
the
get
thing.
you can get you can get
There's a thing called a block button, but maybe
yeah.
they
There's
can get
that,
some more
and you
million
can
accounts like you or something.
get no contact orders against people. There are things that courts
Yeah,
can.
but what if they're hiding their identity and they're on the internet using it anonymously? You can't just
Well, then how are you
find
gonna?
out who they are.
Well, then how are you gonna arrest them in the first place?
I mean, how are you going to stop them from messaging you if you don't know who they are?
You just hit the block button.
Yeah, but they create another account like you on freaking Blue Sky.
Absolutely, and then you just keep blocking them.
Or basically just ignore them. Just ignore their
Wait,
death
that's
threats.
exactly right. You need to have thick skin, and you can't be such a pussy in life. You can't expect the state to be your bodyguard, because eventually that bodyguard will turn on you. Look, there's a saying that Ben Franklin has: those who are willing to trade security or liberty for security deserve neither.
Brilliant. So,
It absolutely is. So you asked me, what do you say to people who call you kike and Jew and I'm going to kill you or you deserve to die or kill yourself? I say the same thing to all of them. Either I ignore them or I say CSB. You know what CSB means? And neither do they. It's a cool story, bro. And if they say CSB, what does that mean? I say Google it. And then the first thing that shows up in Urban Dictionary is cool story, bro. And then it makes them look like a dumbass.
you should say I'm stopping.
Wait, it's not in Urban Dictionary yet. We'll get there. I could say
You're making me wet.
I could say you're J-yoring. I could say you're J-yoring, and that is an Urban Dictionary. But I just say CSB, and sometimes people get it, sometimes they don't. Now it would be another thing if I blocked them all, but I can't, and you know why? Because Discord has a limit of 1,000 friends and 1,000 people you can block. And trust me, over the course of the last year, I would have had to block more than 1,000 people. So I choose not to block them. Additionally, the real reason why I don't block them, Discord has this super annoying thing that when you block someone and they enter a video call you're in, this message shows up on the video call that says, John Doe just entered the video call. Do you want to leave? And that's cool if you're like a normal streamer or whatever, but I'm streaming on so many different devices that I don't want that fucking message coming up 10 times a day.
Yeah. I don't know why the fuck they would limit the message.
It's because they want to limit how much server space each user has, and that's why they don't let you have like 10 million followers. That takes up a lot of server space.
On Twitter, they got like people with millions of followers.
Yeah, but that takes up a lot of server space. So Discord, in order to limit its costs, limits you to 1,000 friends and 1,000 people with whom you can connect. I'm not saying that I don't think that should be expanded. They certainly don't have a problem selling out to some types of advertising or whatever, or having a premium version. I get all that. But yeah, in terms of threats, you should be able to say anything to anybody because what you consider a threat is different than what I consider a threat. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never hurt me. I mean, let me just ask you this. Let's say you kill my child. Shouldn't I be able to say to you, if you had anything to do with killing my child, I will make sure that you're executed?
I know the Dalai Lama was pretty on that.
Hold on. I didn't say that I'm going to kill you. At least in the United States, state execution is a thing. And that means I prosecute you. and make sure that you get the death penalty.
Oh. Yeah, no, what's wrong with that?
That's exactly right. That's my question. And I want you to remember that.
Aren't you allowed to say that or no?
It depends how you want to interpret execute. If you interpret execute as the cartel killing you, well then no. But if you want to define it as the state executing you, then yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean you could
It's subjective.
I mean,
It's
will you
absolutely.
get in trouble legally if it's ambiguous and you don't say like I'll use the full extent of my law to get the state to execute you legally by the law?
Why do you have to say that? Why can't you just say what the state would do, which is execute you?
Yeah, I mean if you like you're framing it in a way that's like clear that it's not you coming out with a razor blade and the state.
No, but what if it's vague? What if it's vague?
I don't know if that's illegal or not.
It would be up to a judge and jury. It would be up to a judge and jury, frankly. That's what it comes down to. But this is what I'm saying. These are words. You should be able to say them. They don't hurt anyone physically. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never hurt me. Because when you start to litigate English, then you start to say, well, you can't use the term execute. Then you can't even use the term.
I think. Go on. Let me refresh.
Look, if you killed my kid, I should be able to say to you, I want to. I will do everything I can to have you executed. Or even if I suspect, if you killed my kid, or even if I suspected you of killing my kid, I should be able to say, I will do everything in my power to have you executed if you had anything to do with the death of my child. That's what any good fucking parent would say.
Yeah, no, I agree. And there shouldn't be any like weird like death law about bars.
But
I
there,
think
there,
also
there
like
are.
one thing that like it's arguably like against human nature to try and police that because like on Twitter with like Trump's presidency, like probably there's like 100,000,000 tweets of people, or even like if like Facebook just released all the phone calls that they're recording of people that have stated like, "Oh, I wish Trump was dead," or "I wish the assassination happened," or "I want to kill Trump because he sucks and I don't like him and his policies and he's a bad person." Like probably so many people have ushered death threats against Donald Trump, but like very, very like a fraction of a percentage would ever even come close to like doing that in real life.
That's true.
You know?
And before the
like it's just part of being a human where you just want to reach for the top shelf and just like go for like the most like intense thing to say.
that's true. And
You
people
don't actually do anything.
exactly. And look, in business, there's something called what not is it bluffing? Not bluffing. There's something called um hold on, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Just bear with me, it'll be quick. It's called puffery. Puffery. Look up puffery while I'm gone. Puffery. Riser, did you look up the term puffery? Okay. So basically, puffery is when you can use words to say, this is the greatest car of all time, or this is the greatest pen of all time. Okay?
World's best cup of coffee.
Exactly. Okay. So you can say world's best cup of coffee. Why can't you say, I'm going to blow up the world? I'm so pissed off I could blow up the world. Well, according to the law, that's a threat against 8 billion people. There should be something in the law that is the equivalent of puffery for threats, where you can just be so pissed off that you can threaten every motherfucker on earth, but it doesn't really mean anything. You're just pissed off. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, probably like a road rage is like a case study of like how many incidents of road rage actually end up with someone hopping out of their car with a hammer and like actually assaulting someone versus how many instances of road rage are just people like honking, like brake checking and flipping the bird and like cursing at them.
Okay, so when 9/11 happened, there were arguments that said we should turn Afghanistan into a parking lot, which meant like killing millions of people. Technically, those are making threats against millions of people. Should you have to have
How is that making a threat? How is that? Could you not? I mean, this is seem like a goofball, but can you just interpret that as no murder involved because you want to turn Afghanistan into a parking lot?
well, that implied that we're going to kill everybody there.
Unnecessarily, they could be relocated.
Wait, and that's a great point. That's a great
Or
point.
they could live in the parking lot.
Wait, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with you. And that's what I'm saying. This should not be up to judges and juries. It's too subjective. It's just you should be able to say whatever you want. Now the reason why we even in this country, because you used to be able to say whatever you want. Uh, when this really started to change, when this really started to change, were with the can you say the word fire in a crowded theater, and that was the start of these laws that then turned into threat laws and then hate speech laws. This all started with can you say fire in a crowded theater? And many people said that you should be able to. It's freedom of speech. Should you be able to say fire in a crowded theater? Absolutely. When? When there's a fucking fire. Exactly.
Is that still not allowed? The fire? Let's say some other word for it. Flame.
No.
Combustion. There's combustion, guys. Leave.
It's the idea that you could be prosecuted for this for saying this word because it can cause trampling and cause people to run out of the building. But if there really is a fire, you should say it. And it was very strategically used to be able to erode at the First Amendment. Because you used to be able to say whatever the fuck you want. And
do you think, according to these free speech laws, that you should be able to call public school and tell them that you're about to show up with like a bunch of AK-47s and ammunition and start shooting?
100%.
You don't see any potential red flags with that, or the implications of what that would have on the school day?
If people recognized that this was a common occurrence, then they could say they just ignore it.
How do you tell if it's a prank call or if they're actually considering?
You could send someone to their house to do a wellness check on them, but it shouldn't necessarily be a crime.
But it's not against the law, so it's like, even if they show up and they're like, are you okay? You're like, yep, just having fun.
Okay,
Keep doing that.
wait, that's fine. And then the next time that they call, we can say, there's that story of the little boy who cried wolf. If you do that enough, people just start ignoring you. And in the same way with the crowded theater and a fire. If you yell fire in a crowded theater and there's no fire, everybody's going to run out of the building one time. The next time you do it, nobody's going to believe you anymore. The society will dictate what is to be believed. You don't need to get the government involved in that, or at least not prosecuting agencies. If somebody like
I'll try and stretch your brain, see if you can come up with any reason in any circumstance where free speech may not be a great idea.
look, I've already thought through all of these. I can give you one.
You've narrowed it down to one.
No, it's the big one. It's the thing that started the national security state that we're in. So during World War II, there was a congressman who was recounting closed door sessions of Congress. You have to understand, before World War II, we didn't have national security, meaning things couldn't be classified due to national security. That wasn't a thing. And what he said to the press was those Japanese, along these lines, those Japanese don't know that our submarines are 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 traveling at 100 meters under the ocean. They keep dropping their bombs and having them explode at 50 meters under the ocean so that they're not killing any of our troops. And the Japanese read this in the papers and started having their torpedoes drop at 100 meters, starting to kill American troops. And that's what started the national security uh, classification, essentially. So now, whenever you want to talk about aliens or stealth weaponry or faster, Mach 2 or Mach 3 or Mach 4 travel, all of that is classified under national security. So what am I saying? Should that congressman, should they have been able to give away government secrets? I think so. Because if you don't, if you say, it's one of two ways. You allow people to say that, and then that person would not get elected again next year or next time around. If that's how it should have worked. Or you create the national security state where you can't learn about Jeffrey Epstein because it's a matter of national security. What do you mean it's a matter of national security? We have child rape here. It's national security. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I mean, you shouldn't hide behind shouldn't be able to use it as like the veil to just hide behind.
But that's what's being done. That exactly. But that's what's being done, and that's what has been done. And now, when we want to talk about really important topics, the assassination of the 35th President of the United States, John F. Kennedy, on November 22nd, 1963, in Dealey Plaza, Dallas, Texas. We can't talk about that because it's a national security issue. This is the assassination. This is a murder of a man in broad daylight. But we can't talk about it, or at least Congress can't.
But, I mean, that seems like an argument, again, for pro speech, not against pro speech. I don't think that you're saying that, like, militaries should just open source everything, all of their technology, right?
I think you should be able to talk about whatever you want to talk about. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. But,
So if you want to talk about
like national security, like military organization, that doesn't mean you can't keep secrets at the same time.
to quote John F. Kennedy, secrecy in a democracy is repugnant. What do I mean by that? If we're supposed to be living in a democratic society, you should not have secrecy. It is inherently repugnant. Things are supposed to be open in a democratic society.
So there's no, what education do you think that were cover-ups or there?
None. There are none. People deserve the truth in all aspects of society. If not, people will use whatever reasoning. Oh, it's a matter of national security, or it's for the protection of the family, or it's to prevent the victims' names from being known. Like, here's one that's used a lot: rape victims. They don't want their names published in the newspaper. I just don't think we should stigmatize a rape victim. They're no worse than anyone else. If we change the way that we view that in society, then it would be like anything else. Like somebody got burglarized. And I understand that it takes work, but I'm willing to work at it. Because if not, then you can say that John Doe raped 50 women. And then when he goes out and says, "Who did I rape?" when he's being prosecuted, they say, "We're keeping the victims' names anonymous." He deserves to know who his accusers are.
Yeah.
And look, I just say these things because it's
Is
what.
that actually how the law works? So that they'll keep it anonymous?
Yes.
Being prosecuted?
Absolutely. So they're referred to as Jane Doe.
Really?
Sometimes.
It's not like, I don't know. I mean, I guess there's still has to be evidence to convict you.
It absolutely is. The only way around this is free speech and truth. If not, you can always use an excuse to get around it. And I want to avoid those situations. Like basically,
That's why police should be forced to wear
body cameras and live stream 24/7. They shouldn't ever be able to shut them off while they're on duty. No,
they need to be like rabbis. They need to be your rabbi stream 24/7.
100%. And I'm going to tell you what, if and when I ever do go viral, that will be the policy. That not only.
Even off duty?
No. Just while they're being paid on the clock, they will always have to wear their body cameras. You will not be able to shut them. You will not be able to shut them off. You will be not be able to mute them.
Oh, right now they still have the capability to just like,
mute them
cover it up.
And cover them up. Yep. And it would be, you'd have to wear the one on your chest. You'd have to wear one on your hat. That's 360 degrees.
The 360 Pro giant invisible selfie stick. I think some cop got caught because he went in the back seat and screwed some lady.
Happens all the time. Happens all the time.
They got locked in like a dumbass.
That's exactly right. Happened. They got locked in together.
Yeah.
Happens all the time.
And then he tries to make up some weird excuse about he was like whatever.
And guess what? That person's not prosecuted. The cop is not prosecuted, even though they're taking advantage of someone. That should be a type of rape. And they're using their power against somebody. That should be illegal.
I mean, it kind of depends on the circumstances. It's consensual.
That's not consensual. That is not consensual. There's a differentiation in power that means that it cannot be consensual. It's the same, or it's
no, No. One situation is someone trying to avoid punishment by using like a sexual favor. The other one is there's mutually nothing to do with being arrested for jaywalking or whatever. Nothing to do with the reason why they're being transported to the police station. They're both are just horny and want to screw.
No, that's a different situation. That doesn't happen. Nobody says, "Hey, let's go fuck in your car." Nobody says that. It's always in a traffic
In the
stop.
back of your police car, yeah.
It's always
Why wouldn't they just get each other's number and not do it in handcuffs in the back seat?
look. I don't make these decisions. They're bad decisions that are being made by people. But I think those police should be prosecuted. And guess what? They're not prosecuted. And the way it works in the United States, which is absolutely disgusting, is they can just go work the town over and continue working.
No, I mean, I heard that there's basically a law that prevents police from being prosecuted for basically like almost anything, but
Yeah,
I believe
it's called qualified immunity, and that's a different subject that we need to get rid of in the United States. That's just a made up term.
I thought that doesn't apply in cases of like notable like negligence.
Look, that's a
Like
subjective
if you're
term.
and you just literally start assaulting someone on the sidewalk for no reason.
That happens all the time. That happens all the time, and it's qualified immunity. And not only can't you sue that
Really?
cop, you can't sue the government. Yeah, that happens all the time. You'll have two black kids who are just sitting there playing basketball. Some cop comes up to them, says, "Hey, let me see your ID." The black kids say, "Why? We're just playing basketball." And he says, "Well, you match somebody's description in the area, someone who's a suspect." The black kids get scared. They just run. The cop chases them down, beats the shit out of both of them. That happens every single day in this country. And I'm sick of it. I watch it. It's all over Reddit. It is fucked up. It absolutely is fucked up. The way that you can get around this is that you force police officers to carry their own insurance, just like doctors have to. And if the cops fuck up enough, then they won't be able to get insurance and they can no longer be cops.
Isn't there like a police officer like if you keep just like fucking up as a cop, don't you eventually like
You become chief.
hired? It's like a dishonorable discharge. Like they're like, yeah, you're literally not doing your job correctly.
No, that's the military. No, if you fuck up enough in a police,
It's like that.
if you fuck up enough as a police officer, you become chief.
Chief like promoted?
They promote the worst people to the top.
I don't know.
It absolutely. I mean, it's not. Nothing is 100% true in every single case dealing with people, but there is a an environment in policing that you fail your way up. And how does this happen? So, let's say you are that mean cop who beats up all those guys, just people just caught while being black or caught while being Hispanic or white or whatever it is. You will generate more income for the city because there'll be more prosecutions under you, which means you get promoted faster and you keep moving your way up. The dirtiest cops are the ones who get the most prosecutions and they move up the fastest. You cannot think that, and that's cool. You don't live in the United States and understand what life is like under the tyranny that we have in the policing system. I'm not saying that Canada's any better.
I've never really haven't thought of that incentive structure reward system before.
That's how it works, though. When these guys want to get promoted, it's how many bad guys have you taken off the street? And a lot of times these people aren't bad guys, and these cops just are bullies. And so they get promoted, and then they become a lieutenant, and then they become a detective, and then they eventually, move up to lieutenant, uh, captain, and then eventually into um, assistant chief, and then eventually to chief, because they're the ones willing to quote unquote take the bad guys off the street, but in reality, they're just breaking up families unnecessarily and taking children away from parents. I mean, there are situations, easy ones. I mean, a cop sees a kid on the bike at 6 o'clock p.m. He stops the kid. Where are you going? The kid's like 10 years old. I'm just riding my bike. Where do you live? 123 Main Street. He goes to the 123 Main Street and he arrests the mom for child endangerment. She says, "What do you mean, child endangerment?" He says, "Your child it was 6 p.m., which isn't past curfew or anything, but was riding their bike unattended. And you weren't, that's putting your child in danger in the United States." She's going to say, "That's how kids play." But the cop has a right to be able to put that mother in jail. And now that kid doesn't have a mom, and he's in foster care. But guess what? The cop gets a promotion because he was willing to get either these ruffians
Is
off.
that real?
It absolutely is.
That was actually real.
It is. I saw it. I've seen it on a Reddit post not long ago. There's a kid who went to the store
How often does that happen now?
every day. Every day in the United States that happens. Did it happen 50 years ago? No, that was just known as kids playing. No, what this mother did, she had her child. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Uh, and the kid went to the store for the mom to get some milk. The store was like 2 miles away. The kid was like 11 years old, and the cops just followed the kid home and then arrested the mother for child endangerment.
How long did she get arrested?
I don't know. And that's another issue. This stuff gets really secretive and it's not made public, and the records aren't made public.
There's like a law where like if you're over 18, like an adult, you're public.
I mean, I don't know what her name was, and the databases aren't easy to search. You basically need to know her birth date and like her last name. I don't know that stuff, but I can tell you she was in handcuffs for child endangerment when this kid just went to the store. What kids have been doing in the United States for many years.
Isn't it not illegal for children to walk unattended?
It's an argument that it's child endangerment. Let's look it up.
I can't believe that there's a lot of kids.
Can kids walk unattended, or is that child endangerment? When is it legal for my kids to walk outside without me? Let's look it up. Kids walking unattended. Whether allowing a child to walk unattended constitutes child endangerment depends on the specific circumstances, the child's age and maturity, location, the time of day, and the laws of the jurisdiction. So all of that is subjective, like specific circumstances. Well, what the fuck does that mean? As there is no single federal law in the United States that universally prohibits this practice. In most states, the decision is left to parental discretion based on the child's maturity and the specific situation. For example, a 10-year-old walking a short distance to school after school is generally not considered a legal issue, whereas a 5-year-old crossing a busy highway alone could attract legal attention. But what about a 10-year-old crossing a busy highway? It's a good question. However, in some cases, authorities have intervened. For instance, a couple in Maryland was investigated for child neglect after allowing their children to walk unaccompanied in the neighborhood, though the case was ultimately deemed unsubstantiated. Similarly, there have been instances where parents were charged with child neglect for allowing a child to walk home from a park, highlighting that such actions can lead to legal consequences depending on the jurisdiction. So, as I said, A 10-year-old kid riding his bike 2 miles to the store, that was considered by that police officer to be child endangerment. To another police officer, it might not have been. It's not specific.
One of my ambiguous NBA refereeing laws. And, one of my favorite YouTube channels is called channel name is Uncle of the Bailey, and it's this Albertan Canadian firearms and criminal defense lawyer. And he basically examines all these his channel is just like examining all these like weird law edge cases, and there's so many of them. Like there's so many freaking like edge cases with the law.
And
one of them is like home invasion in Canada. And it's like, okay, you're in Canada, and someone breaks into your home with a weapon at 3 a.m. And there's a law that's basically saying that if you use like excessive force, then you can be subject to criminal like punishment, basically. And it's again, it's like an ambiguous law. It's like, what is excessive force? There's a person, a stranger, a burglar, literally with a weapon, and you're fearing for your life, half in a daze from sleep, and you're trying to defend your family. Like, what the hell constitutes a reasonable force to take against someone?
100%. I wanted to mention this when you first came in. 1 in 20, this is different. 1 in 20 Canadians, but it's new since 2016, 2018, I think. 1 in 20 Canadians die of this every year. What is it? You want to guess?
Honestly, I don't know.
State-sanctioned suicide. That is a huge amount of people. 1 in 20. And that's new.
In Canada?
That had been, yeah, and you don't even need like a medical reason. You can just like.
Are we talking about like the MAID program, like the early suicide and like lethal injection from the state, which is like the government of Canada?
You can say that you don't feel happy in a given day, and the state, and that you want the state to kill you, and they can.
Right, like you consent to your own suicide?
Yes.
Are you sure it's 1 in 20? That seems like way off.
I heard it on Joe Rogan last week.
I mean, I'd like to see the sample size of that study, because I have a hard time believing that 1 in 20 people are doing it. I think I'd be shocked if it was even 1 in 1,000.
No, it's a huge amount. It's not talked about in Canada. Actually, Joe Rogan talked about it.
I've lived in Canada. I don't know how many people you come across in Canada in your entire life, but
here it is. Here it is. It's 5% of all deaths in Canada in 2023. That's 1 in 20.
No, that's 5% of deaths, 1 in 20 people, which is a big difference.
Oh, okay. I meant 1 in 20 deaths. That's what I said.
No, you said 1 in 20 people in Canada die from this. So like what?
Oh, apologies. Okay, if I said it that way, I did not deem it correctly.
Yeah.
Okay,
no, that makes sense then. I was like, no way, like 1 in 20 people are really...
Yeah, no, now I see the confusion. Apologies to the future people out there. Yeah, so 1 in 20 of all deaths in Canada are from this.
Okay. That makes a lot more sense.
That's a huge amount.
I mean, if you probably looked up the suicide rate before, it was probably identical. I don't know what the suicide rate versus that has been in the change of how many suicides have
No,
converted into
right.
assisted
No,
suicides. So
but wait, believe it or not,
probably a decent amount, I guess.
I think you should be able to do that.
I don't think. I think maybe like on average the suicide rate has increased for internet reasons and monetary
I agree with you.
finance
I
reasons,
100% agree with you.
all that stuff. But
I
I think like
I agree with you
beyond
though.
that like
Or
natural slope, like
I think that
it's
you
not like
should be able to, if you want to, you want to off yourself in a safe way. I think you should be able to do it.
I mean I think there's like this there's a few companies I believe in like Europe and like Switzerland or whatever that have developed these suicide pods.
Right.
And those are the like sophisticated ones. There's a company in Australia that they're the way that they've worked the legal loophole is to set themselves up as a brewing company. It's called Mad Dog Brewing or something, and that's the way that they get around being able to sell people nitrogen, which is obviously an inert gas that will like, suffocate you painlessly, I believe.
Are you sure it's not helium? Because 75% of all the air is nitrogen.
Helium is also a inert gas, but also nitrogen.
But 75% of all of the air is nitrogen.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you're not pure nitrogen.
No, you're right. It's 75%. Okay, I could see that. If it doesn't have oxygen inside of it, then you're just gonna die. I get that. Okay. Well, I don't want to get down that topic too much, but I did just want to say that that's a huge amount. But I feel as if that's what you want to do, and there should be a program that tries to talk you out of it. But if that's what you want to do because you're in pain or whatever, you should be able to do it. Um,
I think maybe there should be like a checklist of things that you've tried. Like I don't know, you've tried therapy at least
I
with like
agree. No, I absolutely agree. There should be a checklist. You should have to go through some things, But if you want to, that's your choice, and you know, you should be able to. Um, all right. Well, we covered that. We covered free speech. We covered sports, but I still have things to say on sports, and that would be the drafts on sports. That's the big thing that's rigged, and that's really interesting. So there was one this year that was rigged. The NBA is the biggest joke of a league, and it has been. And okay, so the 1985 draft is like the most talked about one that's been rigged. So you had this really big, great player out of Georgetown named Patrick Ewing, and the league wanted him to go to the biggest market to New York, but New York didn't have that good of a percentage to be able to get him. So what they did is they did this thing, and you can actually watch this. It's on YouTube, where those big drums where they have like ping pong balls. Do you know what I'm?
oh, they literally do it like it's a freaking bingo.
Well, wait. No. They would do that in later years, but instead of putting ping pong balls in there, they put envelopes in there. And what they did was
That's hilarious.
they froze one of the envelopes allegedly so that it was really cold. And so when they went in there to pick up which one would go to New York, all they had to do was feel for the cold one, and that one was the one they knew was going to go to New York. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean you could literally create like a smart contract that is not like great.
Well, this was in 1985. Then what happened was people were starting. I mean, they complained about it. If you actually watch that draft, they take the envelope and slam it into the side of the drum so that it's dented, so that you can tell which one you want to go to New York. And he ended up going to New York and having one of the best careers of any center in the history of the game. Okay, so then like people started complaining like that this wasn't that it was being rigged, and so now they don't even do the draft. Well, then they did the draft with like little ping pong balls, but that can be rigged as well by putting different air in the ping pong balls. Like you can put a little bit more helium in some of the ping pong balls, and they'll rise to the top more. I mean, there are like all kinds of ways that I find it really interesting to be able to rig this. And so then people started.
I mean, don't they do it? I mean, I guess that there is some like lottery system or just like random, like arbitrary selection, but don't they also do it where it's like the shittiest team gets the first pick?
Yeah, that's what they do. No, that's what they do. But to make sure that the shittiest of the shitty team that they want, but maybe it's a big market, gets the right player, they like the way that they do it is they say, all right, the worst team is going to get 50 ping pong balls. The second worst team is going to get 40 ping pong, or the worst team is going to get 20 ping pong balls. The second worst team, or it would be like the worst team will get 32 ping pong balls. The second worst team gets 31 ping pong balls. The third worst team gets 30 ping pong balls. We're going to put them all in a hopper, and then we're just going to draw from that. Does that make sense?
Okay, I thought they just went in order. Like, if you're the worst team, you get the first round draft pick. You get to go first.
No. It's like that in the NFL, but not in the NBA. So it depends on the league. The NBA is all fucked up with that. So anyway, um, they just started doing. Then now what they do is they just do it behind closed doors, and then they just say some accounting firm oversaw it. Like those guys aren't fucking corrupt as fuck as well. So anyway, what happened this year? The number one prospect, his name is Cooper Cup, or not Cooper Cup, Cooper Flag. He was from Duke. Um, basically, there was a team, the Dallas Mavericks, and they had arguably the best player in the league, who was Luka Doncic, and he got traded to the Lakers. And everybody said, "Dude, Dallas, why did you trade the best player in the league to the Lakers? Like, why would you trade the best player in the league?" And they just were like, "Oh, we just did it. We made an executive decision to do it." And wouldn't you know it, even though they had like really shitty odds to get the number one pick, they got the number one pick. And so what would end up happening? The Lakers would get sold to um, the Guggenheim Group, which owns like the Dodgers as well, for $10 billion to the Bus family, which who sold them. And so it raised all of the values of all of the sports franchises in the NBA, and then the number one pick went to Dallas, and it just was like everybody thought it was rigged, and it was rigged.
There is a dude, this doesn't have to do with sports, but he's like a mathematician, and he got banned in like Europe for he came up with like some like equation that like basically let him like buy every sequence of like lottery numbers or something, and then they got blocked. But then he like went to like Virginia or some state, and there is no rule against the max purchases of lottery tickets that you can do, and he had like this math formula to let him like pick all the combinations, and he had like he did it like numerous times, and he had like a fleet of people that like all went to like all these Virginia convenience stores and gas stations and bought like they spent like $8 million on tickets, but they waited until the lottery was worth like it hadn't been won in like many times. So like there's like $14 million or something. So they basically they spent 8 million and then pocketed 14 million from literally just like legally beating the lottery.
I've heard of that. I've also heard when they have those ping pong balls that could be rigged by the size of the ping pong balls and the hole that they have to go up. And I heard about somebody who rigged it like a lottery organizer. Like basically, they ordered these ping pong balls, but the only balls that would go up into the hole were like a little differently sized than the big ones. And, or like, yeah. So there were like big ping pong balls that were the normal size, but they would not fit through the hole. They made the hole a little smaller, and the only ones that would go through were a little bit tinier ping pong balls, so that all of the ping pong balls went in the right order. Did you ever see the McDonald's HBO documentary, um, McMillions?
No,
Dude, that one's super interesting. Do you know the Monopoly game that they play at McDonald's?
but yeah, I watched a Ray William Johnson video, I believe, on the guy that rigged the McDonald's monopoly.
Isn't that interesting?
I forget how he did it though. It's been a while. I watched the video.
Yeah, like basically it
But
wasn't
he got along with it. Yeah, he got away with it for a second.
right. He still got away with it. He never got prosecuted over it. He lives in a really nice house now. Um, so basically, what happened? There was a guy who was like the head of the security firm that ran the McDonald's promotion. McDonald's did not run it, but the security firm did, and he would give the winning tickets to people he knew within this crime family, and just like if he liked you, he would give you $1 million ticket, and or like a car or whatever. And somebody connected the dots on all of the winners, all knowing this one guy, and eventually McDonald's had to give out like a bunch of money in like prizes and stuff. And they also ran like some kind of promotion where they, I don't know, give you $2 off a Big Mac for a month or whatever, some kind of promotion like that to try to win back the public trust. But basically, like no one who was a normal person won any of those $1 million advertisements for like the first decade that they did this promotion. And they promoted it all over the United States, like everywhere. And
Yeah. There's another similar one to this. I don't know if you told me about it or not, but it was the Pepsi. I think I might have seen it on YouTube.
yeah,
Like the Pepsi
yeah,
bottle
the
cap
the Pepsi points, yeah,
contest.
and the Harrier jet.
No, that was different. This one was Pepsi. Oh yeah, that documentary was hilarious. Pepsi, where's my jet? Um, but yeah, this one was like Pepsi for like a lottery where it's like on the bottle cap you have like a chance to win money, and then somehow it happened that like literally there's like a misprint in like the
Oh, yeah, I
factory.
told you about this.
Suddenly everyone
In the Philippines.
is like supposed to be like a millionaire,
Exactly.
and then they're like, fuck.
Yeah.
And then
And and to this day, Pepsi is like hated in the Philippines because a lot of people like got really excited, like they were going to be millionaires. I think each one of them was going to win $100,000, like in USD.
yeah,
It was $1 million in Philippine pesos, something like that, just from a misprint.
yeah. I mean that one. I feel like the McDonald's security breach was like could have been prevented more than like Filipino Pepsi printing accident.
I
I feel
think
like the Pepsi one was a little more innocent than the McDonald's one.
I understand what you're saying. The So the Harrier jet. That guy actually did not win the Harrier jet, or he did not get it in the
No,
end.
wait, no, wait. Did you watch that documentary series on Netflix?
No.
I watched it. It was amazing. I was so happy to see that thing. You remind me what the fuck happened. I remember this guy. There's a commercial on TV.
So Pepsi ran a promotion called Pepsi Points, and you could, if you had 5 Pepsi points, you could get a hat and all kinds of things. So
and then in the advertisement, it says like if you have 70 million points, you can get a Harrier.
7 million, yeah. So Pepsi launched a Pepsi Stuff promotional campaign, which included a television commercial featuring a computer-generated AVI Harrier 2 jet being offered for a price of 7 million Pepsi points. And I remember watching this and not knowing if it were true or not. I mean, I remember seeing the commercial. The commercial, which showed a teenager landing the jet at school and stating "sure beats the bus," was intended to be humorous and entertaining advertisement to attract a younger audience during the Cola Wars. The ad did not include any disclaimers or fine print indicating it was a joke, which led to a significant legal dispute. John Leonard, a 21-year-old business student at the time, interpreted the offer seriously. He noticed that Pepsi points could be purchased for 10 cents each, allowing him to calculate that acquiring 7 million points would cost $700,000. With financial backing from 5 investors, Leonard sent a check for $700,008.50, including the $10 for shipping and handling, and 15 Pepsi labels to Pepsi requesting the Harrier jet. Pepsi refused to deliver the jet, stating that the commercial was a fanciful and humorous ad, not a binding offer. Leonard sued Pepsi, arguing the commercial constituted a valid offer that he had accepted by sending the check and labels. However, the court ruled in favor of Pepsi, determining that the advertisement was not a legally binding offer, but rather an invitation to negotiate. The court emphasized that a reasonable person would not believe a major corporation would offer a $23 million military jet for a consumer promotion, especially one that required a $700,000 investment. The court also noted that the commercial directed viewers to the Pepsi catalog for the actual terms of the promotion, which did not list the Harrier jet as a redeemable item. The court granted summary judgment to Pepsi, dismissing the case. The incident became a notable case in contract law, often cited to illustrate that advertisements are generally not offers but invitations to make offers. The story gained renewed attention with the release of the Netflix documentary Pepsi Where's My Jet in 2022, which chronicled Leonard's attempt and subsequent legal battle. The commercial was later updated to increase the required points for the jet from 7 million to 700 million, reinforcing the joke's intent.
I feel like he should have at least been able to sue them for false advertising. Wasn't it like literally like the law though that like there was like a valid offer and that's why you're so furious about it?
He said that it was. The court said that it was just an invitation to negotiate.
Yeah, I know, but I think in like the actual like law or in the documentary he was saying like, oh, there's nothing here in this commercial that like not make this a valid offer. Basically. I guess that the court, like the judge, was like literally paid off by Pepsi, but the mistrial was ignored. But yeah, do you think he should have gotten the Harrier or payment?
Absolutely.
Why do you think it was a valid offer?
Well, it looked like an offer from the company. Now, they're saying that an advertisement is not an offer but an invitation to offer, then I don't think you should be able to advertise or advertise any kind of offer, which kind of goes against advertising. It's not an invitation to offer. That's just how the court ruled to be slimy about it, because they had a multinational corporation that was influencing them on top of the United States government that did not want to give some civilian a jet plane. So there was a lot of influence on it. But I would say that advertisements are not invitations to offer. They are offers.
What would be the downside of giving them the Harrier aside from like it's literally a plane?
Yeah, I mean,
Plane with a lot of money. It'd be like removed all the capabilities. Actually, it could be like classified military intelligence, probably. So,
there's that.
yeah.
To me, it was really stupid of the Pepsi company to have that advertisement and not think that somebody would pull that shit on them. Because
And they're also literally marketing to children, and that's the other thing in the court case where it's like, if okay, maybe an adult would be able to discern the hyperbole of the offer, but they're saying any reasonable person. This is targeted to children. Like this advertisement is targeted to like literally 3-year-olds. So I'd say that no, the average 3-year-old probably wouldn't be able to discern that the offer was fake.
I mean, I was like 11 years old when it came out, and I didn't know the difference. Meaning, I thought it was a joke, but I really did think to myself, wow, if you got 7 million of those things, 7 million of those things together, you would get a jet. And the reason why I thought that is because it's in the advertisement. If you guys were so fucking smart, then you would either make it a number that nobody could ever attain, like you did in later versions of it, or you wouldn't put that in at all, and you would just have it be normal shit that you could get.
I mean, I'm surprised that like it didn't affect other false advertising losses. I feel like it could be like a cascade, snowball, waterfall, like effect. So it's like, oh, well, this doesn't constitute false advertising, then neither do all these other $billion worth of fraud.
Right. They just used legalese to say that it was an advertisement is not an offer, it's an invitation to offer. And I think that that is I think that that is legalese. I think that is uh, just a way to sneak out of this. Because in reality, advertisements should be offers. If they're not, then you shouldn't be able to advertise them. Because then you could just say, like I don't know if this is right, but I'll just try to think of an argument, or like think of a
Like Coca-Cola cures cancer.
no, no. But I could say Toyota truck we're selling for $10 on my car lot. Come down to my car lot. We've got unlimited to, uh, Toyota trucks, and then you come down there and you're like, "Hey, you got Toyota trucks for $10," and I say, "Oh, it wasn't an offer. It was just an invitation to offer." And I'm rescinding that offer. I'm rescinding that invitation or whatever. Or I'm rescinding that offer. Well, now you wasted all your time to come down here. And to me, it's kind of a bait and switch.
Absolutely. That's why I can't believe that it didn't actually uphold the law.
Yeah, what I feel that they should have done
I'm
is,
surprised that Coca-Cola's lawyers didn't try to fund this guy.
well, so that's the thing. At the end of the day, Coke and Pepsi are not enemies. They're actually allies. That's why they don't go up against each other anymore. They used to go up against each other and they would be like, what's better, Coke or Pepsi, and all that other bullshit. Notice they don't do that anymore. They don't attack each other in ads anymore. And the reason why is because they're basically both owned by the same people. So they're owned by hedge funds, like Berkshire Hathaway owns like 15% of Coca-Cola stock, or did for a long time. And Pepsi's owned by, what, like, basically Frito-Lay, Young, they own all that shit. But basically, like, they're owned by hedge funds. So these companies say to each other, look, if we have them battle with each other, we're just going to hurt the market, because people are going to say, I don't want Coke because it's unhealthy or it's too sweet or too expensive. And I don't want Pepsi because it doesn't taste good or because it's too sweet or too expensive or whatever. And then people aren't going to use the products at all. So we'd rather not shit on each other and make sure the market remains strong than to attack each other and weaken the market. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we can use hot women in bikinis to advertise. We don't need any of the other name drinks.
All right, big dog.
I don't do this often. Normally people leave me, but I have got to get some sleep, man. I'm tired. You're gonna fuck up my hours. You already did, but that's fine. I wouldn't normally stay up this late, but I do with you because you raise very good points. We had very good conversations. I don't say this to everybody. In fact, I don't really say it to too many people at all. But I think you're a very smart person, and I know you're a very funny person, and those are two things that are very linked. I enjoy speaking with you, and I think you ask very good questions, and I think in the future when people study the conversations I have with people, they'll very much appreciate my conversations with Zoot and all the things that we delve into the human mind. But they'll really like yours for the questions that you pose. They'll especially like when you just come to me and you're like, what would be a good business idea, or how would you market this, or all that other shit. They'll love that. So you should know that that's going to be big. Before you go,
So I appreciate the kind words,
absolutely,
and I love talking to you.
100%.
So
Do you have the Kick app?
I don't have any live streaming apps.
Okay, don't worry about it. I was going to show you my strategy, but no big deal. All right, big dog.
I just
Go ahead.
I just want to state one question. I'll give you some things to ponder with.
Go for it, big
The
man.
next time we talk,
Absolutely.
I'll keep it brief. On New Year's Eve, when I was about, I want to say 7 years old, I was upstairs in my dad's office area, and it was like midnight, and I'm obviously like 7. And we're watching The Wizard of Oz, and I just remember being so fucking scared from like the flying monkey scene.
Word, dog. Those things are scary as
And
fuck.
the whole movie freaked me out, but the flying monkeys was just like some next level horror.
I agree with you.
So I just wanted to dive into like the strangeness of the Wizard of Oz itself, and like just like conspiracies about it and stuff. But we can talk about it some other time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about those. I hate that word. If anything, I just call them logical. But
Theories,
yeah, theories.
or abstract ideas about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the story is based on the gold standard of the United States Treasury. That's what the yellow brick road is, like gold bars, basically. It's like a play on finance. Um, there's some really weird things. If you've ever listened to Dark Side of the Moon, I don't know if you know that album, but if you start Dark Side, if there's like this thing, if you start Dark Side of the Moon and Wizard of Oz at certain times, it becomes like a Dark Side of the Moon becomes like a soundtrack for The Wizard of Oz, and all these weird correlations happen that are really freaky, and they kind of will freak you out. Um, then that movie was really big because it went from black and white to color when color was really rare, and um, the idea that it deals with a witch and like or multiple witches is weird, and that there's a guy behind the curtain, that's weird. That book is now in the public domain, so that's how Wicked can get made, and technically, like Disney could make that, even though it's traditionally known as like an MGM film. Um, uh,
The field that they walk through forever also is just really freaking liminal and creepy.
yeah, those
The whole movie is really creepy.
those monkeys freaked me out as well as a child, and
Were they trying to be so creepy? Like, was it marketed as a family movie or something? Because that shit is like shit horror.
I mean, it just depends on they want to make them look scary, so they did.
Oh,
And
also, oh god, like there's like little like midget town things or whatever.
yeah, the Munchkins.
Yeah, like
Yeah, that's weird. Also the use of the color green. Green is like, well, this is before the CIA, but like green was seen as a color of intelligence, and it's why when you watch movies with like CIA characters, a lot of times they'll make the color of the character's eyes green, or they'll use something green. Um, and the like the counterbalance or whatever. I'm not even making sense. I'm so tired. But the counter between the Wicked Witch of the West and the Good Witch, that's a thing, and they they basically like just using a few sets really make you think these characters move in a like a long way. There's something really weird though. Like, dude, you have to watch if you're at all interested in that movie.
fucking isn't there like a oh yeah, like the horses are changing colors. It's like a crazy like effect probably for back in the day.
Oh,
Is there like
definitely.
a hot air balloon or something?
Um, Perhaps at the end or something. There's the idea of being behind the.
Yeah, there is. That's how they like literally like escape or something. They go on a hot air balloon.
Okay.
Or I don't know. Or some guy flies away.
Yeah, there's something like that. Um, the idea of the person behind the curtain, that's supposed to be like the people who control the money system, and that's why there's like a gold brick road that travels to them, and um, there's like the idea that it's very psychological with the three sub characters being like not having a brain, not having courage, not having a heart, is it? And
That's the lion, isn't it? The lion, the Tin Man is here or something.
no,
I don't know.
no, the
The
lion,
definitely needs courage.
no, the lion is courage, so that's fear. The Tin Man is a brain, and
The Scarecrow is they all seem like cowards, but he's the Scarecrow.
I'll look it up. And also like the use of those red ruby slippers, there was something towards that, like why they're ruby. They weren't originally ruby, but they showed up really. They were originally silver slippers. That's right. And silver and gold were supposed to take you to like um the like person behind the the money system, but silver did not silver did not show up as well as red did, so they made them ruby. Um,
Scarecrow is the one that needed the brain, and the Tin
oh,
Man
Scarecrow
needs
brain.
the heart.
Oh,
and
Tin
also
Man.
the Tin Man for that movie, he had to get covered in like this like spray and really like screwed him up and gave him like health issues and made him really sick, I believe.
That's correct.
They're like literally just like freaking.
Yeah, and those. Oh, and there was. Wait. There's a weird. There's like a. If you watch that movie, there's like a dead munchkin, like hanging from a tree. And dude, that movie's fucked up. Um, Judy Garland was like sexually assaulted by the heads of the production companies for it. Um, the claim that
The actor of
yeah, like she had to like have sex with the head production people. The claim that the dead munchkin is hanging from a tree is false. The figure seen in the background during a scene where Dorothy, the Scarecrow, and Tin Man walk down Yellow Brick is not a person but a large bird, specifically a crane, which is one of the birds borrowed from the Los Angeles. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I'm not saying that one's true. I'm just saying I like heard of it. But Judy Garland assaulted wizard. Oh yeah, that one's pretty well known. And she was just like a little girl, but basically, yeah. Okay, so here we go. Judy Garland was allegedly sexually assaulted by some of the actors who played the Munchkins on the set of Wizard of Oz during the filming of the 1939 classic. According to claims made in a posthumous memoir by her ex-husband in 2017, Luft stated that the adult actors who were 40 or older repeatedly groped Garland, who was 17 at the time, by putting their hands under her dress, and they believed they could get away with such behavior because of their small stature. These allegations are supported by Garland's own 1967 interview with Jack Parr, in which he described the Munchkins as little drunks who were often drunk and picked up by police. The claims that uh, there were other people who did this too. I mean, she's a beautiful woman. Um, did you know that she's Liza Minnelli's mom? Yeah, dog. Um, well, she was. And there was like a Judy Garland um, museum in Grand Rapids, Minnesota, and she had that a pair of her um, shoes there, those red ruby slippers, and they got stolen. And there's like a whole thing on that. People are obsessed with that movie, and um, I'm with you on the monkey thing. Those monkeys fucking scared me as a kid, and I don't know. I think there's just something subconscious about the idea of a flying monkey that could come and steal you as a child. It's just really freaky to me. What else is
the whole scene of like the castle and like how many there were.
right? And um, that there's something to that story, and it was based on finance. It's like based on the gold standard. Look, let me just look up that really quickly, and then
Apparently there's like 6 or something Wizard of Oz books in the series, and like the Wizard of Oz movie is kind of like a little montage. Like, there's more characters in the literature that may have not been included.
that could be okay. So, Wizard of Oz is a story about Wizard of Oz is a story is interpreted by political and economic allegory, reflecting debates over the gold standard in the United States during the late 19th century. According to the theory, the yellow brick road symbolizes the gold standard, a monetary system where currency was backed by gold, which many believe contributed to economic deflation and hardship, particularly for farmers and industrial workers. The Emerald City, the destination at the end of the road, is interpreted as Washington, D.C., representing the nation's capital and financial system, with the green hue symbolizing money and greenback paper currency. The story's characters are often seen as representatives of different groups, yada yada yada. The magic silver slippers, which Dorothy inherits from the Wicked Witch of the East, are a key symbol of this interpretation. Oz, they say, itself is interpreted as an abbreviation for ounce. Um, I mean, at least in Hebrew, Oz means power.
So there's that too. All right, big dog. I'm gonna hit it. Take care, my friend.
Thank you.
Sweet dreams. Absolutely, big dog.
Have a good sleep.
You too.
We had atomic fireballs. That's all we had. We also swallowed them. You know what the small one is? Look where your asshole's on fire. My asshole's not on fire because I'm done. I've been swallowing milk since day one, so my body knows how to process it. See, if you just swallow milk when you eat, then you're fucked up. I've been swallowing milk since day one. If the doctor please email Joey Nathan, and do what? What's he gonna say? I want you to learn how to listen. I have pulled the gum out of my ass. I have little pieces of gum sometimes. That's no process. Yeah, out of the head. Oh God. Well, sometimes you gotta pull the shit out of your head. You get nothing out. Oh God. Let me tell you what. Have Joey when he gets one of them good ass bits above his asshole to come and pop it like a foot and a half away from you so you hear it. Okay, he did that in my fucking apartment after he drank all my goddamn orange juice. Alright, he drank all fucking thing orange juice in 10 minutes. And then proceeded to pop it. Yeah, no, not on his asshole, in the crack right above it. So to get any pressure behind it, he had to take those big ass fingers in there. Go one knuckle deep. I know all the stories. I'm a man. I used to travel by bus to a lot of gigs. Greyhound was my sponsor for a long time. Joey Express. Joey Express. I would get on that fucking downtown bus to El Paso. I'd drop me off and pick you up. The longest bus ride I did was New York City to Dallas. That was the longest because I had nothing going on. And I'm going to go to a one-way Kennedy and jump to London. When I get my pay right here, I can pay the express for $48. I love it. Just to get to Boston. It's like only like 2.5 days for like $100. So I would never, if I had to. You'll never have to. Man, I travel by bus because I own one. Get a king size bed. Don't do that. I could never sit up. I could never sit like that. And you guys ought to jump on the bus sometime and we do this church and other parts of the country. Yeah. Where will the bus go? The bus will be here tonight. It'll get in tonight from Tennessee, and then we're here. We're gonna be driving. They're gonna be driving around on Wednesday, Tuesday and Wednesday, and then we go north to do some gig. I don't know where it is, to be honest with you. I don't look at my calendar. Travel no fucking. You guys would kill each other. You guys would work before you got to the first rest stop. You're retarded. We in an apartment smaller than this fucking studio. Okay, and we laughed our asses off. And when the doors were open and the windows were open because it was so fucking hot, and we couldn't hardly go to sleep because it was noisy as shit. We put on Joy Medina. 5 minutes sleeping time. Wake up, no kicks for Jesus. Making biscuits, and I had him on the floor, futon, okay, and John Wesley on the floor, and Jody Ferding on the bed. Yeah, it was crazy. We were in it to win it. This was Team Us, 1440. You don't even understand. Killer Duck, my brothers. Are you kidding me? Well, not literally. I'm just saying, like, you put something on the TV that he doesn't want, or he'll start. I got 5 fucking TVs. 5 fucking TVs on that goddamn bus. Pick what channel you want. Play it. I got it. How many bedrooms on the bus? I've got a king size back bedroom that pops out, okay, and then the living room pops out, and then there's 3 bunks. It's got a 2 bathrooms and a shower on it, and I've got, I think there's like 6 air conditioners on it, so if we go someplace where it's hot, like I went to Bonnaroo this summer, everybody, all these dirty white people out there with 120 degrees and dirt, fuck you. I took 3 showers a day. I was the sweetest motherfucker out there. People were like, they thought I was Pharrell or something. I was smelling so good, okay? I was doing it, Jack. It was awesome. Everybody's boo-hoo, it's hot. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna go make a fucking margarita in my bus, take a shower, and smoke a bone. Fuck you. I hate that band. Okay, it was awesome. It was so great. But that's how we gotta go, dude. We gotta go on the fucking bus. Alright? Your babies would go bananas in that bus. Your baby would love that fucking bus. She didn't show up. I can't go for that door. It's expired by the way. Go out. You get stuck in that gun. Listen. Yeah, right? What happened? A couple weeks ago, I went swimming in Toledo. And I got on the fucking plane the next day. I got the air infection, right? Oh my god. And I was sitting down, and I'll tell you, man, when you work out and you're heavy, you have to take a lead sometimes. Yeah. That's what happened. That's all that works for at this point for big guys. Dude, I'm past that. Yeah, you get slammed on your back. You go home and eat your lunch. First thing you do is take a nap, especially with the train the next day. Really? Yeah, you gotta do all that shit because it lowers the inflammation. You gotta eat fucking, like smoke a weed, eat weed, actually takes away the inflammatory from your fucking thing. You see it, Google today, you see the front page of Yahoo today, where it said, more people turn to medical marijuana prescriptions in that. Prescriptions are down. Prescriptions are going down, man. Yeah, the opiates are going down. Yeah, the benzos are going down. Listen, I'm telling you, that's your problem. You fucking go and you work out with any problems or savages down there on that night and you go home again. Okay, I'll do an experiment with you, motherfucker. I will experiment. I will give you the lead one night, and a week later we'll do it again, and I'll give you a chunk of real hash. And you eat that hash, and you call me tomorrow and you tell me which day makes you feel like that's what Bruce Lee doing this. Nobody knew why he was eating marijuana 40 years ago. Danny DeSanto said that he did that. That's why he was eating marijuana. Because he knew that a leaf will kill you. Yeah, a leaf that milks your hunger will eat your fucking liver. You gotta drink gallons of water. You take a leaf, you gotta drink fucking water, bro. That's why I don't take them at night. I take them when I get home from jiu-jitsu band from or kettlebells. I'm not sore an hour later, whatever the fuck I do when you're sore. Sometimes you get sore from flying. Dude, I wiped the fuck out. Shit, man. First of all, look, 6-hour flight. Leave your fucking door. Alright, yeah, okay, you fly and your connection, Dallas got bumped, so now you're in fucking Chicago, and you land at B-32, and yours is, next flight is at H-17, you got 15 fucking minutes, and Chicago, the fucking terminals are so close together, there's no room for a fucking one of them chairs. You give $20 to a black guy with a golf cart. No, you gotta fucking hump it, dude. You gotta fucking rock. And then if you're hungry, you gotta run. There's no way. Sometimes I take out one night with my ears actually, well, you know what? So they gave me these 2 vitamins. They told me they gave them expired. I throw them away. Because I don't give a fuck if they told me because I
next night pop that Viking and I got that. So I got fucked up on that couch. I like it. Fucking smoked the head. I fucking went to bed. I got up like brand new the next day. My ear hurt a little bit, but there it is. What's his hair? He gave me two. I said the other one fell out of the bag. That was it right there. Oh my god, that was the one I just found. I thought it fell out of the fucking bag.
I think I like those pills too much. I don't do them. I don't fuck with none of them no more.
I like them
too much.
I like the feeling of when I'm on the road.
Yeah.
That's where I like something to sleep. I actually go to prescribe for
Me too. Because I can't sleep. You need 3 new pills a week? Yeah. I could fall asleep right now. You're not us.
When I get up at 5 on the road,
You're a titty baby.
when I get up at 5 Thursday morning, I gotta go to the radio, right? And I get up for 6, right? Like they're picking me up at 7:30.
Okay.
So I don't want to just get up at 7 and all in a rush. I want to get up, I want to relax, I want to read the paper, I want to eat a good breakfast, I want to write a little bit, I want to slow down,
Stretch a little.
I'll get up, give me shit, do all that shit we're doing.
But getting up in time management, yeah, with that, you fly to the other side of the fucking country for 6-7 hours. Okay, you get in your fucking shit hotel at 1:30 a.m. Those dicks are coming to pick you up at 5. They didn't even call it and be considerate of go, what kind of coffee do you need? Gotta bring you some breakfast.
I do all that. on my
All of them.
I do that on my own till 7:30 when they get there. I'm prepared. When I get back to that hotel room and I get high, I'll sleep like a baby.
Right.
But after 2 shows, the weed,
There's too much energy.
There's too much energy.
After the show.
I know for a fact that I'm not going to sleep Saturday night. I know for a fact, even this week, I'm going to work for my flight. I got to be at the airport at 5:30. I get back to Burbank at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
So I come out. So 5:30, if I got to be at the airport at 5:30, that means I'm working at 4:30 in the morning. So I have prepared for that 3 hours sleep after the comedy club. So what I do is Saturday mornings, I get up, eat breakfast, I walk around, I get high, do whatever I gotta do. I get back like about 10 o'clock, Jack. And Ralphie does the same. Because Ralphie will call me on Saturdays from the road. I go, what time is it? That free time, that little time, that's it.
Yeah,
once I take that nap after that, it's over. Because I'm sleeping straight till 3.
Yeah, because we're at work.
I have to. And I don't sleep late. You know me, I don't sleep late.
Ever.
But Saturdays, I don't do lunches, I don't do nothing because I know that I'll be working all night. I know that I have a chance of falling asleep for 3 hours. I'm probably not even. Yeah. I'm used to it now. Bro, they got a flight. I'm taking that phone to Jersey. And I'm still flying at the Kennedy Jack. I'm going to New Brunswick because there's no connect. Everything is connected to Jersey now. There's only one direct, and that's Virgin. But Virgin gets me in at 8:30. Virgin will get me in Thursday cool at 2:30. Sunday, I ain't waiting till 1 to fly back to LA.
No.
It gets me back here at 3:30. I can't do it.
Hey, man, look at Southwest. They've got one of these chairs.
Listen, Southwest is doing 2 hours.
Yeah.
After 2 hours.
Yeah, your back starts to hurt.
There's no entertainment. There's nothing. There's no.
Someone gives you free TV.
They give you free TV. I go, why? They got their own TV. I go, wow, man, all that shit. What the fuck? I sit next to an communist.
Oh my God.
American Airlines, I got 200,000 miles on that.
Yeah, right.
Platinum, Virgin, Platinum.
Right.
There's no Southwest. It's from California.
Nevada.
California, LAX to Boston.
Yeah.
Houston, 2 hours, 2:10, 2:15. Anything after 2.5 hours of Southwest, you're asking for trouble. This whole story started with the pimple in the ass because of the bus. If you put a pimple in the ass, it's that bad. So I fucked the Southwest. And what happened was, I come back on a Monday night from fucking El Paso. I've been sitting on a bus for 12 hours. I must have fell asleep sideways. Oh, like about 370 at the time. And the grease of the fat in my ass built the pimple up. 3 or 4 inches from my asshole, and it's like, going from my asshole is right here. On the cheek, on the inside, I got a pimple that stuck out an inch. And it was developing, like it started with an inch. How did he find it so quickly? How did I find it? I couldn't sit. Every time I went to sit, I was like, wow, something hurts.
And then he pulled the hair out.
So I took the fucking hair out, and I took this in the days when I was in my apartment. Yeah, in my apartment. And I looked at my ass, and I know, guys, it was a white head on my ass. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm really grown ass from sitting twisted on a fucking floor. If you sit down all day, you will have pimples on your ass dramatically. All those fat people that walk around and work in offices, look at their ass from time to time.
Oh my God,
You
it's
got
big
big
enough.
ass like strippers. For some reason, strippers have always got a big white ass. You know, you look at the stripper's ass when she's dancing close, look up close, and you always see a little white out on that cheek. I'm just teasing, just joking. You know, it's all these white.
Yeah, like going in like millions. That's what they experience.
I didn't say it's the full stuff out of it.
Well, when it's an ingrown hair like that, yeah.
On your ass cheek.
Yeah. And it was a long hair too. I saw it. Made me look vomit a little bit in my mouth. Holy gross.
Terrible.
I know.
People think they're comedy when you sell those buses for that long. And now, it's you fly so much over here. And Southwest, I love them. I'm not saying that they're a bad airline. Not at all. Southwest is big, fast, perfect. I think Southwest, for whatever that thing is, the level that A-level. I love Southwest.
I used to hate the way they work, but they work much quicker. Dude, so much quicker. So much better. It works so much better. Get the fuck on. Fuck you, get on. Fuck you, get on.
8:15, 8:30. You get a seat for the aisle. You sit there. You give people dirty looks as they walk by.
I had to do the math because I forgot to check in one time, and then was like B30 or something, B20, but I did it at like 96 aisle and window seats. So as long as you're in the first 96, you're cool. I did the math. I got nervous, dude. Man, you are such. That's the Jewish thing you've ever said to me. And I'm a chubby guy. I haven't had it in a year. Dude. You got the flag of Israel right there. And that is the Jewish thing you've ever said. That you counted all the fucking windows on the seats. Really? Oh my God. Dude, here's what I do. Because I'm fat, I gotta buy 2 seats, right? And I don't mind. That's no big deal. Here's how cool fucking Southwest is, though. If that plane ain't full, they give me one of those seats back for free. And so the next time, I fly, when I live in Nashville, 2-hour flight. I'm in Boston. 2-hour flight. I'm in Chicago. 2-hour flight. I'm in Miami. 85% of my work is within 2-hour flight. So I go over there stuff with this. How good they are in Nashville. Holy shit! I got there 10 minutes before the plane was supposed to take off, and they go, Rabbi, we've already got you checked in. The plane is now having mechanical problems, and as soon as you get on, it'll be fixed. Okay? And they rushed. This was before the TSA bypass, all that bullshit. They were like, just pat him down, get him on the plane, and they wheeled me from on one of them go-karts. Because this is how much Southwest loves you. They got me to that plane. As soon as I stepped on, hey, the problem's solved. Yeah, everybody clapped. I had my 2 seats right there waiting for me like a doctor. And those guys love me. They come out. They're the best.
Burbank was cool. Southwest Burbank.
Burbank are cool. Real nice.
Orlando to see his daughter.
Oh, yeah.
She works there. She's the front desk man. That's why sometimes when I get there, whatever, if I know she's there, we got clapped.
Yeah.
One time she took me into the Southwest and I was eating food. Sandwiches from the fucking lunch room. They had a party after the party. She got delayed. So you might as well come with me. And I went into the van and they have little sandwiches cut up with potato chips. People from Southwest were back there eating them. She put me right there. She goes, I'm not to get you. They're really nice. I didn't say they were a bad thing.
No, but it's not that comfortable. It's not that comfortable. It's
the thing. It's not that comfortable if the plane is packed and we're a fat fuck.
Right.
Okay, my shoulder goes on Southwest.
Me too.
Oh my God. I get shoulder pain on Southwest.
I know.
I made a mistake. I connected one time to save $300 in 2 papers. Because you're always looking to save. Right? Fly. And flying is something that if you're looking to save, you're going to have an uncomfortable journey. Prepare for it go on their website. Look at the words. United has a thing where they give you a bigger seat and they give you security clearance.
Yeah.
For $75. It's worth every dime.
Yeah.
Because that means I'm walking the first class line.
Right. There's first class, $75, and then there's economy.
The economy. The United offers that you have to scroll all the way down to 75 each way. It's working.
So fucking
worth it. Working.
You just buy it.
The economy is working.
Goddamn
A
worth
couple weeks ago, I was upgraded to first class, and I still didn't bring the flight because of the security line.
Yeah.
This is what's going on out there. People, so if you fly over the holidays, I'm telling you right
right? Which utterly scared the living shit out of me. That I showed with my passport and my ID, and they asked me like 6 questions, like, do you love America? Of course. Are you allied with any of the terrorist group against the country? And I go, not only do I fucking hate them fucking cocksucking dirty sons of bitches, okay, they shot at me, fuck you, alright? I hate Russians, I'm bona fide, Jack, fuck that. And they go, have a nice day, Mr. Man, raise my hand, sign a piece of paper, boom, I had it then, and all you do is go up there, you don't have to take anything off. No shoes, no fucking email me. So you have to give them like access to your social media, or is that bullshit? No, that's bullshit. What are you talking about? I actually hear stuff. I don't know. That's bullshit. But you know what? You know what though? It would be smart. And let me tell you, every business I'm doing it. I put on the bus a tower, a mobile cell phone tower, Wi-Fi rather. Like the largest one you can get on in a mobile unit, and so it's free Wi-Fi at all my shows. Alright, but what happens to log in is I get all your information. So next time I'm in the area, I can hit you up and go, hey, I'm here. Alright, and that's how I do it. I provide. It costs me a lot of money to do it, but at least I get something in exchange, and they get free internet. You know what I mean? Right. It's really cool, and that's what you got to do for people. But businesses all around are doing that. But you know what they do? It's not like on Southwest, you give them your email, and if you got like an iPad or something, you can watch real TV, and they've got movies on there too. And you can flip channels, and it's real time, and that's for free instead of like, what is it, Boeing or something like that? That's like fucking $22. Goddamn, and it's shit. You can't work Twitters or nothing. But that's garbage. That's way too fucking much. I mean, like a month.
Southwest gives you free Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
But it's when you want one, I don't get it.
So you just have to. They don't want to hit their screens. So you could bring out your tablet and log in. Just log in. You just hit accept, and then they have like a whole bunch of TV stations. Yeah, but you can get all your Wi-Fi, everything on there, everything. Especially if you're A-list, you get everything. You get all of it for free. I do not fly JetBlue. I'm too wide in the ass, and I don't live in a hub of it. But I do live in a hub. Nashville's a hub for Southwest. And, you know, they've got 3 directs. I took American here, first class like a doctor. I was out of there at 6:15 on Saturday, on Halloween. That was the first one in there, on there.
America's got a nice flight.
Dude, it's a fantastic flight, man.
They had one during the winter.
Yeah.
There's a problem. Like in the winter, you have to look. They had an extra one on the way back. Because usually you have to leave early. They had one at night.
Yeah, they get nervous about Dallas and Chicago, so they add extra direct to Nashville because Nashville's such a great hub that you can get out to the south and right there from there. Like that's like their emergency one. Like when Dallas has an ice storm and Chicago's fucked up, they add extra flights to other key cities just so like to Miami so they can bring people up to the East Coast. It's crazy, but that's what they do. They're smart, you know. They do it like they do, baby. They do it like they do. Like,
A lot of people don't fly.
I'm
gonna tell you what the best flight. I'm gonna tell you what the best ticket is in the business.
What's that?
Virgin main cabin select.
Fucking A, man. I tell you what, Virgin first class is bomb, dude.
I'm talking about the main cabin select.
Oh, yeah.
The one behind.
It's fantastic.
Or first class.
Oh, my God. It's first class.
It's first class.
It's first class.
First class.
Like, it's first class.
It's first class.
For half the price. It's first class. Half the price.
Best seat in the business.
And then without a doubt, you've got more leg space, actually, than you are in having first class.
I've been more comfortable in main cabin select than I am with first class. You know
Yeah.
Because they have a desk. We can put a notebook down. I can actually fucking type something. I got gorilla hands.
Bro, you can stretch the fuck out. It's got more space than first class does.
You have to hit a button. They bring you free food, free booze, everything's on the house. So it's still first class, only not in first class. And you still stand on the first class line.
That fucking Brit.
And if you want to fly first class, you walk 12 hours before the flight.
Yeah, if it ain't full up.
49.
Yeah.
49
hard.
It's a madness. Wow, that's a rough line. You know what? Get America don't get me anywhere at 5 a.m. and play ball fast. That's one thing about America. That's one thing about American Airlines. That's why. That is why I fucking fly American.
They're
25 out of 10. They got a vampire flight.
they're
They got a 24-hour. They got a 5 a.m. to Chicago. That means you have to be in LAX at 4 a.m. And what type of human being are you? You're working at 4 a.m. without drugs. You know?
Yeah.
I mean,
You know, it would be more effective, like if they ran, like Southwest is almost a 24-hour a day airline, and especially with these all its international flights now. But I'm telling you, man, American is the smartest in the business. They lower the rates of what they could, but they run them all the fucking time, and they lower the rates in that so they have more people go to the off times who are bargain hunting like the rest of us used to, and then main consumers can pay at an accelerated rate for the last immediate good flights that aren't as full because the cheap people got diverted to the other flights. It's a goddamn beautiful business model. That's how you fucking make money.
but it's amazing how much these companies treat the customers like crap. Like, especially,
Well, there's no fucking reason why they. I mean, all right, if you are the worst person in the fucking world, go work at the airport because no one will bitch about you because they don't have time to fill out a form. They don't have time to fucking talk to your manager. They just don't. They got a plane to catch, so they go, "Oh, that guy was a dick," and they watch your next plane. You get him. It's free. It's awesome. You're an asshole. Go work at that airport.
about a year ago, I made a really bad mistake. This is the type of person I am because I know it's a corporation, I know it's a company, and I know was a year ago that they were having, I was having a chat today with somebody about agents, and I said, listen, I know people who are shit agents, but the agents are human.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Just because he's, I was looking at here's the funniest thing ever, IMDb, they've got rating for agencies and managements and all that shit. CAA is obviously number one. William Morris is number two. Innovative is like 8. And then the agent top was like 200. It's like 300. I mean, it's a fucking nightmare. There's some management companies I looked at, and this was fucked up. You look at Jeff Susser's management.
Yeah.
They're 4,300. A regular person would look at that and go, I wouldn't even talk to that management company.
Yeah.
But what do you mean for that? That's how, that's the rating.
The rating that was this far down the list.
But they've got 3 flights.
They've got 3
flights.
The millions.
So it doesn't matter.
It doesn't fucking matter.
It doesn't matter. You understand me? So it's all bullshit.
What are the rankings based on? I guess the client's earnings. And yeah, the client's earnings. And so, like, I'm with William Morris, and I think worldwide they're number one, but here in America, CAA is, especially in LA. Alright, but William Morris is badass. Who gives a fat baby stick? At that level, unless they're worthless, or fucking strung out on something. I mean, there's been a lot that have risen and fallen because of what they're snorting and what they're drinking on their fucking expense. But man, if you got one client and you're that guy's manager, and that fucking guy is Kevin Hart, your rating would be, I mean, that you only have one client and you're so far down. But Kevin will work hard and make a ton of money. But what if he takes 2 years off? Just to relax and build up a new act. That's when your rating drops to 5,000 likes. I mean, but how much TV does Stephen, Joe, and Kevin do anymore? No more. I mean, is Joe doing? He's still throwing people around at UFCs, right? Right. But that's
theatrical. Some guy called me and they said,
he's such a fucking amazing action hero.
I understand.
Oh God, he would be fucking amazing. Okay, when Joe Rogan, with a fucking skull and tags and crazy shit, driving a hot rod to the fucking desert for hot bitches. What the fuck? I'm all for that. That fucking knife that's Corvette of his fucked up. Oh God, damn it, run to it. He could throw a kick. He could change a light bulb with a kick.
If you put a show on TV, would you want to be a second producer? I go, he probably wouldn't do it if I asked know, we were talking about work ethic a couple weeks ago. You know, he got that job at the UFC as a volunteer. He called the guy and said, I'll fly myself out. I just want to do something with my time. You guys have an idea what the UFC pays him? What he's become, and that channel is like the voice of that shit. Yeah, this didn't come to him because he trained. He went to the IDT Institute of fucking, you know, things. He stepped up. And that's what this whole thing's about. Is fucking balls. So if you have this job, right, guys, this is how he looks at it. And I look at it the same way, right? You got this job that flies you into Vegas or whatever every once a month to call a fight. They pay a shitload of money. He gets residuals from 2 shows, guys. Yeah. Remember, he was on 2 syndicated shows. Hits. Why would you want to drive from Warner Brothers and put up with that? Yeah. Why? You know how hard it is to be the Rock? It's fucking. You know how hard it is to be the Rock? See, people don't do that because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's gonna wake up one day and go, first of all, how many needles can I stick in my blood? How many needles can I stick in my neck before my kidney blows up? Because that's how the public needs to see you all the time. He went on some show a month ago and said he eats 20 pounds of fish a day. That's all great, Danny. Okay? But you gotta stick needles in your body for that fucking thing. Hey, me and you go to some sushi spots. We got him on that one. Yeah, we got him. So, you have to train right now, Joe Rogan, as a family. He's doesn't want to come down there. Why would you want to listen? I mean, what do I want? What do I want? Do I want the Joey Diaz show? 29 years, I'm 52. I didn't blow for 30 fucking years. You know, I'm surprised I didn't fall in the mouth with so much bad pussy I ate. Like the Kardashian black guy. Oh, yeah. Lamar Odom. Let me tell you, I would fall in the mouth. Those bitches are fucking kids in there. 20 years. I'm overweight. You gotta look at your fucking weight. You gotta look at your life and go, how long am I gonna fucking last? So do I really want to drive to Parent over there every day and put up with this folk producer and director on their creative thoughts for a show for 5 fucking years and Mike Laurie to stick away from my kids? The kids are fine. He's fine. The UFC pays him great money. He goes on the road when he wants to with the UFC. So it's all in-house. So yeah, and people make me laugh. I love these clubs. Like, so what's it going to take for Joe Rogan to come to my club? I want to say, listen, the act of God, he comes in for one fucking night. He doesn't want to, you know, I'm in 98 being at the Laugh Factory one night. And I tell the story constantly. As whether people like him or dislike him or he's not funny or funny, Dane Cook one night walked out of the Laugh Factory in 99. And he came over and said hello to me. And I looked at him and I go, how was the last time last week? He goes, that's a fucking great club, man. Yeah, that was 92. He goes, what? No, I mean 2000, 2001. He goes, 2000. The only problem is, it was a lot of work. Yeah. Wednesday through Sunday. And I looked at him. And I didn't think about what he was saying, but I got it. Dude, and that guy had a ton of money, and we had $2 to our name, and we would have loved it. But no, he goes, I just want to play bigger places. That's it. Just one show. That's it, one show. He put that out there. He put a plan. He changed comedy with that move. And I saw it happening. I remember saying he started it. Dane is the one who started it. You know, everybody before, from Mitch Hedberg, everybody, Wednesday through Sunday, maybe stay until Tuesday. The drugs are good. Every fucking body, everybody, Dougie Stanhope, everybody did it. Fucking Dane Cook was the first one that broke the fucking model. The clubs had the control the whole time because there wasn't after comedy died after the 80s and the 90s were fucking dead. There were no headliners that were selling tickets. Okay, so when comedy started to come back up, there was less clubs, and so these comics, so they could fucking keep the money down. But now the dumb fucks, they got greedy like they always do when they fucking start making money. They start putting all these comedy clubs everywhere, and then they go, oh, I got no fucking headliners. And then that's when we got the power, and it was fucking Dane Cook that showed the way. You can say, go fuck your Wednesday and eat a dick on Sunday. I'm doing, no, you know what? I'll come in Thursdays for Friday morning radio, and that's it. That's the other day I got home. Stephen Willows called the show. Stephen Willows a couple of times. He had a party one night. He had a party in August that year, and they put, he had older brothers. This kid, Stephen Willows, you never met him, Ralph. He's a great kid. He's got a cover band called the Past Masters. And he had a shed. And we were growing up. His brothers were part of this crew, and they fucking had parties, not big drug parties. They weren't drug parties. They were about music, and they did crazy things like they would eat class, fucking, even houses and all. So one day, this is way before I was just 75, my friend. So somehow, I went over there one day for a party, and the only young kids that were invited to the party were me, Philo, and this kid, Gandhi. And at this party, they took a garbage can, and they filled it up with everything they had. They put Hawaiian punch in it, and they took bees. Remember, he called and told the story. The brothers took bees. John didn't think they were eating a bee. Look at the fucking thing. So, and with ice, and this stuff had like 151 growth. Oh my God. It tasted terrible. It's a fucking, I think, to scoop it out, you had to do this. It was in a garbage can, and it had chunks of fruit in it. And I'm back there smoking pot. The next thing you know, I'm getting woken up in Sissulo's front yard. And Sissulo, he's out. And I'm getting woken up by Ray Ernesto. Ray Ernesto was a cop in the neighborhood that would come down and play basketball on Sundays. But he always wore colored socks, and it drove me crazy. At the end of the basketball game, that was the argument, Ray. You gotta go home with your colored socks. I'm gonna punch you in the fuck you, Ray. You're gonna punch me in the mouth. You're fucking 40, I'm fucking 10, but go fuck your stuff, Ray. But Ray was a cool motherfucker. Ray picked me up. And he was going, what happened? I don't know, I blacked out. I got fucked up. He was, come on, I'll drive you home. And he left and phone. My mom answered. And she's like, what's going on? I go, Mom, I got fucked up. I fell asleep on this door's thing. She was going, fucking sleep on you idiot. She yelled at me. She was like, the end of August. It's the first time.
That's when parents were fucking parents and police forgot their police. Right? They didn't have to be fucking parents too, man.
The neighborhood.
Right.
I'll never forget that I was fucking hungover. This is the first time ever that I was hungover. So I got in like at 5:30. It was starting. The light was starting to come on. 5:30. A sophomore, and I'm going to be a sophomore. This is like 2 weeks before they put me in the hospital for a lung infection. I'm fucked up. I'm not doing drugs though, guys. I didn't do drugs. I was smoking pot then. I was high. I wasn't a big drinker, but I drank a little much. I'll never forget that. My mom could drink early, dog. And it was a Sunday morning, so I got home like at 5. I passed out about 10 o'clock in the morning. I could hear like Ice Cube. Shit, that's what I woke up to. I could hear Cuban music. And I heard her come up the stairs. She go, oh, yeah, what the hell? It's wake up. I made breakfast for lunch. And she had like a class in those days towards the end. She used to drink a Bloody Mary with a Heineken in it. Shit around. What the fuck makes a Bloody Mary with a Heineken in it? Walking around your house? She was such a spink. Like, she was such a spink. She didn't like the ceiling. She would just fucking break it, put it in a drink, and eat it while she was talking to me. But you have to appreciate this. You can't write this. You're supposed to cut the lettuce off the celery. Yeah. She was such a spink. She just ate it, right? She would eat it. And she loved tomato juice, that V8.
Oh, fuck yeah. I still love that, dude. I drink that like twice a week, 3
So
times
she
a week.
would put Tabasco in her Bloody Mary. She would bring red sauce.
Oh, not me.
So anyway, she looks at me going, I'm fucking got a headache that's pounding. And she goes, wait, they go see the act by cooking. And she goes, she looked at me for like 5 minutes. She took a piece of the celery and she goes, now you know what I feel like in the morning. And she fucking walked out the door. And that was like a prolific thing in my world. Like I never thought about it again. Okay, so it's August the fucking.
You get the best.
It's August the fucking whatever. But she said it very pate patois. Now you know what I feel like in the morning. Okay, this is how you want to live your life. She just walked out of her room. Okay, so
That's for real.
this is the end of August. It's September, October, November. 15, I already knew that everything gotta be a man. You gotta be respectful. And then Halloween night, we all dressed up like ghosts. We took ass. It was a Gabrielle's garage. And it was tremendous. It was tremendous. At 11 o'clock, I went to fucking meet her, and some girl came and said, she's not coming. You have to go get her. And I was like, what? And the girl was hot. And on the way walking, in fact, Jimmy Holloway is her cousin. He's listening to this podcast. Robin Thompson, who was married to Robin Thompson, started walking her boyfriend, Glenn Zemnick, who was a man already. Me and Robin were 15. My boyfriend was a man. That's how hot this bitch was. He was a fucking man. This bitch named Big High School kids. He got out of the car and told we were leaving together and started yelling at her, but I stuck up for her. You know, he was like, I'll deal with you some other time. And he, was very nice to me that night. Oh, she went down. I forgot the whole thing. I forgot to call home. That was the rule of the house. You gotta fucking call home. So Saturday night was this night. It was a Halloween party. But it was in those days, that year, if you look at 1979, man, Halloween was on a weekend. Me and the boys at Chicken Treat, now Halloween, it was like on a Wednesday. So, but the party was Saturday. Yeah. So it was like maybe, Halloween was like Monday, and this party was on a Saturday. That was like October 28th. You like Trick or Treat like 3 times. So what happened was I stayed there, and all of a sudden I realized it's 3 in the morning. And I called home, and my mom answered. She goes, what the fuck? And I listen, I'm up here, but there's no buses. There was one drink, but what was the date on the fucking Saturday night? The Saturday before that, the 27th, because she died on the 8th. So she died Wednesday after that, not after the Halloween, 10 days after Halloween. So it was a week and a half. She died a week and a half later. So she gave me the speech on a Sunday night. She died November 8th. So look at it. You follow me? Yeah. Wow. So that Sunday, she goes, I'm on the couch. What are we going to do? I go, I don't know. She goes, we'll take a taxi home. I go, I'm not going to take a taxi home. I got other buddies with me. We're going to walk home together. And I'd done the acid and stuff. And the acid was coming down. I was getting like the little jingles and shit. So something happened. Somebody took a ride downtown. But by this time, we're talking. It's 5 a.m. I'm not going to call her back. She was already sleeping. And I'll never forget that my friends dropped me off. I had a ghost costume on. And I walked up the fucking stairs. And as I was putting the fucking key in the door, she opened it, grabbed me with one fucking hand, and just smacked me across the face. She hadn't smacked me in 4 years, 5 years before that. I was a big boy, and that just wasn't her MO, that hit me. She would say, I'm gonna fucking kill you. 2 years before that, she didn't like me on fire. When I'm out the road, she told me my little backyard. So, but she was pissed. She slammed the door. She goes, let me tell you something. She goes, someday you're gonna be fucking married. You're gonna have a fucking wife, and you're gonna fucking call every hour on the hour. That's the deal in this house. You can stay out all fucking night. I don't give a fuck what you do. Drinking with your stupid buddy. She went off. But she goes, all I want is standing there doing, you just smack me in the fucking face hard. Like it was a hard smack to the face. Like it was still stinging. And she's like, you fucking idiot. What the fuck is wrong with you staying out till 7 o'clock? Get upstairs to your room. I don't even want to look at you. I was pissed. I'm like, I might even move out. Like that shit. I'm going to get the fuck out of this bitch. They fuck you. Fuck you. No wonder your husband left you the other one time. Fuck you.
Holy shit, that was fucking real in the game.
That's real. My father died at 37. And then one who was a killer left up because he hit him in the head with a fucking saint. Saint was
what? Go ahead, look, man.
No, Santa Barbara. The man that with the sword, he flicked the cigarette and she fucking wakes him to fall asleep. She broke it over his head. Nobody could deal with him. He didn't know what to do. He was lost. He was in a deep sleep. So that night I went to bed thinking,
When was that after she got home from close on the bar?
Yeah, they came home together and they were talking. And they were sitting like this. He was sitting on a chair. And something happened where she wanted a cigarette. And he took it and instead of handing it to her. We were old school Cubans, bro. You don't throw nothing in that house.
No, that's rude.
That's fucking rude.
I don't give a fuck. What? If somebody flicked the thing, Can I have a cigarette? Like if they want hey, Butler, can I have a sip of your wine?
Sure, it
And
was.
you fucking threw it at me. It's the same fucking thing. It's rude.
Wasn't even
It's
like
fucking rude.
my mom's demented, drunk again. It was a disrespect thing, so she waited for me to go to bed. She hit him in the head. They fucking left the next day. But, so I'm walking up the stairs thinking, that's this. I'm walking up the stairs. Oh yeah. I'm walking up the stairs thinking, you know what? I ain't tolerating this shit no more. You know, I'm 15 and a half. I get a job. I deliver the Balzanos. That was my plan. I don't need this shit. People hit
I
this shit.
was the Balzanos when I was working at Advertise once.
Yeah, Pete.
Yeah.
Political Pete. So the next morning she woke me up again. She's like, yeah, look something. She goes, let me tell you something. She goes, get up. And she got up. She goes, I was like, oh, fuck. She goes, first off, I'm sorry for putting my hands on you. You're too old for me to be in here. But number two, she goes, I just want you to understand something. All I want out of this deal is for you to grow up and be a man. That's it. I don't give a fuck how you do it. I want you to grow up and be a man, okay? When you tell somebody you're gonna go home, you go home. And she kissed me in the cheek and she walked out. And I didn't think much of it. I just sat there. And I was like, you know what, whatever. I'm a man. What the fuck is over there? I am a fucking man. I was just sucking daddy's behind the high school last I'm a fucking man. I worked last summer. I made $75 a day, you know, in my head. In the morning, you know, whatever. So 10 days later, when I found that dead on the floor, the first thought was like, she's never gonna find that I got let back. But the second thought was, here's what she was saying. She gave me a heads up. That's all she wanted out of this, for me to be a man. Whatever I do in her world, what that meant. But I just wanted to celebrate that. I know that she liked churches. Yeah, my mom loved going to fucking pray. There was a church down the block, St. Patrick's Cathedral. In the 70s and 60s, and every year on February 26th, my mom would give the guy 100 and bring him a bottle of shivers, whatever, flowers, and they would set the casket up like a fake casket. And my mom would do a fucking thing for my dad. And she used to say, I love fun. We used to go to churches just to fucking look at churches. Even though she had a method, she would go to churches. Yeah. In the 8th, in the 6th, and the 5th grade, I was 10. That's 1973. And that year, something happened. The New York Mets went to the playoffs, the NLCS playoffs against, look it up, Lisa, against the Cincinnati Reds. Literally, look up the New York Mets against the Cincinnati Reds, 1973.
Oh, poor man.
This is how
Royals with that shit out of them. And they did it right there. Fucking, I mean, fucking, who's that black guy? Spike Lee. He took his hat back off. Okay, Jerry Steinfeld was bullet back to his $1 billion. Okay, it's a little team from nowhere. Fucking no money, Royals. I'm so proud of them. God bless.
It's an American dream. It really is. It's a fucking American dream.
God bless him.
What did that
At their house.
What year was it? 73.
1973, New York Mets and the Cincinnati Reds.
Tremendous.
October 6th to 10th. And New York won the series 3-2. But they lost the 8th.
Right, Pete Rose beat the fuck out of Bud Harris in the second base. It was tremendous.
when he was sliding in.
But that year, my mom, when I met my first comedian, you were talking about it.
Oh, yeah.
So when Lee, so you went to Jewish instruction when you were growing up?
Yeah.
What days? It's Saturdays?
It was Wednesdays a lot. Wednesdays and Sundays sometimes. Hey, did you have the little nice thing on? No, that would have been a
It's all from this. She ate some hot cookies and say, fuck it. Lee, if you did that, you know what?
I gotta grow those.
Yes, you do.
How do you grow those?
You just let it, just let it fuck. What am I supposed to do? Free. It's a fucking
apple. Don't make it be mutton chops. Everybody think you're a hipster bag. It'd be great. Get you some mutton chops. Like clear their check. Lickety pussy that doesn't check their legs.
Jew wax, you get some money on a sponsor.
Oh, yeah.
Jew wax.
Yeah, get you one of them mustaches, too. That makes you look like one of them fucking evil
That's the rest of the bell. And you had to ring the bell. So Sister Anna would go, all right, 8th grade, and she'd ring the bell, and you go in. Well, my mom was to eyeball that bell because it was made from copper and wood and Cuban, big saint in Cuba, which is October 6th. I got another quote, and you're supposed to have a copper bell. And if you want money, you have to ring that bell. So my mom one day on the way home, she's like, just get close to me. My mom shoplifted the fucking bell. The games. That fucking bell. In the back of her mind, that bell was everything. That bell was bringing her luck. Every time I'd see her, she'd give me a kiss and go, you're a genius. That church is bringing me good luck. The fucking bell. That's
when she stole from the church, is bringing me the luck. That's amazing.
So every time the Mets would play at home, she'd ring the bell. And she went to a Met game, she'd take the bell and put it in her purse. And she'd ring the bell at the Met game. This is true fucking story. This is how crazy. This is where I came from.
Oh man, I know you don't have all this time, but have you thought about like trying to go back to 1976 Met games like video and see if you hear the bell?
Oh,
crazy.
shit.
You blow my fucking mind.
I couldn't. No, I couldn't do. You would hear it. You would hear it going, Rusty, stop. She would throw chicken wings when he'd run back. And Rusty, stop. So she was on this side of it. My mom got one loud and they go by. I mean, she made it to the point. Tell me to the point. She would go, Denora, where do you want to sit? You know, you want to sit in the right field. And they Rusty, where Rusty stopped playing 73 Mets. Was it 73? Wherever Rusty stopped. They had a horrible, I think it was Rusty stopped. George Theodore. He's so busy. He was the right fielder.
Yeah, he always had to hit the cutoff. That was the story.
I always thought.
So she's going. Oh my God, that's the
Here's the deal. The guy would go, Denora, I got signed on right field only. So he would have to run faster. If she would sit there and he ran faster, she would lose her mind. She would go ballistic. All 8 times he run. Oh yeah, Ruti. He went multa. She fucking yelled him in Spanish. And then if she was close to him, she'd throw chicken wings at him. Oh yeah, he went multa. So when the guy would ask her, where do you want to sit? And he'd say, like, what do you want to sit? My mom would go, oye, no me ponga para ese lado, compadre. I don't like that phone. So she would sit on the other side. Who was the left fielder?
Oh God.
They had Wayne Garrett on third, so she was in love with Wayne Garrett. Wayne Garrett took this thing out. My mom would jump the fence and suck the thing. And Mom Steve at the same time.
Okay. Your mom got high.
Give me the team.
By the way, this Friday I'll be at the Club Nokia here in Los Angeles. If you're a church member, please come in. I'd love you. I'd love to see you live. I'm going to do about 2 hours and blow your fucking mind. Come on, baby.
What's the team? Who's the left fielder then? Who was the fucking baseman?
All right. You want the left fielder or Cleon Jones?
Cleon Jones. Who was the third baseman? Wayne Garrett.
Yeah.
Bad motherfucking dog. He reminds me of David Wright, the hot corner they used to call it. My mother loved Wayne Garrett so she could tolerate Cleon. And my mother used to call Cleon Jones like Cleon. Vamos para la Cleon. Vamos a hablar con él. Because he was black. So my mom would clap for Wayne Garrett. She liked Wayne Garrett. She picked him up at the okay. Where Rusty stopped. She turned and looked at me. And he moved. I look at this motherfucker. I gotta sit there and look at this motherfucker. So, she lost like $10,000 one time. He dropped the ball, and that was it. That's it. My mother's world. No, he did something stupid.
He couldn't throw it to first base. He had to hit the cutoff.
I don't know what he did to my mother. My mom just didn't like him. So my mom, when she sat on the right side, not only would she ring the bell for the Mets, but then she put food to her rest. He's not with the same thing. Bro, listen to me. The fucking Mets beat the Reds, right? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they went.
Right. They won the ninth one. You understand what that was for the fucking Mets to beat the Reds? The Reds were beginning a dynasty.
That was the big red
That was
machine.
the big red machine. Now you know what happened?
Holy shit.
You know what happened? My mother, when they went to the World Series, my mother thought, I remember I was still going to Sacred Heart School for Boys. I still remember that plain as day, because my mom had that belt. And if, listen, this is going to get creepy. It's going to get creepy. Not only do you, the school, you go in on Sundays, and you come home on Thursdays. Here's where it really gets creepy. Like, believe me, people, see what day the World Series was on. The game that what was the series when the Oakland A's beat the Mets?
1973 World Series.
1972 World Series. Look at the day they clinched. So this is really going to knock you motherfuckers out.
Okay.
See if it was a Sunday. The day they won that game, the Oakland A's beat the Mets. Game 6 was on a Sunday. Was it 6 games?
7 games.
Okay.
Sunday, October 24th.
Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with, gentlemen?
You
No, listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. I still remember. I still remember. What's his name catching the ball? And my mother looking over at me and going, let's go. We're going back to that fucking school. And on the way, her like playing, she wouldn't even look at that fucking bell. So for the last 3 months, all she does is she loves this bell. She put the belt on and like light a candle next to it. On the chicken head. The whole thing. The day the Mets lost, she personally got in the car because usually she go to the bar and my stepdad or one of my mom's friends would drive me. And we'd all go out to dinner as a family and then my mom would go to the bar because she'd have to be there till 5. No, 3 if you were working at bingo on Sunday. My mom personally drove me to the fucking school, got me out, and I could see she was agitated the whole time. And in the middle of that agitation, she gave me a hug. And she goes, do me a favor. Get this fucking kiss of death bell away from me, right? I'm like, well, I ain't touching that fucking thing. They've been looking for that bell for 3 months. They've been doing searches with dogs for that fucking bell.
Oh my God.
And I go, you put the fucking bell back. You rocked it. Here we are in front of the church. The nuns are telling me, 10. I'm fucking 10. And my mom's telling me, go put this. I don't ever want to see that fucking bell again. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that bell. I don't want to see Rusky stop. As long as I live, I swear to God, I don't know what I hit. My mom used to get superstitious against certain things. Okay, so now the bell had carried her throughout the whole baseball. Not only that, the bell helped the Mets beat the Cincinnati Reds, which at that time were royalty.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, because they lost in Game 6 or in Game 7, the bell was bad luck. She didn't want to fucking out. Take this fucking bell out of here. Like I said, she personally.
How much you think she lost on that bet? Because you know she bent the shit out of the
50,000.
Jesus. I hate that motherfucker too.
My mother,
I burned that bell.
my mother had a gambling problem. What women today think with those slot machines.
That
My mom made you look like a fucking. My mom was a bet.
all sports.
No, just baseball. Baseball and horses. And that the horses will kill you. It's every day. You can't do anything every day in life. She lost everything because of baseball betting. Everything. And her teams were betting baseball for the Red Sox. At that time, which they were hot then. Those were one of the. So this whole last week was really emotional. I watched the fucking Met games. I watched them. Did I cheer for them? I gotta tell you something. I was cheering for them up to when they went to Shea Stadium the first night. And when I saw them singing, Bring Me a Song, You're a Shadow Man, whatever that Billy Joel thing, that was it for me. I was disgusted. I've never been that disgusted. That's not the New York I left. They were all hugging each other, and they were singing, Sing me a song, you're a piano man. And Billy Joel was in the top acting like a turtle. That stuff drives me crazy, bro. That's a baseball finish. Nothing other than throw things, ring bells, and Saturday is this shit. They created into something else. That's what pissed me off. That's why I got so mad. I'm like, so you sang, but the two guys also when they get beat up and shame. No, that's why he got tweeting last night. Did you see what I was tweeting last night? It was fucking Billy Joel, get him singing. That's the night they won, the night that listen, I love the World Series. That's American as fuck.
What are you doing? Were you playing some
He was here working, though. He was here working.
playing a shooting
He was
game?
here working.
One of those freaks had one of them fake shooting games.
No.
He was shooting somebody and he's fucking
He's
in Belarus right now. And they're both cussing out 30 fucking Russians.
He knows he can't.
I know. He was Googling his fucking cousins. Alright?
Whoa, listen.
Yeah.
You know that you Kansas City did. And I love that. I hate when people forget about the game. Small ball. They stole bases.
They stole
I love when people steal.
They put pressure.
You really want to fuck with a motherfucker, and if you look at the Cincinnati Reds, the big red machine, that's all they did. Their job, next time classic baseball, Cincinnati Reds play, you sit there and you watch that whole game, and you're like, oh my God, nobody had more than 15 home runs. Eric Foster.
Small ball.
The main job they did was steal.
Get a single and steal.
Stealing singles is something that's forgotten about.
Yeah, man. You know that's why Ricky Henderson played baseball so long and for so many teams. Because think about it. He played for the Red Sox. He played for everybody. He played for everybody. Listen, Ricky was goofball dumb, but he was one of the greatest baseball players to ever get behind. All right, this guy, if you got a pitcher and he is out of business at 96 pitches, and Ricky gets on base with a bunt or a fucking single or a walk sometimes, he gets on there, he jumps out, that guy tries to throw over there 3 or 4 times, he's gonna wear it on his arm. They're gonna have to bring that middle reliever that's a piece of shit that hadn't worked in 8 days, and then they have to go through 3 closers, so what do they do the next day? Ricky Henderson blows out their next guy. That's what genius small ball is. And that's what they did, man. They played fucking great baseball, man.
They played
Great baseball. Beautiful college ball.
All Cincinnati Red games, their leadoff was always Joe Morgan. And he always stole. And once Geronimo came on, those fucking Indians, those Geronimos, they go crazy. And they had like 3 people with stealing. Pete Rose with stealing your ass. You know, Pete Rose wasn't a thief, but he just, they just gorilla you. And if you watch those, there was a game I watched this classic baseball maybe 8 years ago that they actually showed the fucking pitcher just going like, I don't want to deal with this ever again. This was not baseball. This was torture. Because it's small ball. It's slow torture. Every pitch, something happens. There's always something happening. Every time you let that ball go, it's either a single or a punt, or this motherfucker's stealing. That's torture on a pitch. You can't
gotta duck. You lose your concentration.
It's fucking crazy.
And listen, I used to love baseball. I know everything about the Red Sox. 152 games before the postseason. I don't have time to watch all those games. Well, not every one of them, but watch one of each series and feel like a fan. You know? You know what I mean? I like the Houston Astros. I started staying up there in '90. I loved them. Me and John Wesley, we went for a foul ball, and little kid was going for a foul ball. We were stoned out of our ball. And instead of me squashing that kid for that fucking foul ball, I broke the seat. Okay? And the kid got the ball, and everybody's cheering. We're on the big screen, and I'm holding that chair together, motherfucker. I got my left hand holding the chair up. Okay? And John's laughing. He goes, you broke that chair. I go, this motherfucking chair is done. I broke that ass and dumb and been there 30 fucking years. And I fucked that chair up. We got up. It fell to poor Pete's head. I swear to God, get Johnny West on the phone. That is so fucking funny. Oh my God.
Broke a couple of things, so
I've broken a lot of shit. I used
to bring lawn chairs. Lawn chairs get out of it. Pittsburgh Funny Bone.
Yeah.
The home with Greek Bowl that used to have naked women pictures all around the bar.
Yeah, right. I hated that. I always used to hate those.
Yeah, I hate lawn chairs though.
Yeah, the chair you have on your balcony. I never knew why you had that goddamn chair.
I broke one and you broke one. Well, I was like pushing the jar that you came and just tore method.
Well, for that guy, this is the worst chairs.
Oh my God, shot the pilot. The VH1, didn't I bring the chair?
Yes. Yeah.
Something happened from
you broke a chair. It was awesome.
For a long time.
Oh my God, that's so fucking funny.
Chair broke one time with sleep apnea. Chair broke in Miami.
Dude, you broke Gavin's toilet. Remember?
Jeep there, and I went to get the handle, and I went to pull up and have the fucking hand down.
Oh man,
Stop being a fat motherfucker.
man, ain't nothing easy.
Let me do some shout outs and get the fuck out of here. I'd like to thank Mike and Mary Johnson at Unique Bows. Thank you very much for the bows. We put them on a little hair for Halloween. Thank you for listening. Rusty Shackelford, that's what Dallas and the rest of you
I
crazy
love those guys, man.
Sandman, Benito Munoz, Sean Cappuccino, Jimmy Carroll, and Kirk Brooks.
You know who I know is watching? It's my man D in Colorado, who's a cool motherfucker. I know D in Colorado, and that motherfucker's got weed 15 foot tall. 15. The biggest damn bud. Dude, he's a great guy, man. That guy's cut from
I
rare.
just helped him on Twitter a couple of days ago. He's a good
Yeah, he's just a dude, man. He's a good dude at all.
You have to do it. What's up with you, Tarzan? We're going to kettlebell tomorrow. You stay for jiu-jitsu. We're going to bust it. We're going.
Sounds really cool.
Let's do it. Let's fucking go. I got shit on my shit home. I got to take headshots on Wednesday. Stupid shit.
Yeah, I'm going in and out. All right, you fucking gonna get real. Okay, we're three fat guys. You gotta talk about workout sessions now. We were talking about fucking asshole test, breaking bad. I just like buy better bed, motherfucker. That's what I did. Fuck breaking them. Buy the best. Well, he wants me to flip over my back. I can't do it. I've never in my life been able to do it. He's like, oh, just do it. I'm like, yeah, it's never gonna happen.
It's a fucking do it. You do the best you can. Don't worry about doing nothing.
Oh my God. I know. Okay. I can't believe I can join this conversation, but I can actually and be relevant. Holy shit. Okay, I've been trying to limber up and like because traveling so much it hurts. And so my doctor, as part of I broke my wrist, said, as part of my physical therapy, go to yoga. Okay, so I'm having this one-on-one with this yoga instructor. Okay, I'm going down and I got my legs spread as far as I can, and the fucking yoga mat split in the middle, and my bum hit the fucking floor, and I almost passed the fuck out. My fucking side has been killing me for 3 weeks, dude. I swear to God, I did the full flip, like I was trying to block a goal. It was the worst. Oh my God, dude. I think I ripped my groin muscles. All this shit. I ripped that yoga mat right down the fucking middle. You're the first person that has said that tickling is so embarrassing. But those fuckers will rip if you get fucking 450 splendid. Oh, dang, I'm busting my ass. It took me so long to be able to get up. I didn't even know what to do. I think the instructor just pushed me back on my back. And then it's stuff. And oh my God.
One of the worst things that ever happened was when I dropped from YMCA at the time.
That's a W, bud.
As a fat guy, I was never more embarrassed in my fucking life. I've done some dumb shit as a fat guy. Hell, you get embarrassed about being fat, you get a fat shame. One of the time I almost drowned at the Wild League. Fucked me up. I didn't say nothing good for months. I didn't say nothing. I just snorted coke and tried to hide it and shit. That was embarrassing. I was just starting to lose weight. Things were going great for me. I lost like 8 pounds. I was still snorting blow. I was doing big blow. And I fucking got up one morning and Terry went to work and I overslept. And I said, fuck it, I gotta swim. And I went over to the Y and the Y is packed. I used to go to the Fat Man pool. It's a little Russian pool. Right? It was like 4 feet, but it was 96 degrees. So it's like a therapeutic pool. And I would walk around and if there was nobody in there, I would do laps. And then it's short laps and nobody would see you. If you go to the big pool, there's kids shit. Fuck this. I swim when I lived in Boulder. I've been swimming for 3 weeks. I'm ready for a big fucking pool. Why don't I swim with these fucking fat fuckers for? I went over there, put my name on the blackboard, guys. I put my goggles in, and I'm in deep end. I jump. Just the cold water hitting me, bro. It just shocked my body. Just shocked my fat little body. And then I'm trying to swim. I'm swimming. I'm putting everything I can. I'm turning my head. I'm remembering my phone. And I look up, and I haven't even moved like 5 feet. I'm fucking sideways. But by this time, I'm out of here. Like I was smoking 2 or 3 packs of cigarettes a day. I'm dying. I'm 10 feet out. But I can't swim back. And my feet can't take it, so I'm just holding on to the rope. And people are swimming by me. They going, come on. Let go of the rope. Come on, swim. And I'm like, I'm dying. I'm trying to get the shortest distance was this way. If I swam vertically to the fucking wall, I'd never make it. So I had to swim this way. So I pulled myself like Spider-Man. And I get to the wall, and I'm huffing and puffing, guys. I mean, guys, I'm fucked up. Seriously. That's when I realized this has to hang. And I'm holding on to this, and I can't kick no more. And I'm out of oxygen, and I'm holding on. And I got my fucking chin on the thing, just holding me. And some kids are like, Mister, are you okay? And I'm like, no, I'm not okay. Help me. They're like, come on, pull them out. And all these little kids get together, these little Mexican kids. And they're trying to pull me out, and they can't pull me out. They're like, 1, 2, 3, pull. And they're pulling, and I'm like, I'm turning purple. I'm not breathing. I don't even know if I'm breathing through my nose. I'm starting to panic. People are starting to circle and look around, and these little kids can't pull me. I'm like, fucking ring the buzzer. They ring this buzzer, and it's going on. And this chick gets on the thing, and she turns this thing around, and they're actually going to make me listen to this. They couldn't get me out, so they were going to fucking drop a hoist into the pool, and they wanted me to swim into it, and they were going to pull me out like a fucking whale, like water. And by this time, there's 50 people watching me. You have any idea, Lee, how embarrassing that is? I got kids that by myself with me. Lee, I'm purple. And they're like, swim to the middle. Get to the middle, and go in, and we'll drop the hoist. And the hoist will pull you out, and then we'll bring you to the side. Lee, by that point, I'm so fucking embarrassed. And now, out of the corner of my eye, I see ambulance tech workers running in with a fucking mattress like I got shot in Vietnam. And something made me put my fat little foot over. I just went, and my fat little ass was gone. Oh my God, that thigh must have weighed 1,000 pounds. And I fucking pulled myself up, and I rolled down like poor guy. I just rolled down to the pool. I got up, and I got up right in time. As I went to the fucking door, the 3 ambulance workers were running in. They're like, where is he? Like, that's him. And I just walked right past him, dog. Because rule number 1, don't stop and don't sign nothing. You don't need to get checked out. Mind your business. You're fine.
You know,
As long as you get to your car.
I gotta be honest with you. I think there's a thing called secondary drowning. Look it up, Lee. It happens. You just take a little bit of air, a little bit of water in your nose, and it gets down your actual windpipe, and it can be a very small amount. You don't have to have this deep, long thing. It's a secondary drowning. Look it up, Lee. Explain it. I believe that's what it is. That's what I thought you had, because I swim all the time, man. You know, we belong to that tennis club. People inviting you to come up there like regular white people, and let's have a goddamn party. Okay?
You're in town 8 days a fucking year.
I'm calling it out. Let's go. Okay?
All right, next time.
No, that next summer. Stop. Come on. We got the whole holidays. We got the holidays coming. I'm gonna smoke turkey. I'm trying. Okay, if you can TMZ me, alright, trust me, I got problems, okay? Yeah, I'm fucking Jay-Z over here, but I got 100, alright? We don't got problems. Word of that. But you know what? She's fucking being so great. It's so, like, freeing for both of us. And I still love her. I'm in love with her. I love my babies, and that's why, this wasn't an acid trip night, you know what I mean? It could have been, but it just shit to do tomorrow. I've got two beautiful babies, love their daddy, and I've been getting so much bullshit, about me and the wife filing for divorce. Truth was, she was just responding. They only check LA records. She was already I had filed on her like 10 days before. Okay, and so there was going to be this big jurisdictional battle, and my lawyer Tennessee goes, you're going to spend about $150,000 just fighting over what state we're going to have the divorce in. Okay, not counting my money. All right, I was supposed to write a retainer tomorrow if she wanted to go to war for like $50,000. Okay, it's retarded. All right, and we're just being cool. It's like my babies, I always want them supported. My wife will never want for anything. She'll have the house that she designed. Okay? She can be free, and I'm a miserable person to fucking live with. Not that I'm a fat piece of shit, it's I'm work all the fucking time. Always. And I've got babies that have to be in school. But since this shit broke on the internet, man, they had people taking pictures of my kids, man. It's like, motherfucker, I'm the guy. You know what I mean? It's like I'm the guy behind the microphone. Those are my babies. And they're just being fucking dicks. I couldn't even go hardly trick or treating with them. The people all fucking up in my business who I never even knew. I wanted to slap so many motherfuckers. I couldn't take it. I just sat down. Because everybody knows my fucking business. But they also know my babies. And they go, their parents. And everybody up there is either swinging, fucking divorced, fucking somebody else, or doing coke. There ain't no innocent ones over there, but they're throwing stones. But man, they're coming in.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You told me a story that was fucking hysterical. I didn't understand it. Because you're a funny fucking dude. Whatever's going on in your life right now, Ralphie, with your children, the people from the church we love.
I know.
I got your back. We want you to know one thing. Divorce ain't easy. There's two ways to do this. You want to do this with shotguns and Jews?
No.
Or you want to do this with, and that's the way you got to do it because you have a career.
Yeah.
And you want peace of mind. You want peace of mind. Listen, man, sometimes people try. I'm thinking about this Rothschild, but I didn't know. I don't know anything. Guys, I don't know anything. I just found out that these people broke up. And she's dating a new dude. When does this happen? How does this happen? The singer from No Doubt. Grace Stefani, she dated the judge from fucking the show or something. He broke up with his wife and she broke up with her husband after 14 fucking years. And they had like a thing today, like, that's 20 children guy. Yeah. Listen, man, people in life sometimes don't get. I pray every day that Jerry stays in love with me and I keep it together with her. I pray every day because I know how quick it can go. And the longer you're with a person, the harder it fucking is. And when you have children, it's even fucking harder. So hard. There's two ways to do a divorce. You can either A, go to war, or B, take a fucking few lumps in the head, which you're gonna take anyway. You're gonna take anyway.
I've taken that my whole life. It ain't no big deal.
Either and people can hold you down and put a big black dick in your ass, or you can just take a fucking white flag, get naked, put it on your back, turn around, loop your own asshole, and let them do what the fuck you gotta do, okay? You know what? A dick in the ass hurts both ways, but I'll tell you what, it hurts more if you clench it up.
She didn't do nothing wrong. She didn't do nothing wrong. And you know what? She did help me in my career. The truth is, when I got Last Comic Standing, okay, J1, dickhead, called me on Thursday, go, hey, I need you for an audition. I was in Hawaii working at the Laugh Factory, and he said, come back, I need you here on Saturday. And I looked online at the cheapest ticket for round trip because I still had to finish in Hawaii. Nobody on that fucking island who could have done it, right? And so I had to come back, and the ticket was like $1,100, and that was 2 months rent, man. That's real fucking shit. Like for a maybe, for a big fucking maybe, and I rolled the dice, and I couldn't afford it. Lana had a credit card that her mama gave her for insurance, and she put it all on there. And
Does she get half? Yes, motherfucker, she gets half. Okay? And she should get more than half. She's going to be drawing a salary from my place. She's going to be getting out of money like the regular white people because we're Jews, you got to respect. All right? Babies already have big things set up for them. They'll never want for anything. They'll never have what I went through, you know? And it's like, that's what you want. But now they're coming. It's just so irritating. It's like, you know, they're just dumb. These motherfuckers. You know,
the internet is a good thing and a bad thing.
Yeah, right.
The internet is a good thing and a bad thing. You know, I use the internet for certain things. I see people use it for other things, and that's fine. That's what the internet is. It's your expression. But sometimes, if you open up your life on the internet, the result isn't going to be good. It's happened to me. It's backfired.
Yeah.
But in this situation with divorce and stuff, no one knows. You know,
and nothing's happened yet.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Try to put the pieces together.
Try.
Be a father. That's this. Listen, the divorce in my life had being tougher than a prison sentence. I lost a child in a divorce. I lost dignity in a divorce. And till this day, I have animosity. I know that I'm like Michael Douglas, and there was a movie where he just snapped on the 405. Walking tall, standing tall, when he started shooting people.
Yeah. Last straw.
You know, when I saw that movie really scared me. Why? You ever see a movie where he goes nuts on the 405?
Yeah, he's lost his job.
Drunk dealer goes to mug him, and all of a sudden he shoots him. And you want my briefcase? It's pretty funny. And now Duval is looking for him. It's a cliche type movie, but I always saw that happen to me with my ex-wife. That's how bad of a divorce it was. I forgave my stepfather. Until this day, I talk to old school humans, and they always say, fuck him, he never gave you what was coming to you. You know what, son, I gotta go get what was coming to me. That was my frame of thought back then. He didn't give me my mother's money. What do you want me to do? I'm gonna shoot him? For 3 years, I lived with him. I was preparing to Highlander a car and grab his foot and shoot him. Where's his money now? So I shoot him and kill him. How am I gonna get his money now? So I had a terrible idea. And I hated him for fucking years. And one day I go, what? This is the guy that raised me. Would you give me $300,000? What was I going to do with it? Was I going to invest? Was I going to buy a building? No, I was going to buy a local plant off some fucking kid. So in a way, he saved my fucking life, you know? So I forgave him over the years. And I forgave him. That was it. When he died, I didn't go to the funeral. I sent flowers. I went to see his wife, and then she died. But I let it go. I got to tell you something.
I don't have any anger. I have only love. No, I know. I don't care. I've already seen all the numbers. I just love my babies. I haven't got another place here, and I hate it out here.
Listen, it has nothing to do with numbers. Okay? There's levels of a divorce. When she walked out of the house, she goes, listen, I'm just going to be a mile up the road. You come over anytime you want. Let me just get some space. And I was cool with that. I'm like looking at it going, this is a dream come true. I worked on comedy. I wanted to be a fucking comedian. I just got out of prison. I was doing the working stiff stuff, and I go, fuck it. I want to do fucking comedy. And then all of a sudden, it went from one thing to another. I hope it doesn't go that way. I hope you handle it maturely.
I love my babies. I love my wife.
I hope that the attorneys don't get a hold of this and turn it into something else.
They're not.
I hope that, because that's what happened with me.
Yeah.
Once attorneys get illegal, and once the fine print, there's a fine print. And once that fine print comes out, Lisa, there ain't no coming back. And that fine print has to exist. It has to exist. The law says it has to exist. And sometimes that hurts, you know. So, you have our love, you have my love always.
Oh, I know.
I call you every day. Hang on.
I know.
I send you videos of the little Spanish guy.
You gotta knock it out with that, man.
I've been through a divorce. I've been through a separation. Guys, it is brutal. I always advise people to keep it together.
You gotta.
Well, no, I disagree. If there's no love, there's no love.
No,
If there's no love, there's no love. You have love.
No,
So
we both have so much love for each other, but it's like, here's the real deal, okay? I have really fucking bad PTSD, and now I'm properly medicated by
divorced earlier. Like they said, like we stayed together because we get. I even back then, I thought it would be better just to have like a.
Just a tough dude. This is listen, man.
I was dumb, but I feel great now.
Let's get something.
I got a lot of right there.
Let's get something on the air. Last Comic Standing is a great show, and it shows a lot of comics to the country, and a lot of vice versa. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Well, Ralphie was on Last Comic Standing. He was already a brilliant headliner. Ralphie was already headlining, people paying tickets to go see him. I mean, this just accelerated the program where now these kids become somebody. Ralphie May was already somebody. You follow me? Ralphie May was already somebody. It went from one thing to one thing, Ralphie. I judged it. I was there. I was there when you were, cooking for us with no money. And also the next thing you know, we're sitting on Wilshire Boulevard with a jar of weed in the living room. People just sticking their hands in it. Weed to go and do it. They didn't give a fuck. Take it. That's what Sean Rouse did. The fucking whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, every time you see me, give me $200 to do what you do. It's hard. I'm a person that learned in marriage. And this has been a journey for you. You've learned. Now, I hope that you keep together.
Man, I've got so much more peace in my life. I've got so much less stress and less anxiety. I don't have nightmares every night. No, that's hilarious. Hey, that was 12K. Show your back second. That was a good angle. Alright. I broke my fucking bone, but hey, I fucking got 12K out of it. Word to the mother. No, it's when I had bilateral double pneumonia and pulmonary embolism, and I had to stay awake for 9 days. Because if they said if I couldn't help my lungs expand, I would die. And I had the blood clot was so big that because I had pneumonia and I broke 2 ribs from coughing, and that's what caused the blood clot to go right. It was right here, and they said that a radiologist was going to come in at 7 a.m. and enter this vein and go into that and find it right there by the lung. And he goes, "You have to be awake. We can't give you any anesthesia, and it's inside you. It fucking hurts in there, man." All right, and that they're gonna. You got a 5% chance of living. Okay, if it blows the clot out, okay, you fucking live, and if not, you bleed out in your brain and you have a stroke. Good luck. Hey, sleep tight. Boom, motherfucker. I was fucked up, Jack. That fucking snap. That snaps your fucking head, dude. And so, what I've been doing like a lot of PTSD groups, okay, and they're always like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" And I'm like, "Look here, cocksucker. I'm just as fucked up as you are, and let's get to the real deal. Let's talk about some shit." Oh, you even know about? I mean, you know how many times I've gone overseas for the fucking military? Like 19. I've been to 44 forward operating bases in multiple war zones. Okay, by the way, Afghanistan this time of year is fucking beautiful. All the Taliban's turbans change colors. But it's nice. Those dirty motherfuckers. They're like reds and yellows and beautiful. Okay, but I've been there, and then they start getting real, dude. I mean, when those guys get real, it gets real. You know, I mean, it's like, I know it sounds stupid, right? But you're absolutely right.
And we'll end this podcast in a couple minutes, but I gotta tell you something. I'm 52, man. I've had a great life. I laugh. I love being upset and laughing. I live to laugh, people. I know sometimes I come across as a freak. I love giggling and I love laughing. I have a lot of regrets in my life. I did a lot of fucked up things. I was talking about my godfather before. One of the biggest regrets I had that we didn't have the money to do it. What a mistake that. What a mistake that we could go back and rewire that apartment with a camera.
Oh my God.
We would have a show. And I'm telling you,
That was in the all-time.
it would be.
HBO's all-time greatest comedy show.
And you can't. And you know what? I'm sitting here across from around here. I'm listening to a story. I'm like, I can't even go to HBO his face red, right? He's like, fuck you. This is my house. Don't you ever talk to me like this. This is my fucking house. You believe this, Coco? She's my guest, and she's talking to me like this. This is my vodka or something. And he, in the middle of his rage, he's like, and he stops because the light bulb is head. You can't write that. You cannot write that. That's Inspector Clouseau type shit. Right, really? I was like, gee, you just full. Oh, it had a hat on. You busted that toilet in your house. No, it was Gavin. It was Gavin. You fucked up Gavin. Stop. You also shit in Gavin's shower and then puts it down with your toe, motherfucker. Okay, I'm gonna bring it up. You, Coco. Alright, you can bullshit with these other faggots, but I'm bona fide. Okay, I was there at the beginning. Okay, I was fucking, okay. Light the bomb on fire. You light the bomb. People pussy. You had a fire building. Had a fucking camera. Oh my god. Be with me. Multi-millionaires. I tell the story that I brought Shayma there, and she was giving these people, drug dealers wanting to fuck Shayma. Oh, so I left it downstairs in Gavin's apartment. And she's telling the ESPN story. And I come back at 5 minutes. One guy was horrible and wait, oh my god, horrible and Brandon. Oh my god. Every time they get around, she's all cooked out. I'm so and this busy bitch like breaks out into like, you have no idea. Like, hey, shut up, bitch. Damn, taking the titties out. Okay, that's what she told her. Do you remember that? You fucking told her. Goes, yeah, whatever, bitch. Take them titties out. I love them. I always love them. I still talk to her when I go to Vegas. Is she in Vegas now? That's awesome. She is so cool. She opens everybody. She got a little gig. She's a dude. I'm just making a fucking shit. She's 45. She dances in a cage. She looks like she's like 20. She dances at a fucking lesbian bar. She keeps marrying gay guys by mistake. What? She hooked up with that dude in Alaska. I had to do this. What? Listen to me. About 15 years ago, I got to do this shit. Listen to me. I had to do this gig in Alaska one time. And one of those people. And I canceled. I got picked a stupid TV show or something for NBC. And I had to cancel. And she went up there and met a go-go dance, like a male dancer. And they fell in love. And she put his name on Little Pussy. Oh, and then whoa. Back in LA, and they were in love. Man, that's fucking wow. He was like unemployed, but he always came up with a little bit of money. And she was dating him for like 2 years. They were in love. And then one day, she wanted his email. She saw an email from old dudes that he would go to their house in the afternoon and put like a bikini and leave fans for old dudes and shit. He would get like $50 and 2 men. So she threw him out and shit. She was heartbroken because she always makes fucked up choices. I've told this story before. That's hilarious. Somebody, I don't get tells me this is the name of the guy that she's got on her pussy. This guy is a go-go dancer for old dudes, and he's smoking meth. So she throws him. Oh, she throws him out. I hear about this about a month later. No. I bump into her, and she says to me, "How you doing?" Blah blah blah. We're going back and forth. And I go, "Hey." I don't know what the guy's name was. Figured out me. I go, "So how's Mark doing?" And she gets kind of sad. She goes, "I'm not with Mark anymore." That's a shame. I go, "Listen, I know this old dude." You know what, Shayma, you gotta give it up to her. She is the queen of a ball buster. She will give it, but she will fucking take it. I tell you what, she takes it better than a lot of fucking grown men. She's always had, she's fucking funny. She came up at the comedy store. She came up. Her mother's a biker. Her mother's Gemma. Did you know that her mother's like Gemma? She was telling me stories, showing me pictures one time in the house. Her mother's like Gemma. She's half Arab. I didn't know that. She's Arabian. She's like she's Iranian. She's beautiful. I tell you, you think that she had plastic surgery, and you're like, but you realize it's just
natural. She glows.
Her and April Mason used to be real fucking tight. Piece of ass, man. Now, this is 12, 15 years ago. They're going doing this dirty shows all over the place, and they start doing on Force's show. They got a my face. What was before Twitter and MySpace? They got a MySpace page together, and they would do all these dirty rooms, and they got penthouse to pay them peanuts, but they had some going on in Vegas. They were really trying. And every time you'd see one, you'd see the other. And one day I see Shane, like, what's going on? Where's your buddy? She goes, we don't talk about him. So in the back of my mind, I'm like, well, it's two girls. They went for the same guy. It's some girl shit. About a month later, I find out they're on a trip back from the fucking Medicine Sacrament. Tiana verified it. They're on a plane on the way back, and also the plane says having engine trouble, and they're gonna die. The plane's gonna go down, and all of a sudden they go, we're gonna release the mask. And they released the mask, only one came down. It was Seamus' mask. Fucking April Lacey took it, held it down for the two. That deep, sabotage comedy shit right there.
Oh, wait.
Are you still on the Netflix tour?
Yes, unruly. We've got the West Coast this whole month or the next 2 weeks, and then it's the Lord's Day, Thanksgiving. You got to get back. Great. I'm hitting Eugene. I got Santa Cruz, Fresno. Holy shit.
Look how high
Portland.
over there.
I don't know what I'm on, but man, this is great.
No.
Seattle.
He's flying too.
Oh, he is fucking his Blumo land. Jesus Christ. Look at you.
Oh my
God. I'm telling you, Louisiana, get that mustache. Like that Dylan. Get that mustache.
You alright?
Look like the fucking circus strongman.
You should have seen your face come up.
Hey, all the church members up in Canada. First time I'm coming to Vancouver, man. Come out and help me out.
See, that's the fucking town.
That's a town, Jack. I've heard a lot of great things
Oh
about
shit, they're
Vancouver.
gonna carry out to the bus.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No. I had to go through Utah. Those cocksuckers. The cops searched me. Those motherfuckers asked me if I did cocaine. I'm like, the fact that I'm this fat and can talk to you proves I cannot do cocaine. I've never done it. Okay? And then the guy asked me if I want some Quaaludes. You want my own Quaaludes? And I'm like, what the fuck year is this? 77? Yeah. Can I buy Quaaludes from you? Well, give me 20 fucking grams of Triceratops horn, you dumb fuck. There's nothing there. You know what the official quote was? The one I gave him? Because I was fucked up. You know what I was fucked up on? Cold medicine. I had a sinus infection because I just come from a goddamn Disney cruise with my kids. Okay, we flew to the fucking, we were in the Bahamas and I was on that fucking pool doing that boat of germs. Okay, and then I flew to Denver, so I went from 82 to 12. Okay, fuck me. Alright, and I had all this shit in my head, and it was horrible. So I started off with like all the Dayquil stuffs, okay? Like fucking, just like Dayquil, Theraflu day, okay? Like every Mucinex day, every day shit they had. And I dried up a little bit. I wouldn't have boogers coming out. Alright, this is the real deal, okay? Alright, but I started shaking, dude. I started shaking, because I'm all fucked up on all that cold medicine. So, okay, I'm not gonna bullshit you. I got the NyQuil out, I'm trying to smooth this ride out, I'm trying to fucking mellow this drink. And then, I just take a big old claw and a fucking NyQuil, right? It wasn't weed. I played NyQuil roulette and lost, okay? And you know what my wife does? She goes, why didn't you use the measuring cup? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Measuring cup. That's that cap on the top of the fucking NyQuil. It's a measuring cup. I've never fucking used that in my goddamn life. I had no idea. Okay, I just drink it up. I go like 2 shots. Fuck it.
When you broke, pretty much just all
Mr. Cosby. I love another cocktail. That's all I remember. And then just go fuck yourself.
You fucked up my high school.
Dude, I was so fucked up in high school.
We're gonna follow my school. Give me a start then. Smoke and joy. It's all over. It's
In '92, I played the hip hop comedy style. Steve Harvey's and Michonne McDonald's, all black, at a comedy club at a hotel. Okay, and I was sitting back there with these crazy ass, like, I met this guy, and he goes, yeah, my name's Willie D. Alright, and he's Willie D from the Ghetto Boys, okay? And then this little ass midget walks over, Bushwick Bill, okay? And he's a gangster, okay? I mean, Bushwick Bill was no bullshit. He had knives on him and shit. That little motherfucker cut your balls off. That was a high level to him. Okay, no. With codeine syrup. Codeine, and we listen to fucking slow records that this guy named DJ Screw would do. Alright, but we drink that with 7-Up, okay, or Mountain Dew. Boom, they do a Mountain Dew so they wouldn't pass out, so they just drink that syrup. Alright, and we was fucked up.
How many for it? Because I only, like, every time I get bronchitis,
Dude, they poured a lot in mine, okay? They poured a lot, and they shitload, and a lot of us putting that, what's that, the raspberry liqueur, like Chambord or something? They pour Chambord in it too, so you'd have like grape soda with some Chambord and syrup, okay? And all those fools were doing that, all of them. It was, and it was like, I didn't even know what hit me, okay, because it didn't taste like good. And I was like, what? And they called me up on stage. And for whatever reason, it was the greatest set of the 4 years I've ever done comedy. And I relaxed. Yeah, but I was, I've been smoking weed in the back with this little crazy midget passing it because it was so funny to look at a midget when you're on codeine and smoking weed. And like if the midget takes the joint out of your hand, but it looks so much infinitely bigger in his hand than you ever did in yours. It's crazy. Like what? Woo! Okay, it's amazing. But I came in and blew the place apart. Got a standing ovation. All right. But a comic came on stage who hated my fucking guts, and he was trying to be like the #1 guy, and he tried to do everything, and I blew the guy out of the fucking water. Steve Harvey told me I did. Okay, it was fucking unanimous, and he starts talking shit about me being fat, like making all these fat shit jokes, and the audience turns on the guy, and then out of nowhere, you see this nickel 45, 1911. 45 caliber come up and goes, and it's Bushwick Bill, and he goes, bring the fat white boy back, shut the fuck up, nigga. Alright, and he was about to shoot that man, okay? Because that's how gangster and fucked up this guy was. And they were like, okay, where have we been? I had nothing fucking left. What the fuck? How can you follow what you just did? I had nothing at all. I'm like, man, I love those midgets, they've always got your back up to here. Alright, and then I got the fuck out. I was so scared. I'm like, he's already pulled a gun once. He's gonna shoot me for making a midget joke at him. But he loved it. Because he was all fucked up and falling over and shit. It was crazy, man. Midgets, when they pass out, they just kind of like, weeble wobbles, and then they go, okay, things like that. Okay, you never hung out with no midgets like that? No, man, I'm like, my life, I'm living a dream. Shit. Word to that great church, by the way. Thank you for having me come.
Man, just getting fucked up on floor. I want to drink what black people are drinking now. I saw it on the drugs.
What is it?
That shit they drinking, not this and this.
What is it?
Like a liquid codeine and mix it with Kool-Aid.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sir. Yeah, that's the exact same thing they were doing.
It's just you mix codeine with a drink.
No, what you do is it's top syrup. It's top syrup. And from prescription. Well,
I drank NyQuil as a kid. I had discovered NyQuil when I was like 9. I remember they would help me fall asleep. Oh, so I liked it, but I didn't like the feeling in the morning.
I've never chugged codeine, but it's great. Just have it's like a joint. It's like a joint.
Pills get my
dude, I get so fucking, I can't eat that shit. My fucking
shoplifted a bottle of wine from Albertsons across from Hudson County Park, and I drank it with Deacon Darrell, Louis Cassidy, and I had a headache for 2 fucking days. But for many of us, it's the shopping part that causes a real headache. You got too many choices. You don't know what to do. People coming over, they're serving chicken, they're serving lobster, and sometimes you're down there and wine's expensive. You went in there to buy a 20, next thing you know you're dropping 60, and you got no guarantee of what you're gonna buy, right? Let me tell you something. It's overwhelming to pick out a good bottle of wine sometimes, especially for people who don't know. Your own personal experience learning about wine or why haven't you bothered to learn about wine, that type of stuff. This is what we're gonna do. I joined a new wine club. It's called Club W. They changed the whole game. It's easy. You go to clubw.com and you answer 6 questions. The algorithm creates a palette profile just for you. I don't know where the card is right now. It's pretty cool, man. If you ever seen anything like this, Club W is leading the great to glass wine revolution. What it means is they cut out the middleman. They work directly for the vineyards and they cut the guy out, which in turn saves you some do-re me. So with Club W, you get premium wine customized to your taste at a third of what you pay for at a store when you don't even know what the hell you're paying for.
Yeah, you're not buying like a club where they send you other companies' wines. These are their wines. Like you're not gonna see these wines anywhere else.
But the most interesting thing is going to their webpage. When you go to clubw.com, you go on their page, they have all these videos, informative videos. They tell you what wines they drink, you take the test, and next thing you know, you're involved. Which, when you don't know about that, listen, man, I grew up in a bar. I don't know nothing about wine. So when I went to Club W, I was blown away by how much interaction you have. They'll put it down to the exact thing. I mean, the nut, the grape, where it came from, the vineyard, anyway. What they do is they save you money. It comes down to maybe $13 a bottle of wine or something like that. And there's even a no-risk, 100% guarantee that you'll love what they send you. So do me a favor right now. What they're doing is, for all the listeners, is they're offering 50% off your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joey. So do you understand me? 50% off your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joey. And this is not like fucking Columbia House where they send you records every month even if you don't want it. You order what you want. Right. So if you think you need 3 bottles, you order 3 bottles. It's 13 bottle. They get delivered to your door, and it's exactly what you like, what you guaranteed to love, or you get 100% money back guarantee. So again, do me a favor, get 50% off your first order. Go to clubw.com/Joey. Stop wasting time and stop losing money at these retail stores and start drinking wine you know you're going to love. So go to clubw.com/Joey. They can get 50% off, correct?
I'm doing it just to get this to Thanksgiving parties. Just get those. No, but I'm just saying, like, let's say you have to bring stuff to a party. Yeah, man. Just get 3 bottles of wine, and then you're gonna have to go. This town takes a whole week off. Yeah, there's parties every night. We're off until the start of the new year now. When I used to work in TV, a little bit of work, not really. Yeah, until Thanksgiving, it's busy. But then after that, they're out. Everybody's skiing.
Yeah, it's good to know. Anyway, let me tell you something. I tell you once, I'm going into a heavy season now. I go into like 6 weeks of flying. So down this whole thing, dog, I got my on it. I always slap it out. What's the one I take? The immune, the shroom tech immune. Let me tell you something. Those planes are filthy. Those planes are filthy. If you think you get off a plane, they steam it with chemicals, they wipe down nothing. In my bag, there's a fucking deodorizer. I got a hand sanitizer to wipe everything. That's the first thing I do when I sit down now. I don't want somebody else's ass on my ass, and I'm sticking like their fucking ass. You gotta wipe those fucking seats down. So do me a favor. It's just bad. When you fly, there's a lot of human contact this time of the year. Do yourself a favor. Go to Onic.com. Get the Shroom Tech Immune. You boost up your immune system. You have a lot of human contact when you're flying. We're out. We're smoking dope with different people. You get a vapor pen. You know, you get sick this time of the year, you lose fucking thousands of dollars, especially you wealthy, man. I can't afford to fucking get sick. I can't. So I don't take a chance. I up my vitamin C when I fly, and I also take Shroom Tech Immune. But that's not only the only thing fucking on it's got. They got Shroom Tech Sport. It just gives you more endurance when you roll, lift weights, walk, whatever the fuck you want to do. Even when you fly, it opens you up. You have
team honor, and they got Alpha Brain. You know, it's an 100% money back guarantee. They're gonna drop it. It's off the fucking chart. So do yourself a favor. Go to honor.com right now and press it. Church. Boom. You get 10% off your first order. And if you get it sent right to your fucking door, you don't have to leave the house. You have to go to Whole Foods. You have to do nothing. We press Emily. Church. Beautiful. Number 286.com. What did that say?
He loves him. He says, because we say it's 5 for 50, it's half off. They're usually 20. No, because it's usually like $20.
They're 20 a piece. You get right now in these sites, tremendous 1,200 guaranteed bucks right here. I'm smoking the reaper right here. My little fucking cigar here. I'm living like a doctor. I'm like Pacino and Godfather too. You just don't even fucking know.
You broke my heart for you.
86.com right now. They got the tobacco. They got the cigar. All right. Then they have the tobacco line, the cigarette line. It's 24, 16, 8, 0 milligrams of nicotine. You can quit smoking, whatever the fuck you want to do.
My dad likes the flavors too.
And the flavors, you can switch it up. Go to 86.com and press in
Joey's Church.
boom, and get 5 for 50, which is 50% off. NailedItLife.com, the Vapor Kings. You want a vapor pen, you like smoking, you like doing this, you want to see the devil, go to NailedItLife.com right now. What are they running?
When you use Cooper Joey Diaz, you can get 20% off the premier vapor pen on the market. All the oils and wax smokers out there. And if you live in California, they are also makers of Louis Hermanos.
There you go. So listen, do yourself a favor. Please support Nailed It Life. Please support 86. Please support Honor. And please go to Club W. It's a holiday season. It's beautiful. Wine delivered to your door. That's perfect for you. I'm here to save you guys money. I'm not trying to fucking sell you no junk or nothing like that. Don't forget my main man is where don't forget me.
I'm at the
Friday night. Go to RalphieMate.com.
Yes, for tickets.
Go to RalphieMate.com for everything. Go see if he's coming to your fucking neighborhood.
I'm right there, so I don't want to miss this. I go everywhere.
I'm in Portland Thursday through Sunday. And I'm in New Jersey next week at the Express. All right, guys.
Hey, I love that club, man. And maybe those boys from Raptors come out, man. I like those guys.
Thank you for coming on. We got
Hey, Church, you know what?
That's fucking me up.
Coco,
Yeah, it's fucked up.
and you know, there's cameras and microphones here, but at the face of it, it's back 16, 17 years, 1440. Me and you on my little glass table sitting by the window, you know,
Crack a fucking joke.
cracking fucking jokes.
Only Lee's here.
Only Hilly? Yeah. It's been the longest we've ever had. And that's what Coco brought up when church was happening now. Made me thinking, okay, you'd been there. You'd been right there with us, like
15 years ago.
I'm trying to have you, sir.
Close it up. Thank you, Rabbi, for coming on.
Coco, I love you.
Friday night.
Anything.
I love you, Coxon.
I love you. Thank you, sir. Thank y'all for having me on. I really appreciate it if you stuck around. And I know I get long-winded and I'm annoyed when I laugh, so I apologize if I'm angry. But I love it when it makes me cry laughing, so I'm sorry. Bye.
Some people love the other one.
This show is brought to you by Club W. Go to clubw.com/Joey to get 50% off your first order. You go to, that's right, go to clubw.com. Check clubw.com to get 50% off your first order. I'll see this later. What do you want to close with, guys? This show, The Church of What's Happening Now, would like to introduce you to PetNet. Stop worrying about feeding your pets the wrong amount of food every day. The PetNet Smart Feeder will feed the healthiest portions at the right time, every time on a pet. Go to PetNet, get your PetNet Smart Feeder, plus free shipping when you go to petnet.com/Joey. That's petnet.com/Joey, petnet.com/Joey. The show is also brought to you by Haunted.com. Go to Haunted.com and use code CHURCH to save 10% on all of their optimization products like Alpha Brain, Strong Bone, New Mood, Super Moon, and Super Text.
what's happening now, bitches? Kick that mule. Monday, October 17th, the day the devil was buried at sea. Please, I ask. Roundy Bay. Uncle Joey. Little Michael Schenker. Oh shit. Break out those fucking bazookas. Uncle Joey's in your living room tonight. What's happening, beautiful people? I missed you, cocksuckers. Roundy Bay here.
Hey, everybody, how are you?
I had here, same old fucked up crew. It's a Monday night, October 17th. I hope your weekend was fucking tremendous. We had a great weekend. I want to thank Chicago for letting me take my special in their beautiful fucking city, which I've always loved to death. I finally got Leo and I turned them on to a hot beef fucking combo with the sausage, with the fucking green peppers and onions. Just forget about it.
That's what it's not like the hot meat with the sausage combo.
The combo, that's it.
Oh my god, they're crazy. Which one do you go to?
They got a house.
Strong.
It was close to the day. There was a World Series.
Yeah, right. You don't want to go up there.
We didn't want to go all the way down. It was not like fucking around. We would pay for that and do shit in the afternoon both days. So we just kept it light for Lee and myself. And I gotta tell you, we didn't keep it light at home. No, we didn't. It was just great. It was great. It's the reason why I picked that city.
That's amazing. It's such a great town.
It really is.
They're great audiences. They're like blue collar but smart. It's a rare thing. They're not shocked by shit. Chicago. Fuck you.
How nice are I lost my phone in the hotel. And they turned the front desk.
Fuck yeah. That's Chicago, man.
You was at the restaurant.
I don't know. We were at the restaurant.
You got up. You saw me. You got up. You did not have it at the restaurant. You got up. You left. You were sitting there playing with the phone.
Yeah,
I must have put it next to you. You got up when you saw me. And you left it there. Somebody, I felt terrible because somebody I lost. I dropped the out. When I got there, somebody gave the great fucking out. Rainbow, long live rock and roll. Cuban sandwiches. I left them downstairs. That night they called me in my room.
Yeah.
We have your help downstairs.
That's amazing.
That's great.
Great little city, Chicago. Listen, man. Chicago's one of those places that once you get to the suburbs, it's a little last American frontier.
Yeah, right.
It's really neat.
I hate that the whole city is being painted as like twinks that go to the horse races. My grandfather would get a place.
So back up, what type of wrestling was there?
Oh shit!
Was it the guy you saw on TV?
Fuck no! When we saw him on local TV, I mean that's where I first met Spittin' Dick Murdoch, fucking the Funk Brothers. Okay, man, Jerry Lawler. I saw Jerry Lawler and Kaufman fucking wrestle. And then, like 2 weeks later, I saw Kaufman get beat by a woman. One of these big bitches from Tennessee. I mean, she's big, probably Mississippi, North Mississippi. Okay, this big bitch whipped his ass. Okay, so that
like WWE wrestling.
it's third tier, but it's legendary. You know, what I mean, it was Mid South and something else. I forget the name of the other one, but I mean. Dude, I went to so much wrestling. I saw Ric Flair win the heavy metal belt from Harley Race, and it was his second world championship. And then I saw Dusty Rhodes beat him, and then he beat Dusty Rhodes again for his third championship. It was tremendous. Blood was everywhere. It was fantastic. That wrestling was so fucking good, dude. I remember as a kid spitting on fucking Abdullah the Butcher. I spit on it. You dirty motherfucker. Okay, I spit on him. Who else I spit on? What was her name?
Well, in the front row or like,
Oh yeah, man. All the kids are down there. We're fucked up on suicide cups. That's what you ever have a suicide?
I don't think so.
Okay, it's what you take a Coke, all right? You tell them just a little ice, and then you hit every type of Coke. Oh yeah, on the fucking day. Yeah, that's the suicide. Getting all fucking hopped up on that suicide.
We call a rainbow.
Like Coke, Dr. Pepper, okay, for the orange,
Sprite,
orange Sprite, yeah.
That's what we call it in the rainbow.
Oh, man. Oh, that's a suicide. Oh, hot garbage. Cough syrup. Cough syrup, like the Red Night Cool. Not even the fucking ghetto one, the green one.
I used to work at the movie theater. I'm like, oh, God. Because we had, like, access to the ices.
Oh, yeah.
So we would make up drinks. We had, like, the white icy with Sprite was something. We had a cream skull, which was the white icy with orange soda. Oh, so good.
Man, that fucking sounds so good right now. I'm fucking icy. That bong is deadly, by the way. I just want you to know. I was cruising on nothing, and then fucking one hit of that.
This little fucking mule.
It
You know
kicks.
what? We had the same bomb 3 times. We got so high. We take it to the bathroom to wash it. We leave it there. I buy the same one because I know it's a. Listen, you know, I got my first bomb. Let's pretend. 1985.
Yeah.
I got my first bomb, and I went to the mid-level one.
Yeah, right. I like the plastic with the fucking pistol grip and on the car. I like that.
This was because there was glass and then there was plastic, like the plexi.
Yeah.
But then some jerk off in 1985 or 86 decides to make a bomb that's purple with like dark purple hinges, and it had like a car, but the bottom was flat, but it was like this. And she got black surface there, which I call their bottom. That's holding the church. Not fucking plexiglass. It was like plexiglass. Okay, so I get this fucking bomb. I use it when she gets to me for Christmas. I use it from like Christmas to like March, and then the bomb doesn't swing. It's maybe up to here. This bomb is, what is it, maybe a foot, guys? Of 12 inches high. This bomb, maybe? Yeah, maybe.
What you think I bet you against it?
No. This bomb had to be maybe 18 inches. Okay. So I used the bomb to go about the She gave it to me 85 for Christmas. And I used the bomb maybe from March 86. Well, somehow I was clean and sober. I was smoking dope when I was clean. already, I was doing. I was
You were
already
dancing for money at the bar at 6.
no, but I had already by that time when she died, I was already doing acid.
No
I
shit.
sold acid that whole summer. I was making a living off of acid, a living off of microdot acid. I had it down to a science, Ralphie. I had it down to such a science. I had a friend of mine in on it. And then the real money maker was black TVs. I was getting
Those are the Quailers, right?
the ups.
Oh, okay.
So I would get $1,000 for $45, but I would sell $100 for $35. And then you sold one for $1. And you bet, Ralph, wow, you sold 40 of them. You already got your money back.
Right.
And you still had 960 of them to do it. There was no, you couldn't, only a loser could lose money on that.
Yeah.
And I would sell those to wrestlers.
Well, wait, you're going now to Adderall.
Right. So you get the, not getting the numbers I was getting.
Yeah, no.
So after those numbers.
Walgreens don't get them those numbers.
But these black beauties were fucking solid. I wasn't getting these from I was getting these from these two chemists that were kids down in a college in Pennsylvania, East Stroudsburg. And I remember towards the end, I was opening them up and just snorting them like 2 capsules.
Cool.
So you figure, I think the lead a lot. So I had to go home at night. I think about drug shit. I know one particular night when I was selling purple microdot acid. I probably had when you sell it late, you do it. So remember, you build your resistance.
Yeah.
So I might sell you one, and you might do one and get fucked up. I mean, I got 4.
Right.
And I'd be walking around, and I'd be bumping into people. What's up? You got the best one. Let me sell 2. Sell me 2 hits, $4 a piece. They cost me $1.80. Not even. They were $90 for 100 hits of best one.
So you walked into a place fucked up and be like, give me what he has?
No, you couldn't walk into bars. Our kids. We were walking the streets. We were walking on side streets, so we'd avoid the cops on Kennedy Boulevard. And I'll never forget when it was about 2 in the morning. We bumped into this kid,
You're roaming the streets of your town?
with 11 kids.
It's Northburg.
You bump into people from West New York. You bump into people from fucking Gutberg. You still know Northburg.
Oh, okay.
Northburg was farther away, but the people locally, that would be on those streets.
Yeah.
But we bumped into a kid from St. Joe's, West New York. And I'm talking to him. He's loading up his pipe. And he goes, you got 2 hits of Mexico. I'll never forget this. He bought the 2 hits. He goes, get one of those hits and crush it up and put it in the pipe and smoke it. And dog, I almost thought my head was going to blow. I looked up and I go, I've been thinking about this for a year. Now you just said it. That means I got a partner. And we smoked that fucking acid. And I got a headache like one of those people clean.
You forgot.
I was freaking out on the fucking acid already. But to make a long story short, I'm sorry, I wanted this tangent you out.
No, I love it.
When I go out in those days, you really didn't know what was going to happen. Like, all you knew then was that you had $42, Ralphie had 64, and I had 80. So we're going to go to a bar and have a few drinks, and maybe a package would show up, and maybe a Quaalude would show up, maybe a would show up. Well, and it was like,
Well, that's what I wondered about the fucking Quaalude.
like I went from living this fucking, going to the bar on a Monday night, okay, like tonight, what's tonight, Monday?
Yeah.
Wait, meet me at Sharp Wolfers at 8 o'clock. Okay, they give out food. So let's have 3 beers. We're going to do work from 8 o'clock. And Joey, I can't miss. Because the last time I went out on Thursday, I missed fucking work. We just can't be out for 8 o'clock. I'm only doing blow. We can't do blow tonight. My girlfriend gets mad when I do blow. Dog, you tell me this before we leave the house, like 8 times. And you'll agree with me when we do blow? No, what I'll say is I'm going to do blow on Monday. I'm going to what's it do blow? Yeah. And also, we go down there, we eat. We eat like this good meatballs. The Heineken's taste good. The tap, you know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, somebody will walk in. Dog, I got these fucking Quaaludes. Oh my God. The guy fucked up on the chemicals. He made 100 of them for the end of the day that way. So all the chemicals went to the fucking bottom of the Quaalude. So the ones on this side is the one he sold. This side like 3 string. And next thing you know, he's like, Jesus fucking Christ, okay, I'll split one with you. Because I gotta get some sleep. I'm leaving here in 1 hour. You see my clock? Like, I remember people saying it to me. Like, you see that clock? In 1 hour from now, I'm gonna be the fuck out of here. And I would just sit there and go, this is when I become De Niro in the casino. $25 and I'll give you 50 next one. I mean, and you're sitting there going, it's Monday fucking night. What else can happen here? And all of a sudden, Fire walks in. It's the Fire. Joe Lucci's cousin. And he walks
hit a light bulb and set his hair on fire.
So he walks in with fucking value for Visa.
You know, this was a constant. And no, I never had anyone come up to ask me that.
They don't even ask you. They just get a drink. You know, so they wave. That's it. They go back to the beat. And they got to the bathroom. So you want to buy these? They're $10 a piece. I can give you for $7. I need the money. I want to go to New York and get my dukes on. Okay. What are you going to do? I'm going to pass out some of the bills. Let's get it. We give it a dollar. You're crazy.
Never pass.
We give it fucking 20. Let's get the 6 bills. All right. Cut this shit. And that's it. That's how quick it happens. You went out thinking you were going to have orange juice and a hamburger and watch the game, and you're going home jacked to the gills at 5. When you cram and blow in your pocket at 6 whalers, you didn't want.
And your dick's mysteriously wet.
Because I only had $20. I gave you 3 of the whalers to hold. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't want to hold because I don't want to be.
Oh, man. George would be holding and didn't even know it. He didn't check the inside pocket.
Oh, that was your drugs is into it? No,
Like some people carry it sometimes.
Listen, not the coke. The coke always went home with pop. Don't get me wrong. The package, there was no putting away. There was people that said, oh, yeah, it last me a year. I took 2 lines and put it away. That's right. That's stopped and it ain't stopped. It's like M&M's. It's like cigarettes. It's like anything else you put in front of me.
I think that honestly, okay, for the people at home, okay, Coco is the head preach man over the church what's happening now. I've been a member of the church. I might have been the first member. It was just the first member of the church. It was us. And okay, the last time I saw Coco do exactly what because he's talking about the 80s like he was a demon then. 10 years ago, Christmas, Thanksgiving, pardon me. Coco did a quarter ounce of mushrooms. He smoked nearly an ounce of my weed, drank booze all day long, and then went down and did the Comedy Store and copped. Okay, and that was the last night of evil. Oh, and acid. Acid too. He had 4 hits of acid. What? He ate a quarter ounce of mushrooms. I swear to God. Okay? A quarter ounce. Okay. Alright, and then 4 hits of acid. Smoked at least an ounce of my weed. Drank all my fucking orange juice. Okay? I had to call the candy store twice to come up and bring me orange
How
juice.
about those sandwiches, though?
Oh, dude.
Are they still there?
Yeah.
How about the sandwiches you used to buy?
Okay, I get them to set up fucking chicken salad on toast. Stop. Chicken salad, yeah, avocado and tomato.
Jesus, Lee.
Damn, Lee, that was fucking straight juke food.
No, at the time we went to that place, you took me to that place, and there was ants in your sandwich, and you sent it back, and she still gave you a bill for that sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
Because she said that there was only ants on the one side.
On one side.
No, we
oh, my God, where the fuck is this spot?
The place next to the Laugh Factory.
Oh, my God, yeah. Yeah.
Take me there, we
Yeah, Greenblatt. Greenblatt. The fucking bitch charged me for half the sandwich because they had ant on it.
Listen, I saw him around on his
Oh, my God.
hand on his arm. And I go, Ralph, why do you have hands? And he looked at the sandwich. What the fuck?
the wrapper of the casing. I'm used to that.
Oh, the casing.
It was no, but it was like you can't take casing and like around it. It's like I've had pepperoni. Trust me, I've had pepperoni before. There's not that. And I've told them, and when you tell them that, you can see a difference. But that's why I can't really go to the like. I did something really weird today. What you did?
What did you do?
I left my cart at Ralph's. I got pissed off. They didn't have what I wanted. Like the tunnel was full, like way full. I was looking down my cart. No, Magnolia. That's a busy fucking
Magnolia across
from the
barbecue place.
over the DX guys up. Sorry, Pathfinder.
Oh, you go to that?
Hello. Yeah,
Why do you go to that?
It's right there. We're gonna go to.
That's the worst one.
Go to that one.
That's why you get shitty coconuts. They don't have the coconuts there.
They don't?
No.
Where do you go?
To the routes up by fucking cold water and any other route but that one. They don't have a slicer. They give it to you for the day.
No, they have a slicer.
Yeah, but they give you this shit thing.
Most of the time they do that.
No, they don't have the good coconut. You can't go there. You know, you gotta go to Vineland. Vineland.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's what I know. I know Vineland. Yeah.
The original fucking one. You should across the street from the barbecue place.
Yeah.
No, not that. No. Not that dumb. That dumb is a dumb. Okay, that's a dumb. That's where that Jack in the Box is or something.
Yeah, there's a cross street.
Yeah, that's why you go there. I know Subway too. That's why you know why that is. That's why it's not Subway. You don't think I know, but I know. Okay, I've been there. No, you can't go to that one. You gotta go to one by Ventura and Vineland. Underground parking, very nice. You got the bread that you can cook yourself at home.
That is
Yeah. You go to the worst. It's the worst.
No, there's a worse one. There's one on Laurel Canyon in Victory where they don't have a deli counter. That one's scary.
No.
That was the one.
It's the scariest place you go to. What's the one?
Used to be John's. And it, hold on, let me hear that too. John's. Scary. All Russian-y.
My sunset. I'm by the burger.
Food for less? Oh, yeah. I know. I wanted to go in there with fucking, like, get a bunch of newspapers, like, I'm about to get shanked in the yard. Oh, my God. Right.
The parking was scary. Everything was scary. All the funniest jokes about that place. It's really big. If it goes for food for less, it's the only place you go in this drug dealers in the Alex. I mean, like this fucking. It is a fucking.
How many spoons?
Just shot a CD in San Jose.
Fucking so good.
DVD in San Jose, whatever that special. You know,
It's fun money, man.
Felipe is a great guy. He's doing great podcast with.
That's all I gotta get in on.
With my brother Solid Bob. We have to get in here and have to do this podcast.
Oh, fuck yeah.
What are we good for? Yeah, we're doing this always. We have to do this podcast. I've just been so busy the last 2 fucking months. So, you know, listen, we're still all here, right?
I know.
I just had Willie with me. You know, Rogan's doing his thing. Fucking.
Man, Joe's doing it big, man.
You know, Dave Cook is working.
Fuck yeah.
Duncan's working. Ari's working. We're still here. You know, I guarantee that nobody that listens to me here, you know,
That way.
Josh Wolf was at Syracuse this week. He's working. You know, I mean,
I like Q's. Q's in the house. Oh my God. Q's in the house. Oh my God.
you know, we said that we were the original Sunsetters. You know,
Yeah, man.
me, Wolf, Dougie,
Yeah.
Mitch Hedberg, Nick DiPaolo,
man.
that whole neighborhood was rocking.
Dude, I just hung out with Dougie. He came to stay with me. And Andy Andrus and fucking Junior Stopka. Alright, they all came and hung out at my house. Fucking hilarious. Those motherfuckers. Oh my God. Okay, if anybody out there is in entertainment, put a camera on those motherfuckers. They're all degenerates. They're all fucking weird, and they're extremely goddamn funny. And they brought over these singers, Bird Cloud, which are fucking hilarious. And Google "Washing My Big Old Pussy." Okay, yeah, that's a real song. And they passed one of them passed out on my couch, and my dog Biscuits went up to Facebook and like, hey, something wrong with your lipstick? Let me touch it up. He had his little pinky down. He's awesome, you know.
Showtime, whatever. Then you have a bunch of ESPN. You have more ESPN channels than ever, and more Fox Sports than ever, and you're going through these things. And at that time, from 12, 11:30 to fucking 2, it's these talk shows, these sports shows that put on. And you look at this, you watch them, and you watch them, you listen to the topic, you look at the two people doing it, then you step aside yourself and you go, I'm not even talking about myself or Ralphie May or Jay Moore, who knows about sports and follow a sports show. Why don't they have we can do this? I got Brody Stevens. Were you in there? Who was talking about Brody? Yeah, who's killing it on all this internet shit we're doing in my world is basically the developmental deals they would give you 20 years ago. They don't have to pay for them. All they have to do is sit tight and know this guy moving with Ralphie May over here. Give him some money. Let's see if we can take this stuff. He's doing fucking Periscope. He's the king of the internet as far as I'm concerned. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's so goddamn funny, though. It's like, he's so funny. This is the shit he's doing out there. So, yeah, you're not at home right now. And your phone rings. Ralphie May, I would never bother you at night, sir. This is Joey D. How you doing? Joey, what's going on? Listen, I don't mean to bother you. This is kid. I'm getting Brody Stevens. You got Periscope. I got my little watch it. If you want to go get you on that, you should watch this Brody Stevens. What would it cost you to put him on FX 92? Yeah. A new outbound channel. That's for fucking millennials and crazy people. Oh, yeah. Okay. Brody, big guy. How with Brody Stevens, coffee with Brody, 7 to 8. Yeah. Think about it. How bad can it be? Listen, this podcast, I know this for a fact, and you know this too. This doing better numbers than most TV shows. Fuck yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. And I think what you always ask me what I've learned. I think what I've seen, and everyone on like sports radio, sports podcasts, especially podcasts, they're not getting there. They're getting there a bit. But they're not. The thing they don't have is personality and entertainment. And I think the big people like ESPN and Fox Sports don't really want that. They want it to a degree, but not really. Because comedians, oh my God, comedians have taken over podcasts. It's not even close. It's not even, and some of them are bad. There are a lot of bad ones, but the good ones are good. That's why Jay Moore is good. He's a comedian. He's entertaining, and there's people on those sports talk shows that you're talking about that are just awful, and they have the ESPN voice, which is annoying to listen to. So it's like almost like the athletes when they have those athlete interviews and like, oh, we're just on to the next team, whatever. They're not really saying anything. What would it cost to put Lee with Alonzo Bowden? Okay. What would it cost What would it cost ESPN to put Lee Alonzo Bowden? Give me somebody. Jason Tebow, you could have Ian Edwards for soccer. Like there's a lot of comedians who have. It's just my part. It's incredible. It's just a waste of talent. I'm not talking about Joey. I'm not talking about my friends. I'm talking about I'm watching something that's unfucking watchable. There was one the other with Derek Rose, the white guy. Yeah. Oh my God, the white guy is terrible. Derek Rose. I thought he was hanging out with Doc Good. He's fucked up. Something happened to him. And I love all that shit at night. I watch that shit cheerfully. There's one show with 3 black guys, one of them had dreads. Unwatchable. But they're all going to the Hinchcliffe. They don't have nothing for the Smash Brothers, but the Smash Brothers aren't going to do a show with a video show behind them, with a video camera to it. This is the shit I want to see. Yeah. This is why these channels are starting to open up. Watch somebody's going to go, you know what's it cost me to start a streaming fucking thing? So I put 3 fucking shows on it. I can stream them on YouTube. Brody Stevens, 24/7. You wake up with Brody, you go, it's 7 to 8 with Brody in the morning, and then like 12 to 1. The last 2 stops of the night for Brody. The Comedy Store main room, or the original room, the way he goes to eat, the way he talks. He's deadly. Because he knows so many fucking people, man. I mean, I don't think people really understand
I was at Fox, and Tom Brady walked up to Brody Stevens and was like, "Hey, Brody, how are you?" And that's fucking Tom Brady, man. Okay, and he was like, "Oh my god," and Brady was like, "Doing good, man. You know, feeling good, doing good, positive, positive." He didn't say positive. That was hilarious. I saw it.
I don't see it. I see it, and I'm not even sitting there like.
I'm not even close to Brody, but he was fucking funny, man.
I wouldn't be like one of those guys that, oh, look at this guy can do away with. No, listen, I'm old. I'm talking about Brody Stevens and what he does on Periscope.
So funny.
What he does on Periscope, it just, and this is what kills me sometimes. You don't want to be that guy. Fuck me in the mornings, he lifts weights, he goes to baseball games.
Plays the drums for no reason. He's in the middle of traffic, just beating the shit out of the steering wheel with drumsticks.
Listen, I go there and smoke dope. I just come back fucking in the morning, talking shit, I'm in the bush, you know what I'm saying? I don't have the voice.
Where's the cat?
I don't have a voice. I can't smoke in the house. If I can smoke in the house, I have the cats in there every day. I have pure fucking entertainment every day, but I can't.
I know. You believe in Jesus, you can do this,
No, I can't fuck with the cats. I get high in front of them and shit. That shot, I cocaine thing with Fetty, he never came back. He lost that fang and shit. Once he loses a fang, you're like, shit, this shit's real, Jack.
Hey, this is hilarious. I remember, I was reading Doug Stanhope's new book, okay? And I remembered all the crazy shit we did around fucking Hollywood. I mean, everything from Doug, there was this guy, Blackjack something, okay, that Doug would just be annoyed by, like so fucking annoyed. And I'd be over there and we'd be playing Scrabble or something, or just fucking, just be, I'd bring over coffee, we fucking go over jokes and shit. And Blackjack would just show up because he knew where Doug was. Doug had his door, the screen door open on the Curson apartment. And every time he come in, Doug would just nonchalantly slide a videotape of outdoor anal fucking gangbang. Okay, this girl had 2 dicks. Okay, all these comes and shit in there. Oh my god, it's horrible. It's like a blizzard. You can turn it upside down. Like, and while mouth was agape, okay, all right, just gurgling, comes and disgusting. All right, a fucking fly would fucking came in. All right, and that fly was there on the inside of her asshole. When the next dick came in, and you could see it going in and out with the fly and the puddle of gums on the end of that guy's dick. All right, and we'd just be drinking our coffee and telling you, tell me whatever you do. Don't look over there, don't look nothing. All right, I don't care what he asks you. 98.
So I got here. I get here January 29th of 1997.
Coco. Okay.
I'm here a year before you. That's
a year. But bro, okay, you gotta understand. All right.
We were all disciples.
We're all disciples.
All disciples.
Everybody who's really been on the road, fucking knows Doug Stanhope is fucking the best rock in the thing.
So when I get here, he's a big shot.
Yeah.
And a guy from Vegas living with him. That's a part-time bodyguard. That's a nuts. Like he's just a retard. He wasn't even a bodyguard.
That's a big fat guy, right? Yeah.
He died. God rest his soul. He was a dumb stuff. He was a fucking dumb. He was like, Doug's was making big enough with his bodyguard. He had a big jacket on like bullshit. So I get here with the broad, living with this girl in the trail, and we get to an argument. She throws me out. I'm living with Doug in the bunk bed in Dolphin. I'm living on the couch or somewhere. I don't know where the fuck.
Yeah.
Doug's dating the redhead.
Oh yeah, from fucking
the TV show.
God damn it, what was that show? Head of the Class. God damn, she was hot.
With the girl with Tyson's wife.
Yeah, she was fucking hot though. You gotta give it to her. That fucking redhead was a hot piece of ass. Alright, and Dougie was deep into that. Okay, he was like all in.
So we used to hang out at coaching horses.
All the time.
I can count on my hands how many times I went to coaching horses. Coaching horses was one of those bars, ladies and gentlemen, that was just real. And you felt the pain in it.
talk to you. All right, you're a fucking comic. Let's go over to Coach and Horses. All right, and we just walk over to the Coach and Horses, and it was a Bud Light and a Miller Lite for Douglas, and just have a beer. And it was. I remember one night we were at the Coach and Horses, and this guy beside us was talking on this shit about faggots. We gotta kill all the faggots. Goddamn fucking motherfucking faggots. Alright. And Doug goes, fuck yeah. Doug's amping him up, okay, and getting him with him like this. And then Doug fucking grabs my hand and makes out with me, okay, at the fucking bar. Alright. And this guy's, oh my god, what the fuck? Alright. Doug goes, alright, another beer. And a shot. That was a shot. That was a fucking. It was we were maniacs. Nobody's like that now.
And so backed up that I walked right back to Josh Wolf's. I flying the car, but the battery was dead. So I just go in the car and put the seat back and lay it in. And hopefully after 10 minutes, I put the blanket over me and jerk off. And then put the seat back and open the windows and I'd be sweating to death. All I did was a suicide note. I'd die in that fucking. Oh my god.
That's why you had so many tickets that you couldn't move it?
There was sometimes that the car would start, and sometimes towards the end, it was a mystery car.
I had to remind, I had to tell you about this because it's so fucking funny. Because we were on the road with Douglas, okay? And I remember we were sleeping in his Oldsmobile Cutlass, okay? And we fucking rigged the booze, and he was doing the porno fucking closer with the beer all over him. So he just smelled like fucking stale beer, cigarettes, and it's in Houston in like April. And so when that fucking sun comes up, it's 110. Okay, that's when we both fucking woke up out of our fucking stupor, sweating like pigs. And Doug goes, Rabbi, can I just butt fuck your titty or something like that? Alright? It's really wet. Get out of here, you fucking creep. But that's how it was. He was just fucking bananas. He was bananas. He bang boom. That's amazing. Okay, that's deadly.
You know, seeing him opened up my mind. Like,
Yeah, man.
guys, I'll tell you, that New Year's got me on stage. But in June of '96, I saw Doug stand up now. I've said this before. I was a host at the program. It was the first time Doug came and he stayed with me. I had just gotten separated. And Doug stayed with me. I was in the house MC. This is '92.
Wow.
And he came
I
back.
didn't even know that.
Yeah, and he came back 6 months later and he had the evening at the Improv. Yeah, he stayed with me again and we kept in touch for a while. Then we disappeared on each other's radar. And then I get to Seattle. And people are talking about this fucking Doug Stanhope in San Francisco. Right. One of these guys in the country right now. And I'm like, this is a little guy with hair and it's crazy. Like,
And by the way,
this guy stayed with me.
hold on, man. You gotta give him his dues, because the guy who came in second place when Dougie won the San Francisco comedy competition was Dane Cook. Okay? And Dane was a motherfucker on stage. You think he's something now? Holy fuck, that kid lit it up. And I mean, every time Stanley goes, I've seen Mencia get him like that. I've seen Chappelle get him like that. Sam Kinison get him like that. But fucking, I'm telling you, man, the kid's deadly, dude. Okay, Dane Cook and Dougie still beat him. And
Well,
it was murderous.
It was something that Lee, it was completely different than what was going on at that time. Like at that time, comedy for me was MTV. It was on every channel. VH1 had comedy on Sundays.
Yeah.
MTV had two different comedy shows. Evening at the Improv was out. The 3 shows with comics before Jimmy Kimmel and you had Letterman and Carson, you know, all that stuff. So you had all this comedy. And then the first 2 times I saw stand-up, he was just a big local, racy type comic. I thought he was funny, but no funny guys. That time I saw him in June of '96. It threw me fucking off. Threw me off. I didn't go back on stage for 2 or 3 fucking days. Like it made me think about, do I
fuck am I even doing?
Yeah, like, what are you doing? That's what you know. You're like, what is that? He's that good.
Do you think it's like work, or do you think some people just are born with a certain level?
I think there's both. I think there's Dougie was seasoned. He had a certain thing in his personality that gave humanity to an actor that I hadn't seen before. Pryor was great. Carlin was great. I like that time with Nick DiPaolo I knew from Young Comic Specials and Judd Apatow.
Bill Hicks.
Bill Hicks, I didn't really know. Let me just think before I answer that real quick. Oh, yeah, please. Yeah, my 90s thing, I loved Hicks and Anderson. And Hicks was great for me. But when I listened to his stuff, it was a little preachy. It was a little preachy towards the end.
Yeah.
And that's when there was one particular tape when, anyway, it doesn't really matter. Once I saw Stanhope, it took me 3 days to realize what my next move was. 3 or 2 days to decide whether I'm going to get a day job or I got to go for this and work harder. But I got to be that guy. I got to be that loose. I got to be that free. You got to be that dangerous. You have to be that, out there. If not, you're going to be like the rest of the fucking dudes. That's why when he came here, he was getting banned from the improv at the time he went to the festival and Bird picked him and he told the guy to move for some shit. He fucked the chick in Bill Maher's bed and he had to write an apology. It was nonstop. They had never met anything like that at that time. He just walked into the improv. And the improv, they're not the comedy store, they're not gangsters. They're writers and they, oh my God, they're witty. Yeah, they're witty and shit. He walked in there and changed it. There were rumors that he was walking people on Sunday nights and walking the improv and shit already. That's what, he fucking created. And he made it on his fucking terms. He went to war with 20,000 club owners. 20,000 of them on his terms.
Yeah.
He got his balls shaved on stage. Oh my God. The chick never recovered. The chick was shaving his balls. She ended up getting raped with a magician cat.
She lost it just for
We're not laughing about her getting raped.
No.
If you know this girl, it's a fucking nightmare.
It's a nightmare. That was like the 30th one, right?
I know what I did. Well, let's just go.
Yeah.
Something was not right there. But yeah, everybody was shaving his balls that night. Because the kisses that somebody got into a car accident.
And yeah, it's tough. You always, whenever we got going on with you, it's not always like this for comedians. Sometimes they stay in bad hotels. Like, why do they stay in bad hotels every night? Because they actually sell the stolen hotel rifles for merch.
What's that?
So he went to the show one day, and he just like takes them. And when he went to the merch, he sold the hotel rifles. And they love him, man. His fans love him.
He's the real deal.
He's the real deal, man.
And you really have to appreciate that. Especially when you're here and you see all this bullshit. I see people pull up with a nice car and the ripped jeans and they got the agent with them and the whole thing. Stanhope has a fucking manager that 2 weeks ago was an assistant manager at Burger King. And he just met him.
Nah, he's a good dude.
What's his name?
Taylor?
Is he? No, I don't know which one is that. You never know what the
yeah.
one time the guy had rolling papers and beers. He just met him.
No, this is a different dude. He's professional.
Really?
Yeah. It cracks me up. This guy's actually got Doug fucking organized and fucking handled. It's incredible. The guy is great. Bust his ass. Immediately when he came in, he got Doug all settled in and fucking found out the ticket counts exactly. Fucking went, did merge, checked in 4 hours before. Came back, made sure Doug was alright, had a suit pressed for him, ready to fucking rock and roll. That's how the tour manager should be. The guy's in good hands. He doesn't drink. If he gotta go anywhere, he doesn't drink. He always makes sure food's fucking awesome. Everything's safe. It's a fucking, he's the cleaner. Okay? He's the fucking wolf. Okay? Of the Doug fucking circus. Okay? Is this guy's wrangling up. I mean, he used to leave fences in his wake and whip blue and he did okay. And this movie just popped up like once every 3 weeks or some shit.
He disrupted a lot of comedians. He disrupted their thinking.
Yeah, man.
Even at the Comedy Store, where that shit is born.
Right.
He disrupted a lot of lineups.
Yeah.
He put him on 845.
Oh,
You fucking kidding me?
because he looked like a nice guy.
He looked like a nice guy.
That's what made it so deadly.
He would destroy an 845. I mean, destroy so deep that would ruin the show. He destroyed people. Guys that ruin the show. It's over. It's over.
It's fucking over.
Comedians know it's over.
Everybody
The comedians, the comedians are back there going, how can Doug Stanhope be going up at 845? It's fucking night.
Yeah, it was deadly.
I lived with him, and it was great. I gotta be honest with you, I used to get up early. He slept late, so I get up and leave. He had an extra car for the comedians.
Yeah.
They gotta put gas in it because the gas meter was broken. So you never knew where you stand. So as soon as you get the car,
That was a total scam, right?
was it?
Yeah, total scam. That's the only way you comedians put gas in the car. Yeah, man.
Was the needle busted or not?
No, the fucking needle worked perfect. Okay, you just tell everybody put the gas in. It's broken. It's broken. But dude, I'm telling you. Okay, it was a total scam. It was a fucking dude. Well, that's on you, man. You should look at
That motherfucker was he in a disco. I go in there. I put $10. It's one of those viewers that you go to Santa Monica come back.
It was the same. It was the Oldsmobile
Yeah, the
Supreme.
Oldsmobile Supreme.
Yeah.
Yes, that thing was busted, Jack.
So I could beat the shit.
I put like $30 in that motherfucker one time and it didn't move, Jack. It stayed on E like that.
I think that car was at like fucking. When he got rid of it, I think it's like 400 and something thousand miles on that car. That's fucking incredible.
You got like I think I even slept in it one night.
Dude.
One night he locked me out. I slept in that motherfucker. That's how dumb that car was.
That was good. I slept in many times.
Oh my God, man.
Doing CW Kindle gigs.
It was.
Shirley Bonham, she had some good gigs.
That was just terrible.
Mary Shelley.
I would walk in your house at night. You have the fucking Bloody Marys.
Oh, yeah.
With fucking nuts. And somebody else. I'd have like $32 worth of cocaine in my pocket.
Yeah.
We drink vodka, smoke fucking weed.
Yeah, I never did blow.
No,
It's too many respect.
No. That was a long fucking time ago. No.
Yeah.
That was a long fucking time. That was a good building, man. Every time I
It was
drive by,
rocking, man.
I don't even go in and out. Nothing. Every
No.
time I drive by, my heart stops. I always want to take the lead out of the boundary. Like, you know what, man? I'm not ready for that yet.
Yeah, right.
Go back in there. If they got a good tamale on a Monday night and shit, you know what I'm saying? I took me to Joe's Pizza. He likes that, man. Yeah, that's the pizza.
Yeah. I don't think I've been in since.
It's just really weird. Man.
The game is so much different than what it was.
Well, it was in 2000. Man, don't you were already in the Laugh Factory.
Yeah.
You were already making it happen. I mean, I was over at the store slowing spots. He was giving me spots. I was my only right home.
Yeah.
But I was there, that fucking building, Ricky Kruger, Gavin, you.
I'm working with him in December.
Yeah, a lot. Oh my God, there were so many people that had that. So mean.
Yeah.
The other one, Gentry, you just heard the fucking W at night to sleep.
Yeah.
Thank God that was the way it was.
I had the food time for you, man.
That's why until I busted it. Did I bust that food time? I busted it.
Nah, I think I busted it, man. I think you re-busted it.
Jesus Christ, man.
But at least you didn't, put your turn down my bathroom. Okay, Dre, that was always for
was the niggas that had this shit catch him in the head. So when that got boring, I said, let me try this. I tried lighting them on fire. And they would burn, like they would burn. So I put like a little water or something. And they would burn a little bit. Like I'm like they were like they throw some Indian shit out. I was crazy. So when I was about 6, I lived at 205 West 88th Street. And if you go to West 205, it's 88th Street. I'm parked the car and go to the end of the building on the Amsterdam side, going towards Broadway. It's a parking structure. When we were kids, that wasn't a parking structure. That was a garage that was closed down. On the wall, there was a sign that said no parking, and that was the basketball thing. You had to hit that with the wall to score. But if you went deep down into that, it was just nooks and crannies and paperwork. Time to time, a rap would come out of there, and we beat him up with a stick. It was just a parking. It was just a parking. Oh, this is wow, man. It was just a parking spot, a huge parking spot that was empty. But you get to behind the other building. I'm sorry. No. Keep going. You can get to behind the other building. And in those days, I would get like fucking all that paper from back there by myself. I can't believe I'm saying this shit now because I never even talked about this shit. I would get all that paper and I would stuff it. And, like when you walk down people's stairs, and I would light fucking fires. I had to be 6 or 7. I was a little fucking pyro. And I kept doing it. And people kept fucking, like, it was Joey Diaz even then. People kept saying, like, what the fuck is going on? He's lighting these fires. And they couldn't put together that whenever I got there, that's when the fire would start. Like some people go, you smell smoke, and I would go, yeah, it's behind back there. And then people would go back there, oh, holy shit, there's a fire. And I kept doing this shit. I would do it in different spots on 88th Street, 89th Street. I was fucking crazy, bro.
What do you like about it? Do you remember? I like some stuff on fire too.
I just like that.
I think a lot of kids do too.
I just went through this phase where I just lighting shit on fucking fire, and I would buy cigarettes. I would get cigarettes. That was a smart way. And I wouldn't smoke it. I would just light it. And I would breathe on it or something. And I would try to keep it alive. And I would fucking burn little things in newspaper and fan it. I was just crazy. But one time I burned one of those stupid girls. And there was something going on. That fucking stoop went up in the fire department at a time. And I stayed there for about a week because they said they had witnesses and shit. They saw the kid running away. I took that jacket, I hid it under my fucking bed. That's what stopped me from lighting those fires anymore. But I lit more fires as I got older. I used to light the woods on fire in Jersey. Oh yeah, we were crazy. Once that shit got popular, I was the king of that shit. I loved all that shit. Just get a bunch of sticks lighting fires and sit there. I wouldn't light fires like the California people. Not these woods like this. This is woods in Jersey. Those woods have been getting burned for years. They don't want to shut off. They shut off automatically. You know what I'm saying? Those are Jersey woods. They just shut off. No fire, but they just show up.
It's not a union fire.
That's really crazy. But it just went away. It was just a phase I was going through. But, I was telling them, I was smoking and flick the fucking ashes, the joints and shit.
Oh, what did that mean? At least one.
And you always look, what do you think? You like that tree out fire? And I told him the story about living in Gavin's. Gavin's at work. I'm on the phone. I'm gonna walk yourself. I'm arguing with this guy, trying to get booked in this city, trying to get booked in that city. And, sometimes you get somebody on the phone and you're on the road, and you smoke with a cigarette, you smoke with a joint. And all it adds is you're on the road, you're smoking, also I'm smoking a cigarette in the back alley of 1440. Okay.
I know it.
Okay. Come on. But this is, yeah. Okay. So the window's open. I'm smoking like a motherfucker. I'm smoking cigarettes. I'm chasing joints with cigarettes. You know me, though. It's 9:30 in the morning. I'm on the third joint. I'm on a pack of cigarettes and shit, Camel Lights. I'm It's out the window, half lit on fire, right? And all of a sudden you hear, I did not know there was anybody out there. I hear, I go, what the fuck? And I keep hearing this, who the fuck lit me on fire? And I'm sitting there, who lights a fire on fire? And I'm like, I did. And I look at the window, and there's the guy fucking smoking his shirt or something. The poor fucking guy. I go out, I'm home. The cops don't come. Nobody knows nothing. I'm out to find it at night, get the package. 10 o'clock at night, I walk back, and there's the same with a blanket on it. You can see all that. Cigarette burn. It's just caught on fire and wet. Get that motherfucker! I was right across the hall. The fire department did come by. Oh my God. And anyway, I go, that fucking bomb. Probably somebody just driving through that fucking alley, flicked it on it. Fuck him. Get that dirty bomb the fuck out of our house. Guys, I feel bad. A little bit. Once I saw the blanket, I felt a little bad. One time, you know, a new blanket legal. One time, I'm looking at a blanket myself. I was snorting my blanket. I had a choice. A blanket or snort cocaine. A lot. It was good. Oh my God. I had a blanket that I can't believe it was part of a blanket. Okay, let me tell you something. Yeah, what? Let me tell you something. 1983. It was maroon on one side and tan on the other side. The one I had? Yeah, in my house. The brown one? Yes. Okay, let me tell you something about that brown fucking lion. Let me tell you something about that brown lion. That brown lion, I got that brown lion at a Kmart. This May of 1984. That's it. It took me 5 years, but I got my own apartment. I got an apartment on 48th Street, 46th Street, North Bergen, 44th Street. I got a one-bedroom studio on the first floor. I didn't pay rent. I could sneak through the front window. It was perfect. I was there for about 4 months, 5 months. But right before I went in there, I wanted to go straight, so I bought this blanket in 1995. I mean, there was no 1999. It was the cheapest fucking 1999. So I watched that blanket. I got evicted from that place. I was homeless. I went to California, came back. I caused wars that summer. Went to Miami, came back the whole time. That blanket was at the bottom of my travel bag. I had an army bag. And that fucking thing was at the bottom. Some places I went, they had a blanket. I didn't use it. I always had a blanket, like a bike beat. You ever see a bike beat? Yeah, man, they always got a blanket. I had that fucking blanket. I had that blanket when I was living in the fucking rocket ship. I would take it back to the Rothschild'S and put it in a little corner and leave it there. And then they don't take the fucking blanket. When I moved into the hotel in 84, when I was homeless and I got to the hotel, I went and got that blanket. And when I beat 12 for the 1500, I had that blanket. I took that blanket with me. That blanket was with me from the desolate time of my life in that rocket ship to 1990 fucking 9 when that fucking car got towed. That car, that blanket was even with me when I went to prison. I left it in that room and nobody fucking touched that blanket. That blanket was $9.95 in 1984. And I had that blanket for what, 15 fucking years. Yeah. And that blanket was one of the warmest blankets I ever had. It was a bear. Okay? And on the inside it was the bear with brown and yellow. And on the outside it was the bear with yellow and brown. You follow me? Yeah. And then the outside of it was fucking brown. So for $9.95 it fucking came up. I bought a blanket that went through fucking hell with me. Back, Jack. A marriage, a divorce. We were married. She wanted to throw it away. I go, no fucking ever throw that fucking thing away. That thing was in Miami. I slept behind the fucking McDonald's with that thing. Because in those days, I would just take the fucking clothes out of the army bag, take the fucking blanket out, put the clothes back in, use it as a pillow, and put that blanket on top of me, G. That was an all-purpose army bag I had. I had a razor blade for glow. I have a fucking wrench in there. How to break a window for a dog. Oh no, Lee, that fucking blanket was there with me. And that blanket, I was just watching. Yeah. All that blanket wanted was my love, and I lost it with that fucking dog I fell in the Van Nuys. So this was the truck that I fucking blanket. That blanket was on the road with me all those years with triple runs. Whenever I got a hotel room, that blanket came into the hotel room. I threw the blanket off and I used that fucking blanket. Have you ever looked for a blanket? The same blanket? Yeah, it wouldn't be the same. Why would I want the same blanket? It wouldn't be the same. That blanket was with me through fucking wars. When I lost that car, that was the hardest thing about that tow. When I got that tow, that car got towed. Like I told him, is that the car that I got my car towed to get all your shit out? No. It wasn't that time. No. This was a car that had made me gave Joshua. Yeah. I got you. No, I never got my shit out. I had my car towed to get all your shit out because they wouldn't let you in the lot. Yeah, but they wouldn't let me in. No, it was fucking crazy. All I could get was the back seat. You took the front. Yeah, no, it was nuts. Headshot, boxing gloves. Oh, yeah. Blanket, fucking pictures. When I was a kid, I had shit in that fucking car they took. And sometimes, till this day, I was just thinking of that blanket yesterday. Going, Jesus Christ, how long did I have that goddamn blanket for? I wish that blanket was fucked. I would have taken it to the next attorney with me. That's what that was. Let me tell you how deep that blanket went. In 1985, in February 1985, that blanket went there. There was something wrong with that blanket. There were crabs on that blanket. I had crabs and gave it to the blanket. You understand me? Who the fuck gives crabs to that blanket? I did. Where's Tony Bennett? Give crabs to your blanket. After 400 episodes, this song still fucking hits me the same way it did. Yeah. When I was fucking 6 years old. For 1 minute, I go, Jesus. Shit. I didn't do my shit today. My mom would always clean the bar. Always clean the bar. And always put the song on. Like when she went into the bar in the morning, she'd open the bar to get air in there. She'd open the back door. She'd plug the fucking jukebox in. She'd put ice in the fucking thing. And then she'd start playing the song. Then she'd fucking clean the whole place. Hot water, soap. Yeah. Steam, old school soap everywhere. Steaming off the floor. Fucking sweep it out. You know, this was after the cleaners came at 3 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? That's how fucking people are. But she always played the song. The song was always on. This is the first jam to go. So I'd walk in there and go, why she play this fucking song? Why you play this fucking song? Your dad gave me the song. Shut the fuck up. He told me. So I would play this song on Mondays. Out of respect. You gotta have respect. You fucking play this song. Well, I'm an atheist. I read with this sucking dick in purgatory. Uncle Joe, you gotta respect the sun. You gotta light a candle. You got the sun. You know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, you're sucking dick in hell. With fucking De Niro and fucking, with De Niro and fucking, Angel Heart. Fuck is this shit? Someone posted a scene today from Casino where the guy was going to, I forget the actor's name, but saying like, I want my money back. And he's like, you can't have your money back. And they're like, let me just tell you what I said. That whole scene, and she killed it. I mean, you like that? Yeah. The guy who played De Niro's attorney, representing him in Vegas, okay, was played by the actual attorney, okay, that went on to be the mayor of Las Vegas. And he was
apparently shady as hell. I mean, you'd have to wonder he too if it was a gross, you know. I don't know. It was pretty incredible. A little shady. Little mob lawyer. I love it. That's real. I don't know. Maybe I watched the DVD extras too much. Well, I'm in town doing a benefit tomorrow. Doing actually two of them. One that Wounded Warriors one at the Comedy Store early, and then my show at 10 o'clock on Tuesday is called Rock of the Res, and 100% all the comedians are donating their time. And we got Dan Cook, we've got Margaret Cho, we've got Gerard Carmichael, myself, Adrian, a real actual native comedian, okay? All right, and all the money goes to pay for propane in North Dakota and these reservations where they're allowed to freeze basically every year. People see their kids die and see their old people die. You know, Indians, they keep their old people with them, okay? White folks ship them away, put them in a box, okay? Feed them them happy pills until they fucking die, you know? That's what happens. But Indians keep them close. And so every year people die, and this is keeping people warm who really need it. And so, you know, I'm happy to donate my time. And I think it's going to be a fucking great show. This weekend I'm in Oxnard. I'm at the new Levity Live in the mall, apparently. I don't know. I've never been there. It's brand spanking. I bet it is, man. They don't really fuck around, dude. Those guys, they kind of got their shit together. You know, I mean, they're always phenomenal venues. And then when they make, like, everyone is like, let me top the last one. Okay, like, fucking Irvine was fucking amazing when they redid it. Okay, you got a mama burger there, that's a fucking deadly cheeseburger, Jeff. Alright? And then, boom, this one is the fourth one in Southern California, and it's the newest one. They had to do something bigger and better than Irvine. You know, they got to step up, so they got another Copper Blues in there, which is fucking like 100 beers on tap, and fucking like 300 others.
Sells more tickets to the Copper Blues.
No, but it's great. It's fun.
16 people before the show starts. The bartender sits it there like he's getting the hip. Nobody wants to talk to him for 3 hours. After the show, they look up like, oh, you know, therefore they fucking leave. I'm telling you the truth. They're gonna be all fucked up. I hate those copper kettles. They always got a cover band. Copper Blue.
I like a cover band.
No, not when I'm on stage. I gotta get Black Dog.
Oh, yeah, fuck
Like
yeah.
some fucking dude singing Black Dog and shit.
Yeah.
And I'm on the other side. There's too many things on the fucking menu. It's too big for a joy. I like simplicity. Anyway, I'll be in Oxnard. We're going to 8th of December.
Oh, yeah.
The mic is shit.
Oh, phenomenal.
The fucking Wednesday after Christmas, you know, I don't fuck around.
I know. It's good for you. Get to be in town.
Yeah, no, you gotta stay in town for the home. That's just shoot the planes down. You know, these people gonna start taking planes down with fucking, what do you call those things?
Oh, fucking 50 cal, Barrett, 50 cal.
No,
It'll take down the airplane.
what's those things?
Drone. Oh, yeah, drones are gonna be knocking shit out of the sky.
Planes don't land.
Fuck yeah, man. Why are you giving people anxiety now?
I'm not giving them
Are you giving me anxiety?
Who flies more than me and fucking Ralph and Ray? Not you. What are you anxiety?
Well, yeah, you're not on there.
I live near the airport. So
I don't think they're gonna do that. I think they're gonna. Honestly, I think they're gonna attack a comedy club. They really do. And then, like, you know, blasphemous assholes like us. You know, Joe Rogan, somebody gonna get shot. One of us is gonna get shot on stage. We're calling it a shot. It's gonna be horrific. I hope it's me, because at least I can take 42 and 9mm rounds to the torso without fucking stopping. I'll get over there to fucking Johnny blow up and fucking gut him with a Budweiser bottle. But here,
that's what we need. Supposed to be getting shot on stage and shit. More people in the town, they shot club.
it's gonna happen.
No, it's not. No, it's
I'm
not.
telling you, man. God forbid, exactly.
Just to happen in a band, never telling somebody tonight I was supposed to be in New York for CISO. I have a bunch of meetings tomorrow. I had one today, and I couldn't do it. But I was kind of relieved I couldn't do it, and I can't lie to anybody. Last time I went to New York to do Gotham, I had a great time. I saw my family, I saw my friends. I put flowers on my mother's grave. But I'll tell you something. Maybe it's my age, maybe it's what I've become. I'm kind of a pussy to all that stuff. I haven't grown up yet to be used to going to a stadium. You know, what's Alex Jones crazy, man? You know, he said something when I saw him at the UFC 5 years ago. He said that in 10 years there's going to be TSA at parks and malls and all this shit. You know, and I can't see it not happening, especially if people really get shot in the fucking comedy club. Are they harming people now in movie theaters?
In a lot of states, in Tennessee, there are. I'm sure there are. When I was working at the Marine Guards, like hired security or cops during the weekend,
We were in the movie theaters when that kid shot the kid in fucking death.
yeah, so the start of it, yeah.
That was so awful. You know, so what I'm trying to say, I mean, there's a bunch of realities involved here with life. Every time I sit on the fucking plane, right when I put my luggage up to the top and I sit down and put my seatbelt on, I go, what was that right now? It's a guy just running up with a grenade. Well, you know, you have to think that way for 2 minutes to get prepared.
Yeah.
I would always wonder, what Joey, how can you prepare? My cover my eyeballs. Anything is better than just surprise, cocksucker.
I know people collect this shit on the TSA. Maybe I have a weird thing on me, but it's why I got to tell them both ways. Just play back. I had to stand at it like an angle, need to one of those things up my leg. It was terrible. But it happened both times. Did you get a boner? No.
TSA makes me relax for 7 or 8 minutes, okay? But the reality is that it's like this whole, it's like in Russia right now. They can't do quaaludes, they can't fucking smoke dope. They gotta do some drug to your skin also. Right? You see that shit on that Geo? They show these people and their skin falls off.
Yeah.
You have to go get gasoline or explosives. I mean, there's always people who find a different angle. You know, there's people who think you try to put a bomb in the sneak. TSA can only be so good, you know.
Yeah.
They can only do the job they can do, man. So you can't really, with all these attacks or whatever. Listen, man.
My guys in Nashville, dude, are so fucking cool. I mean, like, they're like, everybody says hello. We have to go do all the pat downs and stuff. And they just like, Rabbi, what's happening? I high five everybody and walk the fuck off. I mean, these guys are easy breezy, extra sneaky. Those guys are the greatest dudes. And they just breeze you right through. I fucking love the guys in Nashville.
You know, listen, man, I love Burbank and stuff, but these are
Burbank's a good one, dude.
these are fucking realities, people that, you know, I dread taking my daughter somewhere like somewhere crazy, like a fucking crazy airport or a Disneyland type of event. I mean, you know, but to say, listen, you have to live your life.
Yeah.
You can't live like a fucking Cuban down there, live like in your corner. You have to live your life, man. That's why you live in America. Nose it down. They're bombing the shit out of them over there. That's how they retaliate, by blowing up planes and shit. Once you start fucking with them over there right now, they're shooting people. I saw that on the world news today. I was there and saw him a while ago. I saw him long and very much the other day. Killing them in a month. No, he's not on. He's a healing substitute. I'll watch him. I'll watch that one.
I like that guy.
Yeah, me too. He's not
George Stephanopoulos.
Yeah, I'll watch him because he's some White House aide.
Yeah, he was good.
Let me give some fucking quick shout out to my man. It was great seeing the Lingus family in Chicago.
Oh, man.
I love you motherfuckers. The old man came out. He knows I love him. It was great seeing Pete the Greek. It was great seeing Josh. 10 motherfucking planet. He took us over to Owls and stuff. You know, I want to really thank the club. I mean, the management, the staff, they were great all week. I want to thank my man Ramir, Shaman, Fred Nessa, Coach Lacrosto, Raymond Mayer, Garrett Lahuka, Nikolai Zappa, Sean Charles, Jason Jackson. I want to Thank you boys down there in Austin. Crisco is my man. I'm Bobby. And I'm excited to see my boy in motherfucking Las Vegas next week. Larry, a.k.a. the Talking Motherfucking Lamb. All next week in the Sands at the South Point Casino with my man Larry. He'll be there Friday night, fucking working. We'll go eat a little something. Then I'll go to bed at 10 o'clock when they always do. Nobody bothers. Nobody has their feelings around me. How you feeling, Mom?
I'm feeling good, man.
So what do you do Wednesday then?
Wednesday, I'll wake up at radio at 7 o'clock up in Fresno. And have my coffee and just go inside and do my show. I really don't like the morning because I got that LASIK eye surgery and I have to wear sunglasses in the morning. Otherwise, it gives me a migraine headache now because I'm under stress. And I get a fucking bad headache. And I think it's because of that surgery. And so I have to wear shades and look like a douche in front of people. And it's like so annoying. I have to explain myself. And then I'm kind of a douchebag then too. It's like, just push my eyes.
Did the LASIK work? Did it take?
Yeah, man. I've got great vision. I'm a 2010. When I got it done, I was 2020. The next day, I was 2015. And the day after that, everything was healed up, and it was 2010. I didn't get that. I'm like 40 something. I'm terrible. I can't see for shit. Oh, really? Yeah.
I can't see good either, so, now I don't know what happened. I can see little things. I know this is flow. I know this is Paris. So what the fuck you laughing about? Your girlfriend. It's like, I know that. I can't see Twitter, nothing like that. I can't see my Twitter feed or email.
Oh, really?
I can't see none of that shit. That's crazy. But that's the reality. That's what happens.
You really post fun shit, man. I mean, you got a very eclectic taste in music.
me, great, like, this is Joey's first. So going back to your first, can you think about like what that like was like?
Well, I've been running those goddamn jokes for like 5 years straight. I mean, I had laughs every 4 to 5 seconds, and the album went platinum because people thought I got fucked out last comic. We sold like 1.4 million, and us, it was a big deal, and it was just out of that Laugh Factory, and but the feeling afterwards, like you're like, oh god, there's like, oh my god, there's a like you get to exhale, all right, and then you really take it in, and then it'll come if it hasn't already. The panic that you can't do those jokes no more because people are gonna see all that shit coming, and you're not the type, because Joey's a real comedian. He won't allow himself, and he'll beat himself up to dig deeper and go realer. Okay, and that's what this is gonna do. It's gonna act as a catalyst to spur his writing. And in a fucking year, he'll have an hour and a half. That's how it is. But for like the next month, it's gonna be a little bit of a panic. All right, and
No panic at all.
good. Let it
No
breathe.
panic at all. I'm in the state of
Where you at?
where am I at? I'm in the state of
Because I know the whole fucking thing.
no, I'm in the state of it all came down to this. I enjoyed doing it. I definitely want to do another one. I know exactly where I want to do it. I know exactly where I want to do it. I know how much time I want to take. I know I'm going to do it now.
So you're ready with a whole nother special?
I'm ready with another special. Not another hour. No, there's no hour. I'm not even close. I have minus 10 minutes for the special. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? When you're at that point, I'm not worried about that. I'm going to take this week off and then start next Tuesday night. And then go to Vegas, take a week off, go to Boston, go, you know, I'm still going to have, I'll get some more material put together for this tour until you start to, I'm like Janet Jackson now. When Janet Jackson starts a tour, she lip syncs. She's got no cardio and stuff to move and sing at the same time. So you start at 90% fucking lip syncing. By the end of the tour, you're down to 10% lip syncing because you build your fucking cardio. You don't need somebody sitting behind you the same shit they heard. Yeah, that's how I'm gonna try it. That's how I'm gonna try it. But right now, I'm in no rush. You know, like most of the tours before the there's a lot of things that people always say. You think you're in a rush? We're in no rush.
No,
We're in no rush.
not at our level. I mean, there's like I did my special when I was 11 years in. Okay, and I hit my first special, and no, 12 years in. Yeah, 12. And so when I hit it, I knew what I was doing. You know, I've been headlining all over the South for years.
For years. No, when you hit, you were already.
I had an hour and a half ready to rock.
You had that night and the next night. If you come tonight and tomorrow, you're gonna see 2 different fucking hours.
Yeah.
No experience takes the handle over it. I'm not worried about the material. I'm not worried about any of this shit. This experience taught me that you might not have anything in vain. But if you keep getting on stage, right, and you keep taking your sets, you keep pushing yourself that night, what are you gonna do for that? We're gonna do 3 sets. Really? Yeah, you start that night and after the pitch, you forgot there's a magic. So that show that was supposed to start at fucking 9 is now gonna start at fucking 10:30. So you're out there till 2 in the morning working your material for 3 fucking people. But every spot works. It's really amazing how a friend of mine once told me that everything works in waves. I didn't know what the fuck he meant. It meant that everything you do builds. And it builds momentum. And one day it all builds into one momentum. All those little things that you thought were shit all build. And they really do. I'm seeing it with 20 people. I've seen it with 20 fucking that level, you're doing 80 other things. It's not you in the fucking room anymore.
Yeah, you're not doing bong hits with your friends and drinking coffee.
And it's all different.
It's all different.
It's all different now. So people can't adjust to that either. I was telling Lee that one of the most important things is grounding. No matter what Ralphie had around him at all times, the 6 agents, the whole thing, I was always offering him on the phone to him and making him laugh, keeping him grounded so he wouldn't buy into the fucking bullshit. You don't buy it, they're gonna hit you with bullshit. That's it. That's it. There's a ton of bullshit that comes. If you keep your friends around, they keep you grounded. You know what, Ralph, that joke ain't funny. When that agent tells you that the joke is brilliant, we love it. You're up there eating dog shit. Like that poor kid on the Today Show, Maury Feldman, singing that.
Oh my God, you hear the that boy.
What do
I wish one of them blonde boys would come and rip his fucking head off.
What do you do when you're that kid's age and he comes into your office and he sings that song to you? You can't sit him down and tell him the truth.
Somebody's lying to that kid.
Well, that's tremendous. Well, get me on the show right now. Let me call in 2 minutes. Let me call when you get out of here. No, I'll wait. Call right now. I can call you. Tell him in my office right now. He'd love to come on today's show and sing a song. Really. Tell him to send us a demo. They sent us the demo with that fucking song without looking at the kid. He shows up with the 2 broads, dressed up like fucking Dracula. Yeah, dressed up like fucking like Dracula.
What about them? What about auditioning for that role?
For what role?
The 2 women. One of them was his girlfriend, but the other one, I don't know.
Those poor girls didn't know what they were getting involved in. So trust
Oh
me.
my God.
Those girls want to shoot themselves right now. Those girls have changed their hair color. They quit SAG and joined after. They fucking switched governments. Those 2 fucking girls.
Our generation had those chicks from the guy. Didn't like me home, when you're not home.
Yeah.
Not true. Those chicks were so fucking hot, okay? It was a good song, good singer. Basic same formula. Mine is good singer, good song. Okay, if they just had a good singer and a good song, it would have been great.
You know, that was music at that time was like MTV. The video wasn't on TV, the more tickets you sold. It really wasn't about the music, and the music was good. The visual effects to the fucking videos in 83 and 84 were fucking brilliant. Sledgehammer, Thriller, those videos, and that's what sold tickets at those times. That video, so you know what he's talking about, Lee? You know what he's talking about? Put on YouTube real quick. I'm gonna give you a lesson. TV music right now.
What's that church?
Put on Robert Palmer. Just put fucking YouTube on Lee has life. Well, goddamn it. Lee is a type of another mushroom cap. You know, it's because I'm only getting off a little bit. Type of another mushroom.
I'm not doing mushrooms.
Just being Lee. Also, we're training. That's what from Addicted to Love. You never saw this, Lee? No.
Oh, this is tremendous. It's just.
And you know what? They've done 10 videos, 10 different things to copy this. But I think this guy was the first guy. I don't know if that's why I don't want to say for sure. This is the first guy I saw do it that really made an impact on me. Watch this. You never saw this.
You know, she showed it to me. Oh my God, seriously? I was in the gym.
Thank God. Watch this. Get it, Lee. Watch the screen, Lee. Don't watch nothing else. Oh, shit. Look at this motherfucker.
Man, rolling.
Look at this shit, Lee Sire.
Wow. That motherfucker. Bam.
There you go. Right there. There you go. There you go. Here's what you turn it up. Children. Yeah, that is some bad ass shit right there. Because I hate covers. I hate all that shit. When I first heard this, I looked at him for a little while. I go, you better not be doing what I think you're doing. But he sounded so good in the interview. I was like, you know what, man? This guy is a dangerous motherfucker. I like all this type of shit. I like when a guy takes a thing and puts a spin on it. What's up, Lisa? Are you ready for another mushroom gathering? I said, it's Monday night. It's the 17th of October. You got nothing going on the 18th. I got nothing going on the 18th. Why is wrong with you? Did we finish all the animals? Oh, yeah, we had one. 1.5. 300. Tell me whatever. 300. Maybe 50. It's not. We still have my time. 350. We're going to get nice sleep, though. We'll sleep. You wake up, you think you got fucking 2 massages and shit. It was a lot of fun. When I went back to the room, I was very, I felt I had done something. That's what I felt like. I had learned a different concept of comedy that I had never learned before. I had never known, and I never really thought about it because I never thought it would shoot. You know what I'm saying? Like I never went there with my head. Yeah. I kept it simple, but I gotta be honest with you. I feel the same way every Saturday night after I do 5 fucking shows. Really? Yeah, I'm done. I'm fucking done, man. Especially if I fuck around in the daytime and work out and stuff and think I'm Tarzan on Saturday. You let me go for 30, 40 minutes and I go on that fucking stage and do 2 shows. I'm not saying everything hurts. My whole body is electric. Sometimes I only got 4 hours, so I know the shower will fucking wake me up. I don't want to do that. But this week, before that shower, one of the best showers I had. 2 weeks in a row, I had a great shower. Last week in Columbus, Ohio. I went in the shower for so long, I fucking goddamn feel well. You know what I'm saying? Fucking goddamn.
Like a big ass dip type burrito.
It was the only week I didn't bring my tools with me. Soft like that. You too? Oh, I have this whole I got the comb, I got the fucking little eyebrow cutter, I got a scissor for the nose. But the other side, you got a needle, to bend the fucking, like a sub button. I got one of those in there. That needle works for everything. Like, everything. Hash, I grow hair. I can work on stitches, anything goes. And then I got a toenail cutter. That's fucking huge. I can cut a gorilla's fucking toenail with it. Right, I got that. And then next to it is like a chisel. So you pick up a nail and you go in there deeply chisel that fungi out. It looks like fucking, it looks like fungus and blue cheese. But it gets wet, you cut the nail in a hole. Tremendous.
Just shout out to Buffalo.
What's the matter with you?
Mom in my mouth.
So, I'm just ingesting all this information.
Oh my god.
Only another mushroom cap.
Not really, to be honest, I will.
Alright, let's go. Monday night, this is 17th of October, ain't nothing going on.
Okay.
I was supposed to have something at 11, it wasn't gonna happen. So I'm just gonna fucking do my thing. I don't bother nobody, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Look up, we had a nice time this week. You learned a lot.
Congratulations to yourself.
Yeah.
That's
You know,
nice to enjoy.
like I said, you do. Like I said, man, it's a pleasure to see your growth. You know, I was always happy about all your success. You know, you see all these guys you all gave up with, and everybody rates success differently. You know what I'm saying? Listen, man, I don't want to sit in the fucking outside
develop it.
It's too rough. No, it's too rough because look, people get offended about it.
Oh, everything.
So it's too rough to even go there. So you don't want to be in that particular spotlight. If you're going to be in that spotlight, you have to have three writers that write, material
that's great.
policy friendly. I'd rather shoot myself in the fucking head next topic. What else, cocksucker? You smoking weed? What was going on? You doing jumping jacks over there, Lisa? Ready for another mushroom? I found some acid under one of the albums and shit. Not half a piece.
Oh my god.
We can break tonight, leave.
During the weed, man. Oh my god. Alright, wait. The sofa is a safety safe, okay?
Leave those on
Okay? If you feel anything weird, okay? We go to the safety safe, okay, Lee? Just write it out, okay? Yeah. You want to take a shower and take a big old shit. That's what it goes.
Lee knows all about the sofa. Lee has had that sofa a couple times. He's a soldier. Leave my little Lee alone.
I love it.
He goes, when does Yom Kippur finish?
I think it's over.
It's over. That's it. It's a big Jewish holiday.
Hanukkah, maybe? I don't know. Maybe there's something in between that people need.
People know. Oh, we always got to get one more before we got Halloween. Halloween, we got to be Halloween.
I'm going to be in Nashville.
Nashville.
Yeah.
You're not moving down to that Nashville.
No.
What are you going to do for Halloween? Fuck that.
I'm going to hand out real size candy bars. So everybody goes to that.
Real size candy bars.
Well, those fun size candy bars. There's nothing fun about them. Unless you just get started and it's done. Fuck that. I give whole candy bars. I go to Sam's and get fucking cases of them.
Man,
Shit out there. Fucking just boom. Here you go.
you open up a real candy bar, you know where you stand.
Right? Like, I appreciate children. Don't talk people in my house. You know what I mean? I'm your man. Okay, we're down. Okay, you feed the neighborhood. It saves the white picket fence from getting fucked up. Okay, you know what I mean? Just to pay it forward a little bit. Okay, the mom will come up. I hand them 3. What we told you, like Reese? Okay, well, Snickers is bomb test. Oh, you want the Milky Way? This is on caramel. Okay, that's all I got. I'm sorry. But I mean, I go through probably $300 worth of candy. But it just, kids light up and I get toys and stuff.
Yeah, this now really big when I buy the point size one, but you're right, when you have a little fucking things, what happens is, like me this week with the Butterfingers. I just wanted the Butterfingers. Next thing I was eating 22 of them, which meant I ate 3 of those life-size ones. If I would have just made a life-size one, I don't know where I stand. All right, that's it. I'm good to go. Me, I'm the control of a fucking savage. I didn't say fucking, that's it.
I had a few of those Butterfingers too.
I saw those. You were tearing shit up this weekend.
I wasn't
tearing shit up, which I'm proud of you. I'm proud. Listen, you know me, dog. I ain't no Slim Jim, but I don't give a fuck. I want you to be healthy. But don't sit there, look me in the fucking eyeball and go, I don't know who ate these 2 pizzas.
I know you don't think
Pizza disappeared. Those 2 pizzas. I was on stage for 2 hours. I come back, he's sitting there with a big grin on his face. Happy as fuck.
No, there were veggie pizzas.
There was no veggie pizza.
They were all veggie pizzas.
I was eating them. They were not bad.
I wasn't.
They were cheese and prosciutto.
No, backstage.
Backstage. In the green room, there was prosciutto.
No, when I got back there,
Me, you,
ask Willie. When I got back there, I had no pizza. It was just veggie. Ask Willie. Get Willie on the phone.
Wait a second. When I got back there, it was too slow. Please stop. You're so good.
You know what?
I was in the same folks. He said in the back room. There was one fucking room.
I ate 3 slices in the main room. I ate 3 slices.
That was later.
Yeah.
No. Somebody ate the ones in the green room.
Not me.
When I left, there was a pizza and a fucking half.
I was sitting at the table. I just not only.
No. I wasn't looking at
Ralphie. I wasn't there. I was in Portland. Yeah, but Ralphie.
There was a home pizza that was Willie's. And there was a pizza that took 2 little.
I gotta be out.
Fucking pan pizza. There was 2 little springs so I can come back. There's 2 little slices when I left. I took both of them. He ate one. I watched it. I ate a piece of chicken nugget, And he was eating, he said, what vegetables? The jumbo lots of vegetables. There are no vegetables. Stop with the fucking vegetables. So next thing you know, I come back and there's no pizza. He said there was a grilled chicken, high as fuck he was. And I go, what's going on? I'm like, when I go back to the hotel room, I say, my chicken covered parmesan. His wife just got sick eating shit on the road. And also he's out there ordering to go food. At the hotel at 2 in the fucking morning.
You're talking about 2 different nights. Are we talking about Saturday or Friday?
Where'd you go Friday night?
Friday night was the chicken parm.
What did it come with? French fries?
Just no pasta.
Pasta?
Yeah.
You ate pasta at 3 in the morning?
Just a little bit of that. Hey, look at that.
He always eats a little bit.
Yeah.
And what was it Saturday?
The reason why I didn't was because I didn't eat the cheese, so I couldn't eat most of the pasta. Saturday was because I had like 2 slices and he was fucking edible.
Ralphie, they bought the way.
Yeah, a ton of pizza.
That's so cool. Your caterings are always good.
Yeah.
I know. Lee was sitting right there.
I had 3 slices.
I had 3 slices plus the 15 slices.
No, but that's like a pound of pizza. I was talking to the photographer. Ask him.
I the whole time you're looking at your finger.
No, it was not. Ladies and gentlemen of the court.
I'm watching like a whole.
I was not even.
He's sitting there, listen, anyway, there was pizza. And Lee was like me in the 80s with cocaine. Cocaine landed right here. I'd be sitting next to him, making believe it wasn't there. Oh, is that cocaine? That's not mine. And the Lee was sitting there. At one time, we had 3 fucking boxes of pizza. Sitting there like Sinatra, mingling with the boxes of pizza.
You yell at me all the time for eating garbage pizza. I'm finally surrounded by good pizza.
I ate that. Then
I want to take them home. You say no.
No, I didn't say no.
You did too say no.
No, I did not. I go, man, you're embarrassing me to eat the pizza here.
Well, no. You always want to have a slice of sports center or something.
He goes back to the hotel room. He over his legs. Stop eating your pizza.
No, it was good. I went to the front desk.
Oh, so it was good pizza because it was the front.
Well, at least maybe they would recommend a decent.
What was the brand?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
This was like 2 in the morning. I got like the smallest one. It was so depressing.
4 years ago.
It was like 8 inches. It was like.
It's so much fucking dead. I was flying on the plane the next day.
How are you?
No, it wasn't.
On the way there, we had a skinny bit between us. You almost jumped out of the plane. You were farting in the. I love farting on planes.
You didn't fly on the way there. That was all me. Later, you sat like a half a bag.
So
I flew this guy out the first time. My back was bothering me. So I bent over this way to fall into the pressure. But it flew out of my back. Yeah, man. I felt the back of it. Laughing like a fucking guy. And I sit back, and within 2 minutes, I see Lee look at me, making like he's doing sign language, and he's nailing that fart because the filter of the plane is on the way. That's why you never take a window seat, because everything that comes goes right into the window. If I sneeze, it goes to the window. If I blow my nose, it goes to the window. If I fart. So Lee gets the first dose of the fart. This guy gets the second dose. That hurricane last week was supposed to come back. This part comes back. This part goes deep and it breaks. It's like a wave, right? It's like a wave. It breaks like this. Half of it goes Lee's direction. The other half is the middle. It's ricochet is right in this guy's mouth. You understand me? I know how to fart. It was first time. I've been doing it for 10 fucking years. I started on Rogan. That's the first time. That's first class. That's Turkey. You gotta catch him when he's sleeping. The mouth has to be around here. Rogan would sleep by the window with his mouth facing out. That's tough to catch him with a fucking fart. I'm telling you guys. Don't fuck around. I'll tell you how it is. On the way back, I got upgraded to first class. Sunday flight on the way home. I always get upgraded. I walked back to check on my leave.
Killing it.
I eat with edible before we get on the plane. We started the flight at 7:30 a.m. with 200 milligrams of dead joint at the hotel. Oh yeah, we don't fuck around. And we had just gotten to bed. We had, 3 hours before. 3 hours before. The whole week. Her and Michael was there. The whole fucking, everybody's fucking smoking dope outside. And we get on that plane. I get upgraded. He goes back to 14D. No, he wasn't really in the dungeon. He was in the middle of the dungeon. They charge you for a seat now. 14 $50. If not, they put you in the fucking dungeon, dog. And let me tell you something. You fly in now, 16 back. You're gonna get sick. You're gonna get sick. You're gonna get Abu Dhabi. So you're in that 28th row by the bathroom. Hell have fury on you. Just people back there farting. And the heart's got nowhere to go. You gotta sleep with a blanket on your head, the straw coming out of the shit. You think I'm kidding you? Listen, you get anything from 24 to 28. When you go home, you gotta take a shower. You can't even fucking go out and meet your friends and hang out. Because you got this fucking layer of airplane. Trust me, though, we used to sit in the back of the plane. Those are the cheapest seats. Those are the ones that, when you go on there late, and they give you a cheap seat for $189.
I do that on my tickets from Boston. I'm sitting like 21 and 24. There's nothing. There's nothing left on here, like $100 a ticket, which isn't gonna happen. So I'm sitting like that.
Are you a virgin?
No, JetBlue.
It's your sitting back on both flights.
Yeah.
What is it?
Don't you have to go out to Long Beach? No. No, that's awesome.
Why would you go to Long Beach? What would be it?
I thought that was down in Long Beach. They have it there, but but anyways, I'm checking on it. How you saw it? You what? When you were checking on it?
Oh yeah, I went back there. I went first class. I went back there to check out my little nephew. He's sitting back there with a smile on his face, and he just hit the ladder. He's got his shoes off.
No, I don't. No, it's not. No, it's not. I have my shoes on.
First of all, I taught him how to fly.
Yeah.
You understand? When we get through security, he's a fucking movie.
Yeah.
He gets stuck as usual because you don't know just to keep going. Right? Because I got the pre-check. This fucking guy's walking around like he hit the ladder. They go, he's speeding up. Plus, he has 19 bags.
I'm right on that one minute.
He's gonna sit. He's gonna have a surgery. He's got the computer and the games in there, and God knows what other shit he's got. God knows what other shit he's got that don't belong. I got 2 things I'm waiting. I got 2 things in my travel bag. I got a sleep apnea machine and the computer.
Yeah, you're the one that drawn the attention.
No, I don't. I don't take none of the months to do it.
Well, I don't think
I never take nothing. I never give me nothing to take. I haven't taken that computer out in 20 years. They always say, "Get a laptop, take it out." I haven't taken it out at all. That's how I run. I don't take nothing out. Leave it in there, shut your pie hole. Take your sneakers off, take your fucking belt off. Take the tickets out of your pocket, take your cell phone and put it in your right shoe. And take your wallet, put it in your fucking left shoe. So they can't rob you, cocksucker. Instead, you get shaken down, your shit thrown away over there out in the open. You understand me? So guys like you with the shit night shirt on, with the shit night shirt on today. Smooth. You have to fucking do this shit. You want me to rob you? Because those TSA guys will rob you. Oh my God, your wallet over his head. And you have to run the tape. Don't get rid of the tape. It's a conspiracy to make the truck keep staying in the basement. And like, fuck that. Oh my God. So, we get to the airport and I leave him there. I was gonna wait for him. Like, oh, would you rather have me wait for him? Nice breakfast, wait for him. He fucking goes through security. It takes him an hour. They search him. They bring the fucking bug, the door balls. They brought the donkey. Everybody sniff him. I go to that fucking macaroni grill. I get a nice sausage platter with eggs and potatoes and sausages. He gets out of security. He gets over there. Boom. He's got to wait for him with a fucking Diet Coke. Yeah, like a fucking doctor that we are. I gave him 6 minutes to eat this. You know what? We gotta get on the fucking plane first. This motherfucker don't want to get us to the station. I gotta get on there first and get off that motherfucker first. So I tried to sneak it, but I couldn't do it. But he went to the back. It was cool. It was a good little flight. It was a good little fucking trip, man. I like products are fucking solid. At least the products that I use are solid. It's the fucking Shroom Tech Sport. It's the Hemp Force Protein, the chocolate, and it's the Alpha Brain. That's my studies right there. Listen, my kidneys can only take so much. I take blood pressure medication, CBD oil, reefer, cocaine for 30 years. They ain't got much left, so I gotta be careful when I'm fucking putting up my fucking pick that level on it. I believe in them. Yesterday when I got home right before I take a flight, I take that fucking Alpha Brain. That's why I don't fall asleep on a plane when I get off. I sleep 2-3 hours. I got no jet lag. It's Alpha Brain. But do me a favor. Go to Honda.com right now. And look at the great selection of supplements they have. If there's anything you like, go to the cart. Put it in there, press it. CHURCH and get 10% off your first order delivered to your door, okay? If you like what you get, you want to stay on the program, then deliver it to your door on the first of every month. You have to predict, all right? Go to Honda.com and press it. And get 10% off your first order. Number 2, I want to introduce you to a new product that we're putting on the podcast that I fucking love. When I left, they said they were going to send it to me, and when I got back, they sent it to me. And I asked my wife, what do you think? And she loved it. I mean, so far, so good. You know, I mean, I got cats, man. And you gotta feed the fucking cats. And the cat fight to eat on their own goddamn schedule. If you have one cat, that's great. You get full on their schedule. You have a couple cats. That ruins it, okay? That ruins it because you don't know what you're eating. So sometimes you might feed. You think Frisbee's eating. And Frisbee's really not eating. It's fucking Lulu that's eating everything. So every time you put a thing out, Frisbee don't eat. So Lulu eat all 6 fucking times. And meanwhile, for 2 days, Frisbee looks like that fucking cat with flies on him in Africa. Like he's fucking hungry and shit. So do you ever wonder if you're overfeeding your pet? Short studies show feeding your pet the right amount every day will help them live longer. But how do you know you're feeding your pet the right amount of food every day? You know? I mean, this is how. This is one way. Introducing the pet. The PetNet Smart Feeder, the new smartphone controlled automatic pet feeder that personalizes your pet's daily calorie intake using their age, weight, activity level, and food type. With the PetNet app, you can schedule and monitor your pet's meals from your smartphone. Get me? Are you listening to me? Meaning your pet is always fed even when you're running a little late, okay? Stop worrying about feeding your pet the wrong amount of food every day. The PetNet Smart Feeder will feed the healthiest portions at the right time, every day, automatically. Listen, we all love our pets. The PetNet Smart Feeder is the best way for you to make sure you're feeding the right amount every single day. But these things are popular. Since the PetNet Smart Feeder is produced in a limited quantity each month, you need to get yours before they sell out. At petnet.com/Joey today. Plus, you get free shipping also. Listen, I'm going to test it again this week because I just got back on Sunday. I saw it was there. I asked my wife what she thought. She loved the whole phone control thing. That's the money. Comes with an app, and you got it right there. When, how, that's the whole control. But if you're running late, maybe you got your cat on a specific diet, maybe you have certain dietary needs. This is for you, the PetNet Feeder. So, the PetNet Smart Feeder. So do me a favor. Go to petnet.com/Joey today, and you're going to get free shipping. What I'm going to do is this. Get your PetNet Smart Feeder. Get your PetNet Smart Feeder plus free shipping when you go to petnet.com/Joey. That's petnet.com/Joey. Again, petnet.com/Joey. This is the future, okay? Right now, PetNet Smart Feeder is the best way for you to make sure you're feeding your cat the right way, the right amount, every single day. So again, get your the PetNet Smart Feeder plus free shipping when you go to petnet.com/Joey. What do you think about that, cocksuckers?
I love it. Strong, old school. You know, I'm sure can you bulldog puppy. He's fucking the greatest. And that dog is on a regimented thing. I would love to be able to, if I could hook that up to my cameras and be able to feed it, to make sure he gets exactly what he's supposed to get, and then shut it off remotely.
Go to petman.com/show. Look at the
Done.
look at it and see the options you got. But I guarantee you'll love it because if you travel, that's what you really like.
Yeah.
We'll be back Wednesday night, Ralphie, man. Always a pleasure to have you on.
Hey,
Always a
thank you,
pleasure to
brother.
see you. You make me happy when the skies are sad. Nobody
Me
knows
too.
how much I love you.
And I get to hang out with you. Special. As I pray, you'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take your clothes away.
Vegas next weekend. Where you at, Vegas? Oxnard this Friday, Saturday, Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and man, and then off for a week. Thank God. I mean, I've been on this 8-state run so far.
You look at atrocities.
Come on, exactly. It's easy when you got a bus. How much I love you.
Get that music nuts.
Tuesday, I'm at the Improv for helping
Yeah.
athleticism.
Madness, let's get out of here, dude. But I'm gonna take this, dude. All right. Somebody walk us out of here, dude.
We kidnapped both of your handlers. They're gonna be here for the rest of the night. Gonna bring a little porta potty up here. I'm fascinated that Chris had observational jokes. I don't know how I touched Chris a lot in the back, but I wanted him to know that I was talking to him. You know, I don't know how blind. I didn't know how blind he was. Does that make sense? I don't know if that's a 100%.
Don't worry.
I don't think you can ask. You know, just you know what I mean. I agree completely. It's always different. It's always some people have a little bit of this, some people have a little bit of that. And Andy Madness right behind you, completely 100% blind. Not a single thing to be seen between them. Party time, everybody. I love it. So, Chris, how's life been going since your last appearance?
It's been super fun, dude.
Yeah.
Got me around Austin.
Thank God.
I've been like navigating Austin alone, which is terrifying. I had a pretty much homeless Uber driver the other day.
They all are, but yeah. I don't think it was an Uber. I think it's less scary to not see as you're walking. Yeah, it might actually be better for you if you could see what's going on out there. You might move to somewhere else. Yeah. How do you navigate around by yourself? Explain that to us.
But yeah, like I take a lot of Ubers. You know, this guy was like literally like. I am just fumbling my way through homeless encampments, avoiding HIV and stabbings. I kicked the guy's coat the other day, and all of his change fell out. Like all of the money I think he owed.
How much was it? Could you tell from the sound? Amazing.
She's Jade. I'm in a lot of places. She's Jade. Jade. She's Jade. I'm in a lot of places. She's Jade.
Stuff. So, Chris, tell us what do you do with the rest of your days? Like, what else goes on? They just jerk off a lot. All right, look at that. Red Man, you can go blind any day now. What are you jerking into, really? How do like, what's that, feels? Are you thinking about feels? I mean, these are real questions, right? Or you dreaming less honored? I think somebody has a great voice.
Yeah, I'm just.
What do you think about? What do you picture things? Or
I go to porn on man. I got a computer. You know,
just kind of listen to them?
yeah, I do just listen to it, but I can't like listen to a blowjob video.
Right.
Yeah, well, it's just slurping and gagging. It's not very accessible. You know, it could be a dude sucking that damn dick. I wouldn't really know. You know.
She's Jade.
That's just gay.
Speak for yourself. Amazing stuff, Chris. Do you ever go on dates? What's that like?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't go on a lot of dates. I have to take girls to like different restaurants, different dates. You know. Yeah, I don't think it's fair that stuff well written. You really crossed your I's and dotted your T's. It was amazing. Right, man? I'm about to have you back on the Secret Show Thursday, man. Look at that. Another real gig. Helio. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We were just kidding. There's your handler. Look at him somehow seeming more blind than the blind guy. Super confused handler. Can we get a handler for his handler? It's someone the guy his handler. Alright, folks, this is it. The bread and butter of the show. The fucking we go where anything can happen, where we've met every single comedian who's ever been on this show. And it goes like this. Ladies and gentlemen, 60 seconds uninterrupted for Pete Garza, everybody. Pete Garza. I tried to cornhole for the first time. I don't get why you wouldn't just shake in the toilet. Another guy was fucking pissed. Got on his shoes. I gotta stop going to strip clubs. I got in an argument with the stripper the last time I went. She wanted me to pay her $100 because I came in my pants. I was like, bitch, I came in with that. It's not even my cup. You don't know. You dumb fucking slut. I did still pay her the money, though. Because I wanted to have sex with her. But hey, you guys know me. I always fuck with 2 condoms. Not even scared of pregnancy or STDs. I just hate the way that pussy feels. Later, you guys, thank you so much. Alright, you guys. I like it. A wild boy. How old are you, Pete? I know this. 24 next month. Okay. Alright, so you're 23. Yes. I believe so. Perfect. How long you been doing stand-up? Oh, I know this one too. You don't have to say that. I'm sorry. A year and a half. Right? Because around the time you the rat died. Okay, Pete. Wow. Alright. What the fuck is Flippy the rat? What? Oh, no, he was a rat. He's dead now. Yeah, you can call him that. Yeah, he lived in a cage in my apartment and stuff. You're gonna have to keep the uncomfortable. Really hitting the nail on the head with that one. Just acknowledging what we're all feeling right now. It is an odd energy. What do you do for a living with energy like that? I've been working, I was a caterer for weddings, but I just got another job at Pluckers and also valet. I gotta decide. You have to decide whether you want to work at Pluckers or valet. Big decisions. I know, I don't know. I also gotta find a place to live, but yeah. Wow, where do you live now? I'm crashing at a couple friends' houses. Okay. How much stuff are you lugging around each place? Well, I got most of my things in Laredo right now, so I just have a couple bags with me. But I take both jobs. You were a valet at a Pluckers? Or they were separate? No, I'm gonna be a Mexican. You did both jobs. You know, I'm saying you should take both. Oh, I thought you said you did both. Oh, I have. Yeah, I think you should take both jobs. I think you should really, really start working. You don't have a place to live. I know, it's very scary. Where are you from? I'm from Laredo originally, down south. How long have you lived in Austin? 5 years. 5 years. Have you ever had your own place? Yeah. I moved here with my ex-girlfriend to go to UT. Dad did not work out. Really? Oh, crap. Yeah, no, it was during COVID.
after a year. I had a full ride.
Well, how'd you have a full ride?
I was, believe it or not, I was very smart back then. I had like a, no, I had like a 15 grand little notch. Right.
Yeah. I don't think the strip club is the right move for you.
I agree.
You're having some financial issues, it sounds like.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I used to be doing pretty good. I was a valet at like a really nice resort, but I got fired from that.
Why'd you get fired?
I was late a lot. And they gave me so many chances. It was really my fault.
Wow. Do you have a car?
Yes.
What kind of car do you have?
Mazda 6. I like the car a lot.
Wow. All right. What do you like about it?
It's really pretty. It's blue. I like it's comfortable. It's reliable. It's fun to drive.
That's enough.
Yeah.
All right, Pete. What's something so
She's Jane. I've been in a lot of places. She's Jane. She's Jane. She's Jade. Oh, God. Where's athleticism? It's really unprecedented. She's Jade. I know a lot of faces. She's Jade. She's Jade. Oh, she's Jade. Yo, what up, pimp? How you living? Yo, OMG, how you living? How you living, Biggie Smalls? Yo, dog, do you speak English? How is your day going? Dude, go fuck yourself. Nobody wants to talk with your ass anyway. She's Jade. I'm at a lot of faces. She's Jade. She's Jade. Jade. I paid the devil to replace her. She's Jade. She's Jade.